each and every country mother's son hanging round. Drive a young man insane. Evil, that's your name. Talk about it. Blue Creed, Shrunk, evil, but you think you're doing fine. Backseat Delilah, got your 6-foot juggle wide woman. I hear your mother was the top of the sticks. Nothing that your daddy wouldn't do for kicks. Never done a thing worthwhile. Evil woman child. Devil got you loose under lock and key. Ain't about to set you free. Signed, sealed, and witnessed on the day you were born. No use trying to fake him out. No use trying to make him out. Soon he'll be taking out his due. What you going to do? Oh, Lucy McEvil. Honey, where you been all night? Your hair's all messed up, babe, and the clothes you're wearing just don't fit you right, no. Daddy Joe's paying your monthly rent. Tells his wife he can't imagine where the money went. Dressing you up in style, evil woman child. Oh, Lucy, you just so damn bad.
Goddamn, 13 good motherfuckers in the side chat. 14 if you're going to include Logan Sandman in the count. Good morning, Logan Sandman. Everybody else that's with us. Got up, little overcast, then the sun broke. Beautiful morning, right? Beautiful morning. I go to stream, 11 o'clock, fucking pouring rain again. The hurricane above us, the typhoon above us made landfall on the coast of China. So that's not sucking the monsoon rain up anymore. There's another hurricane or typhoon heading for Japan. They call it Habagat. Pulls the monsoon rain off the continent, and just we've been getting slammed for fucking 10 days. Heavy torrential rain. So I had a little break for a couple hours this morning. Now we're back on it again. Hopefully it doesn't become a problem with the stream. Can you guys hear me okay? Got a 5x5 in there? 14 good motherfuckers in the side chat. 15. Count Logan Sandman. I delayed 15 minutes doing work with my son. I'm not teaching him how to make fish traps and cordage out of fucking shit. I don't know how to do any of that stuff. We were going over some science stuff and basic states of material, solid, liquid, gaseous, that kind of stuff. Rounding. He's doing rounding in numbers. And then I traded off with my wife for his language studies for Tagalog and Ilocano because I don't really know much. I don't know enough to teach him with that. So that's what's going on today. My son has not had school. It's a week now. So they're starting to talk about remote classes, Zoom teaching. But I think that we should be clear or reasonably clear for the wet season in the Philippines by tomorrow we should get a little bit of sun. Can you hang by your feet with only 9 toes? I think you can, because you don't use your toes for that. You're kind of on the top of the arch of the foot on the bar. I used to do that shit when I was lifting in high school. I don't have the fucking strength to do that anymore. All right, we got a Michael Wyatt. We got a Logan Sandman. There's the first hashtag fuck you coded and a hashtag more porn bread. I was going to put them up. Maybe I can. Well, if my wife cooks them, we're going to be here for a minute today. Homemade dumplings this morning, minced pork, chopped up veggies, fucking heavy garlic. 2 things, according to Uncle Roger, the comedian. If you haven't ever caught Uncle Roger, look up Uncle Roger on YouTube. He's fucking hilarious. And every one of his videos gets millions of hits. I don't think he has a video that's under 1 million hits. He's pretty fucking funny. But he's kind of famous for saying there's 2 things Asian people can't ever have enough of. One is money, the other is garlic. So the Filipinos will give the Italians a run for their money with when it comes to garlic. Michael Vick. Steelers, number 7, Roethlisberger. I've had this jersey for, at least 10 years. Logan's house for dinner. What's Logan having? That was Kelly Justice. Twiggy's with us. Man, you're really fucking under Todd's skin, bro. He fucking hates you. Candace is here. Yep, we just started. We're just past the intro tune saying hello. Janet Thursh, is that your last name? Thersh? Or is it Janet the RSH? Hello, Janet. Kelly Justice says, I wonder why GJM didn't go up on panel with Todd and Doctor Srolls. He claims to be a psychologist. Well, GJM's cover would have been fucking blown. GJM is none of the fucking things he says he is. Nothing. And Todd's a fucking moron. There's Dumb, Dumber, and Dumbest. Todd, Finkel, and Ryder. Finkel proved yesterday, at least in that interchange with Dr. Srolls, to be the smarter of the 3, because he made an excuse that it was bedtime for the old man, and he got the fuck out of there. It was painfully obvious that Dr. Scholes was he was trying to impart legitimate information to Todd and Ryder, but he was also sussing them out. He was getting a profile on them, I believe. That might not be the case, but that's what I kind of felt was going on. Wow, these guys just go. They don't listen. They go straight into attack mode, and wow, Todd did 2 shots and got himself drunk enough that he looked like a fucking moron. So we're gonna get into that. Joey Simpson, did Srolls own Todd again? I'm blocked, so it's no fun watching him live. He owned him last night, and then I don't know if he's made comments since. I haven't seen anything, so I don't know on that. Dawn Too Soon Furman is here with us. I'm just going to scroll quick. Sorry if anyone feels like I ignored the brilliance of their comments. Steelers are not a good team. What? I think they are officially the winningest team in football. Maybe not since the Patriot dynasty, but I don't know how you can say they're not a good team. I wish I would be happy if we got rid of the fucking Green Bay goober. One more fucking season with that retard. We need to do what we're best. The Steelers need to do what the Steelers are best at. Scout, get a rookie quarterback, and get him in the fucking game. Uncle Roger is fucking hilarious. Yeah. Oh, we got Uncle Roger fans. And Hello, baby. Hello, baby. Hello, baby's with us. I have a buddy who is a police officer in Georgia, and he said I had this jersey on, and he's like, "How can you wear that jersey?" And I'm like, "Dude, I'm able to separate the profession from the person." Like there are plenty of musicians I don't agree with their fucking lifestyle, but yeah, I still like the fucking music they make. Yeah, Roethlisberger, according to uh, a police officer I know in Atlanta, there was some mishandling of evidence, and if it had not, that's why Roethlisberger got suspended for so long. If the evidence had been admissible in court, he would have been convicted on a rape charge. So, you know, that's the way the cookie crumbles. I mean, look, I like the Bills. I've liked the Bills since the '70s. I liked the Bills because of O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson's turned out to be a colossal piece of shit, but that doesn't change the fact that he was one of the greatest fucking running backs in the history of the NFL. You know, and him and one season with O.J. Simpson and his the other running back he was paired up with. They're the first two on the same team to go over 1,000 yards rushing in a single season. So, you know, fame and celebrity can fuck up people's minds. They start to believe they're untouchable. I think it's happening with Todd. They have difficulty with the fucking truth over there. Basso! Hey there, NTFG peoples and my coded friend, Hand Pink Waving. I'm so old on YouTube, 4 years. But I remember when StreamYards didn't render the emoticons and the text came through. That's when I used to read out Hand Pink Waving, Hand Pink Waving. Hang on one second. My son is here. Sorry about that. My son got done with his homework. He wanted permission to use the laptop, and I get a kiss. Sweet. Gideon, I love you. Sweet. Give Mama a hug for me. Thank you. He is such a fucking good kid. I totally don't deserve it. But my mother told me if I ever had, during the period when I was adamantly opposed to having children, my mother told me that eventually I would break down and I would have a kid and justice would be served. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? My behaviors as a child that I thought were, normal behaviors, are my son has all of them, including there's a question coming every fucking 30 seconds. I must have drove my parents fucking crazy because there are times with my son where I'm just like, enough, enough. My son wants to know what would happen to the world if trees didn't exist. So it's a pretty detailed explanation, but he's beginning to understand things. And I got him searching up on the internet. So he's a big Google searcher now. And now he's double checking all the information I gave him in the past. Surrender Monkey says it's not fair that Coded can wear a beard with clothes on and not get shunned like a naked monkey brother. Just because I have a normal fucking beard. Savage Secret Girl. How far behind is he in the chat? It's this message was 11. I'm 4 minutes behind. Janet DeHarsh says hubby is an Eagles fan all the way, and KU for college. So we are a house divided. So it's fun around here. And there's nothing better than a good inner house rivalry. Dad was a Cowboys fan. I picked the Steelers at a pretty young age. I think I was 5 years old when I started rooting for the Steelers. They're the only real fucking team I've, been a huge fan of. Although the current iteration of the Eagles, the last few seasons, I've rooted for the Eagles. I definitely like the Eagles. And my younger brother was a Dolphins fan. So in the 70s, we had Miami, Pittsburgh, and Dallas all going head to head in the house. It was kind of fun at times. Not near free happy time meal yet. That is right. Hang on 1 second. We can play chess. Sure, we can play chess or mill.
Chess.
Okay, we'll play chess. So I'm playing a couple games of chess a day with my son, and the triple hit. Misty Eyed Girl says Steelers, Pirates, Penguins are still mourning the passing of my stepfather. He was a huge fan, really. I was a Pirates fan in my young days, but I became a Mets fan, and I hated the Yankees until I left New York. Then I became a pretty big Yankees fan. It's hard to hate the Yankees. They fucking win so much. The Bears, I can understand. The McMahon Refrigerator Perry days were, that's when I rooted for the Bears. No free Happy Meals today. So I've been using the Fool's Mate, which is a 4-move checkmate in chess, which opens you up to get slaughtered if the person you're playing against knows how to defend it. So I beat my son 4 moves, game after game after game, and then boom, he got smart about it. He started figuring it out. So I still beat him the same. I think I talked about this last stream. I still beat him the same way. Queen to the white square right on top of the king, backed up by either the horse or the bishop. But it's taking a lot more than 4 moves to get the checkmate in. So he's coming along pretty nicely. I don't imagine it will be long before he's giving me a run for. Probably this time next year, he'll be giving me a run for my money. What? Logan Sandman says O.J. Simpson was also number 1 in a slow speed chase down the 405 in a white Ford Bronco. Yes. Who needs to talk to Shiz? I think I might have missed something there. My son will not be talking to Shiz. Misty Eyed Girl says a few of my friends are L&D nurses, and one of them helped deliver Roethlisberger's babies. Nice. Sweet. Shout out to everybody out there who's a nurse. My best friend growing up in the neighborhood, his mom was an emergency room nurse. So she worked night shift. So when she went to work, we all went to his house. She put up with a lot of fucking horse shit from us. But, if you got hurt, banged up, any of that shit, I didn't go to my parents. I went to my buddy's mom, and she took care of me. And then when I got home, because I put some pretty good wounds on myself as a teenager, and my mom used to get really freaked out. So I would go to my buddy's mom, and she would get me all patched up, and then I would go home and show it to my mom, and she would just shake her head. So back to the original story that kicked this all off. My mom told me that justice would be served, and I would have a child that was just like me, and yeah, she was right. She was right. My son is an only child, though. I was one of 4, so my parents really didn't have the time. My mother had to raise 4 kids, right? My youngest brother was 4 years younger than me, so a lot of the time him and my younger sister took up my mom's attention. So I kind of got free reign, and I became independent quick. I'm that typical little middle child that gets lost in the shuffle, and I have a little more energy and effort to focus on my son. So hopefully I'll be able to steer him clear of, the pitfalls that I fell into, though, you know, it's not a guarantee. So, but I learned from, I have a buddy who had 3 kids, 3 boys. And then he got divorced and he remarried, and she had 3 kids. She had a girl and 2 boys. So he got remarried. He had 7 fucking kids. And then they had a love child, an accidental pregnancy. So they had a 7th child. And I'm like, dude, how the fuck do you do this? And he just goes, it's part sleight of hand magic. Like, you have to be a good magician with 7 kids. You got to be able to make shit disappear and redirect attention. But the main thing I walked away from with him in child rearing, and I saw some of my other friends, my college buddies and my neighborhood buddies who had exposure to him when they had their children. Basically, as a parent, the main thing you want to do is you want to encourage and teach kids to make their own decisions. You want to cultivate independence, and then you want to take more of a hands-off supervisory position, because if your kid wants to wear, if your son wants to wear pink plaid pants and a fucking orange shirt to school, at least he was smart enough to dress himself, right? And you send him to school that way, and the fucking kids are going to take care of, getting up to speed on his clothing choices. And he's either going to conform or he's not going to conform. The majority of kids learn how to work within peer pressure and make it work for them to make better decisions. So it's all about teaching independence. And then once you get them able to make their own decisions and function independently in the world, it's a process of withdrawing over, an 18-year period, and having less and less direct influence on their decision making and more indirect, and you correct to adjust, so you help them along the process of making better decisions. My son is 9 years old. He makes crazy good decisions, really good decisions. So I'm thankful to the parents who, my peer group parents who came before me, and I got to watch them make their mistakes, and like a wise man, learn from the mistakes of others. David Wayne Main, hello, sir. You've been friendly to me in chats. It's good to see you here. Love back to you from the Philippines. Kentucky love, y'all. You may lean over and kiss your cousin if you desire. Michael Wyatt says Ryder is a PhD, detective, coroner, and psychologist. I think you left a legal expert there, too. If trees didn't exist, we would suffocate. I learned that in the 2nd grade. I don't know. You don't think like grass and shrubberies can get the job done? If there'd be a hell of a lot more grass if there were a lot less forests. Don't get on that camera, buddy. My son keeps floating in and out of the room. Joey Simpson said, my mom is a UK fan, and I'm a Hoosier fan. UK is University of Kentucky, I'm assuming. When it comes to college football, I grew up a Pitt Panthers fan, Pitt and Penn State, but having gravitated to the South, you got to have a SEC team. So I was always a Hurricanes fan. I mean, it's hard not to be a fucking Hurricanes fan, or back, when I was in my 30s and 40s. Diehard Eagles fan. Go Birds. Fly, Eagles, fly. Do you know Rights On, Dawn? Rights On is a Philly boy. He fucking loves the Eagles. Italian pizza shop, man. Logan saying, man, says second grade was 1973, so hippies were prevalent. Back when $5 would buy you enough weed to cover a fucking full length LP. I know. My cousin used to clean it in front of me. Nothing bad to say about the Eagles. That's a smart move, Janet. It's Janet Hirsch, 75. I got it. I'm a little slow sometimes, especially with the naming shit. Yeah, don't talk shit about Eagles fans because they tend to punch you, and there's always that stray elbow when you're not looking. And of course, the bastards booed Santa Claus. Bill Burr got revenge on Philly for the booing. Orioles fan, nice. Oh, Surrender Monkey says algae and krill are the true source of oxygen on the planet. Trees help with carbon absorption. Yes, they do. Really? Algae and krill? I thought krill was an animal. I thought krill. Now I'm looking at. Bear with me while I double check Scott Amo. He may be smarter than me on this one. Is krill searching? Krill are invertebrates, meaning they do not have a backbone. They belong to a group of animals called crustaceans. I'll give you the algae. I don't think krill are producing oxygen, although I could be wrong. Teach your son to defeat you in combat. He will end up defending you. My son, Ilmuda, is that what you take? 32, what? What are you looking up? 32 degrees is freezing. Go to AccuWeather, you know the site. Get the temperature from there. It'll probably come through on your phone in Celsius. Why, do you want to turn the AC on? 28. 27. Do 27. But you got to close up the window and put the stuff in the window. Can you do that? Cool. Yeah, you're good. You can turn it on. It's a little humid. It'll dry things out. Don't make it refrigerator cold in there, buddy. Janet says no baseball. It's a boring sport. Golf sits there too. Can't watch either. I can watch golf all day. In my drinking days, Sunday golf was saved me from many hangovers. Baseball. I'm not a television baseball fan. I like to be in the stadium and watch a game, but baseball has always been a radio phenomenon for me. Probably because it was a summer thing, the majority of it. And I'm a 70s kid, so you would have the transistor radio. And those fucking things could pick up a lot of fucking baseball games. I am. He is. Actually, he picks some shit up closely. I knew he was a little brighter than average at a very young age because, doing things like unlocking doors or locking doors because he's really good at the reverse engineer. I had to hide what I was doing because I tied a fucking door shut with half hitches and 2 square knots, and he pushed the ottoman from the living room into the kitchen. We're talking 2 years old here. Stood up on the ottoman, untied the fucking knot, and he was outside in a heartbeat. So, on the front door, I had to put a deadbolt door latch, almost at the top of the fucking door. Logan Sandman says independent quick is the same thing as an old Gen Xer. Brady Bunch Plus. Yeah, absolutely, my buddy. GMK. I was so worried my kids would be couch potatoes. That's the one thing, I've slowly, and Oh, the first time I took the phone away from my son and told him he couldn't have it for the rest of the day, oh man, 9 years old, he pitched a fit. He's fucking crying. I'm like, you would have thought that I took a crack pipe away from BSBT. The fucking so like every day after that, I made sure at some point during the day I took the phone away from him till he got over that fucking horse shit. Get a bigger couch and more controllers is Logan's advice to GMK. Shit, man. All right, let me scroll. Surrender Monkey says, I view all this differently. I'm here through force. I've never wanted this, and fuck this. I do not enjoy this experience at all. Well, Surrender Monkey, you know the deal. It's a Nietzschean thing. The spider and the moon, the eternal return. If I ask you if you would repeat your life over again, exactly as it has occurred, you can't change anything. You get all the highs and you got to go through all the lows again. Don't think about what's your immediate response. If your immediate response is no, that's not you commenting about life. That's life commenting about you. Life may not think you're worthy of the experience. So what Nietzsche's solution to it, this was Nietzsche's escape from fatalism. Nietzsche's escape was, what do I do? What do I do today to get to a resounding yes and amen? I would do it all again. And that really shifted my focus when I was in college, because everything became about, Nietzsche was big on stay in the moment, be here now, right? That's why animals are always happy. They have a very limit. They have no concern for the future, and they have a limited length of past that they can recall. That's why they're always happy. That's why they always look like they're enjoying existence. We live on a much higher plane than most animals do, and yet a lot of people aren't fucking happy. So what you have to do, if you want to achieve happiness for yourself, you achieve it. Then you have to ask yourself every day when you get out of bed, what am I going to do today to make myself say yes, so that life will say yes to me? And once you get to that resounding yes and amen, I would do it all over again to get here to this point where I'm future focused. I'm in the moment and forward thinking about what I need to do to create this euphoric enjoyment that would have me go through all the pains I've experienced in the past once again. Once you get to that point, man, life is completely fucking different. David Wayne said, I was a kid drawing flames and tribal shit on my jeans and denim jackets, put studs in my ball caps, and earned the name Bowser. Sha-na-na. I did a lot of drawing on my pants and my denim jackets, as did a lot of my friends, drawing on mine and me drawing on that. Michael, that is probably I wouldn't say it's 100% accurate. Todd did show some signs of self-realization this morning. He did admit that he was just giving shit to Doctor Srolls just to give him shit, and that he shouldn't have probably done that. So maybe there was the bulb of self-awareness flickered a little bit, but you're on the whole and the main. Todd is not one who learns from his mistakes. In fact, he repeats the same mistakes over again. I was listening to Todd's stream today before I came on, and the degree to which Todd's mind functions in this cloud of paranoia, like paranoia really is the predominant dictator of, it's the main lens that Todd sees life through. And the conspiracies that he comes up with, it's just fucking crazy. I mean, if you think people are out to get you, right? The first thing you do is shut the fuck up about it. You don't openly talk about that because that just emboldens the people that are out to get you. They know that they're under your skin. You don't ignore it like it's not going on, but you don't pour gas on that fire. You don't give people reason to think they're getting the better of you. And then you need to act in a way that, negate in at first at least insulates you from the impact of your own thinking that people are out to get. If you think people are out to get you, then people are going to be out to get you, because no matter what you look for in the world, you will find it. If you look for negative shit, you're going to find negative shit. If you look for positive shit, you're going to find positive shit. The old adage, there's a silver lining in every cloud, is 100% true. I'm a huge fan of the fucking rainy day. Probably because I'm a pale skinned Irish boy who wasn't made for fucking direct sunlight. Like you can see it in my face, I turn red. Every cloud is a benefit to me. And I was blown away when I came to the realization reading the Bible that God was counseling the nation of Israel through a prophet. And he said, if you would keep my laws, my rules, my standards, if you would follow them, I would open up the window of heaven and pour out a blessing that you could not contain. And these are people who dwell in a predominantly arid climate. That poured out blessing literally is rain. And if you look closely at that passage, it's easy to figure out. It's easy to figure out. So I talked about it last stream. My uncle keyed me into it when I was younger on a hunting trip where just everything I fucking did blew up in my face. And, he gave me the adage, a positive mental attitude will get you through. And then, I kind of carried that with me through my life. And I've had some really fucking low moments. And I've always looked for the silver lining in every cloud. And then I kind of lost touch with it. Probably because I'm generally a happy person. But then Stone Vet started saying a positive mental attitude will get you through. And it's, he was a Marine Corps guy. My uncle was a Marine Corps guy. I guarantee they hammer that shit into your head in the Marine Corps. And, kind of woke it up for me again. And it's absolutely true, man. If you keep your mind positive and your head focused on the good things, life is going to be good for you, predominantly good. You're going to have your moments where you get blindsided. Everybody riding a bicycle goes down at least once, if not a fucking 500,000 times. If you ain't falling off your bike, you ain't having fun on it. That's it. That's it. I mean, I want the ride where I fucking skin my knees. I definitely want that ride. Unlike Todd, who's looking to be forced into a rug burn situation most times. Logan Sandman says more grass requires more landscapers. Trump built a wall. Do I need to connect the dots for a joke? The bison will come back if we get more grass. Don't worry about it, Logan. We don't need the Mexicans. Happy to have them. Got no problem with Latinos, but nature abhors a vacuum, right? And nature always finds a way to harvest a surplus. Global warming. The one thing these green fucking retards don't tell you when it comes to global warming is the thousands of hectares of new green growth land worldwide. Like they just don't tell you about it because they like the scare tactic to modify behavior. The planet's actually greening thanks to global warming. I'm all for global warming. We've been in a state of global warming since the last ice age. In 1492, when Columbus was discovering America, the Vikings were retreating from Iceland back to mainland Europe because for the 500 years they had been there and able to grow wheat, it was then getting too cold and the winters were too harsh and too long to grow wheat anymore, and they were coming back to the mainland. So we warmed, we cooled, we're warming again. The Vikings going to Iceland and then retreating back to the continent, to Europe, it was a 500-year period. We're always either warming or cooling. Steady stasis. The Vols. I had a buddy who was a Vols fan growing up. He loved that fucking orange. Charger 18 hours. You're another one who's really getting under Todd's skin. He had some negative shit to say about you. I guess your comments about being ready and available for his wife are beginning to bother him. He should stop talking sexual shit and stop talking about other people's fucking spouses and girlfriends. He's a fucking pig. My tremors are a little bad today, and I had an extra cup of coffee or two, which I don't think is helping me. Misty-eyed girl says, Dad is a Yale grad. We spent the fall football home games at the Yale Bowl. I went to the Army-Navy game every year because my my grandmother's brother, my great uncle Tom, took the written test and was accepted to West Point, and he was a West Point graduate. So we got to go to the Army-Navy game every year. It was nice. Florida Beach girl in the house. All right, I got to scroll quick here, and then we'll get to the material. Make sure I haven't missed anything. Surrender Monkey says, that's what I meant. I'm drunk and could be wrong a fuck ton of times. It's always my fault when I am. I'm never going to shy away from my mistakes. Surrender Monkey, we love you, bro. I'll miss you if you don't show up here. Kind of the way I miss Walter, Texas. And I'm kind of fearing the worst when it comes to him. If you're out there, Walter, send us a message. Basso says we've taken her around Europe a bit. She's good to go on an adventure and figure life out for herself. She graduated with 3 honors and a Presidential Educational Excellence Award. I'm assuming that's your daughter, Basso? Very congratulations, bro. There's nothing like good parenting. And the fucked up thing is there are more good parents in the world than there are bad parents. And if that statement wasn't true, we'd all be fucked. Surrender Monkey says he was happier doing the nothing before he had consciousness. If you didn't have consciousness, how do you know you were happy? That's the point, misty-eyed girl. So today, you have to figure out, what do I need to do today to get to the point where I would say yes to everything that's occurred in the past? It's achievable. Everybody can do it. Happiness is right there. It's right there. It's right there. It's right there. Don't chase it. Let it come to you. Beauty is not in the thing. Beauty is the essential that descends upon the thing that becomes a receiver of beautification. It's all achievable. Nietzsche was a fuck the answers, ask better questions guy. That's why I liked him so much when I was studying philosophy. RWR_RN. I hope your mother is doing fabulous. My mom is doing great, recovering well. She's very tired, but she's 82 years old, and myself having gone through essentially what she went through. She had a single bypass. I had a triple bypass back in November. Yeah, for the first week, man, you wake up for a little bit. You really don't want to eat. You don't want to do anything except go back to sleep. Those fuckers have you up 4 o'clock every morning. They won't let you lay around all day. You got to get out of the bed, and they have this little chair thing you're in, and then you're in that for a period of time, and then they shift you back to the bed. Like they don't want you laying around in the same position all day. When I got to the point where I could finally walk, you have the walker, and I had a oxygen tank I had to drag around with me. I used to beg the nurses, let me do one more lap. And they're like, no, you've done enough. If you get too tired or too exhausted and you fall down, we're going to be in trouble. I'm like, I don't want to go back in that fucking bed again. Let me walk one more lap. They fucking loved me. RWR_RN. Good morning, my friend. I just wanted to check and just say hello. I'm getting ready to hit the bed, but I will be listening. Have a great show, and prayers to you and your family. Same back at you. RWR_RN. And I started to say it before. I don't know if I finished it up. Silly Secret Girl reminded Savage, going by Savage Secret now, but her channel on YouTube is just a silly girl. Nurses are, man, they're a huge benefit to society. And what, having gone through the death process with my own father, who, most of, I think everyone in my family that's passed, it's been like sudden, like no languishing. My dad died of, total organ failure over time. Initially you forget how to chew, and then you forget how to swallow. And then, getting hydrated and getting nutrition becomes a fucking issue. And gradually your organs begin to fail. It's really not a good way to go. And my dad was, heavily doped up on morphine for the last week of his life. The rain has stopped. I don't hear crickets, do you? Thank you for breaking that train of thought. My grandfather, my mom's dad, my grandfather, greatest death. You couldn't have a better death than he had. My grandmother passed 4 years before him. You can, in fact, the outro song tonight is. I was thinking about my grandmother and my grandfather, and I think you'll understand why when I play the tune. They're the only two people I was. Of course, it's different now, but when I was younger, before I turned 30, my mom's parents were the only two parents I saw in my life that I was 100% convinced were just head over heels in love from the minute they met until the minute they parted. And you couldn't talk about my grandfather after my grandmother passed away, because in seconds he would be a wreck. My grandfather was a pure stoic. Nothing affected him. And then after my grandmother passed, if you referenced my grandmother, said her name, he was a puddle of fucking tears in 30 seconds. That's how much he missed her. That's how much he was in love with her. And they're the first two people I really saw that I was absolutely convinced were completely in love all day, every day. I get a little fly buzzing around. And I'm clean showered and everything. Surrender Monkey says, I appreciate your opinion. I'm happy to never drag a thing into this fucked up bullshit. I will pray for you, and I hope that your opinion changes. I really hope your outlook changes, Surrender Monkey. My advice would be give up the drink for 6 months. You can always go back to drinking. Things get better when you're not drunk. They get a lot better. Hello, William. William says, hello, all. Can't stay. Just wanted to say toddler spits, Ryder swallows. Oh, Todd did admit he'll hold the dick in his mouth till the swelling goes down. We're going to get to it. Don't you worry. Peace Dynamo's with us. Nice. All right. Apologies to anyone I didn't shout out or say hello to. Controlled Alt Delete. Rabbit! Hey, Rabbit. I appreciate the couple times you've come up on panel with me. I appreciate your openness and your willingness to talk. And, I apologize to you for the shit that you've been dragged through. Hopefully, Doctor Srolls' words to Todd Finkel and Ryder will eventually seep in, because nobody deserves to be put through what you've been put through, especially when you're in that state of mourning. Those guys suck dick, dude. Benghazi Rabbit says, I'm here to deliver your paycheck currently with a 24% deduction due to increased overhead for the organization. There has been pallets of toilet paper that have gone missing. Complaints filed. I haven't been to the building, so I can't say that I had anything to do with the toilet paper caper. Although I forget who. Apparently, I'm in an intro piece, just very briefly at the beginning, with the comment I made to Savage Secret about issuing paychecks. So, some people don't know how to take a joke. Oh, guess what? I'm caught up in Controlled Alt Delete, aka the Unforgiven Yeri. 100% agrees with me. All right, let's get into. I think we need to start with another Dr. Phil episode, and this was the evening of August 9th by a Stinkfinger Finkel. Share screen. There we go. So hostile, Finkel. Do you ever have a good day, Finkster? Make sure I'm sharing. I am sharing. All right, here we go. Got the live chat set up.
Psychologist. But he alleges to be a licensed clinical health psychologist in 2 states.
Hold on, I think
he goes on to say states are California and Indiana.
A little bit.
I.e., another AI thing.
All right, here we
go. Can you hear me? Can you hear?
Yeah, we hear you, fat boy Finkel. Nice neck rolls.
How do I sound now that I've adjusted my microphone? Bit of a delay here. Yes, I think. I can never tell who's talking to here. Bit better, slightly more. Okay, you want more? You want more? I'll give you more. Because more is better. Betterer. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shuffle on out the 5 by 5. That's 25. More volume. Oh, you want more volume? Just give me. So greedy, so like closer to my mouth. Yeah. All right, bit more volume. Me. Fuck, Finkel. Okay. Well, it's a good thing I brought a little something. It was removed from the studio Dr. Phil, and let us introduce ourselves to another doctor who, if he really is, he must not be doing well in private practice because he has to go to media, in this case, social media, to make ends meet. We're going
I love how Finkel and Todd, two guys who are on fucking YouTube chronically almost all the time. Todd more than Finkel, but you know, Finkel's fucking getting there. You must be a loser if you're on YouTube. Well, why the fuck are you guys here? And why is Todd here all day long? Huh, Finkel? Loser. Some people just come here to enjoy themselves. So if it's no proof that you're not an educated man because you view or participate in a chat on YouTube. It's when people like you start talking, Finkel, that people like me begin to realize you're a fucking dope.
to share the screen. We're going to share the screen. We're going to share this entire screen. Here's a transcript from a doctor some YouTube audiences met last night. Others apparently have known him for a while. So let us read from the script. No, a different doctor. Yeah, no, think about it. There's a few docs out there. Why they call themselves Doc, I don't know. Dr. Dre. Yeah. All right. The narrator, which, by the way, is an automated voice typed in by Daniela. You guys know who Daniela is, right? Narrator. On August 9th, Doctor Srolls stopped by Secrets Channel and had some interesting things to say about suicide. This is part of that discussion. The link to the full video is in the description. This is on Daniela's channel, which is a link to Big Court's. So this doctor says, hello. And Big Court says, hi, Doc. How are you? Now, keep in mind, Big Court put on a little show before this transcript and said, oh, hi, Doc, in the audience. Good to see you. Gee, I wish you could come up.
It's amazing how Finkel and Todd can weave these fucking narratives out of superficial conversation. Substance abusers and idiots are always looking for conspiracies. Finkel, you're both.
You know this shit was scripted. Backpedal. It sounds like this shit was scripted. Oh, yeah, kind of a little bit of that Cope Fest. Okay. Let's get back to the transcript.
Finkel is having trouble talking and focusing. Todd asked Finkel for financial advice off air today because, you know, they now need to promote Finkel as a successful guy and not a 61-year-old just lost his fucking job, no savings, couch surfing loser.
Big Court. Hi, Doc. How are you? Doc. Well, I'm fantastic. How's the noise? How's the sound check? He's got a YouTube channel, so he's a little bit familiar with this stuff, like my failed sound check at the beginning. Big Court. You're good. Everybody, this is Doc Squirrels. I think that's an AI mistype. It's Doc Squirrels. Yep, I know Doc Squirrels from over at Direct IE. Another AI thing. It's Direct D. Right there, that puts someone in the behavioral medicines business into question. But keep in mind.
Why? Why, Finkel? Enlighten us. Why? Why does that put him into question?
IE, another AI thing. It's Direct D. Right there, that puts someone in the behavioral medicines business into question.
Because he's friends with Direct D? You and Todd claim to be truth seekers, right? Yet your third party in the Mo, Larry, Curly routine of truth seeking is Liar Ryder. a pathological liar who's been proved a liar on several occasions about issues he's still lying about. And you've witnessed the proofs that he's a liar, and you sit there right along with him while he lies. It's amazing shit. Amazing.
But keep in mind, he's a regular at Direct D, at least according to Big Court. I'm Doc. Tell me, just a little bit like about you and what kind of doctor you are. Yeah, can we say scripted? Yeah, sure we can. I knew you could. Okay, so.
Great point, Kelly. Yet Finkel's knowledge of therapy is not because he's a trained therapist like Dr. Srolls is. Finkel's expertise in therapy is because Finkel is a fucking patient of a therapist. If you knew more than the therapists, Finkel, you wouldn't be in therapy, you'd be giving therapy. Instead, you weave delusions on a daily basis.
Well, Doc chimes in. I'm a licensed clinical health psychologist in New York, in Mississippi, in Massachusetts, in Canada, in Alaska.
So the guy claims, right? We don't have any proof yet. And I haven't heard him speak, although I went back and listened to Just a Silly Girl stream that Doc Srolls appeared on. I meant to put the link in the description box below. I'll do that during the stream if I can do it. If not, I'll do it after the stream. Go to that stream and just scroll until you see his icon appear on screen, and you'll be at the point where he came up on panel with Secret Silly Girl or Just a Silly Girl or Secret Savage, whatever fucking name she's going by today. And just, you can listen to what he had to say. Finkel's going to go through the transcript, but I don't think the transcript is accurate. Definitely the transcript makes him look less intelligent than he appeared to be when you listen to him speaking, and that could have something to do with the way Finkel's rendering it or, reading it. So Finkel right away, the guy says, I'm a therapist, and Finkel right away says, wrong, no, you're a faker, you're a liar. Finkel did this same routine. This is how you know these guys don't learn from their mistakes. Finkel did the same routine with Bill Matthews, the brother of Lion One, who was the Navy SEAL guy who popped Todd and knocked him on his ass, one punch. And Finkel had to eat crow pie on that one. Now he's right back doing the same thing with Dr. Srolls, and Finkel has to eat crow pie again. So whatever Finkel's initial assessment of a person is, go the opposite way. And you'll probably be right, because Finkel's always fucking wrong.
In California, in Indiana, in Kentucky, in Texas, in the United States Virgin Islands. Nowhere in the United States is there a title, licensed clinical health psychologist. But he alleges to be.
They're two different titles, but you don't pay attention, Finkel. And he was clear about that he had two licenses.
A licensed clinical health psychologist in 2 states. He goes on to say, states are California and Indiana. I'm here for educational purposes only. I deal with suicide every single day. In fact, I have a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week channel. It's a YouTube channel.
No, you're wrong. See, this is what you guys do. He said channel, right? And of course, the assumption is YouTube channel, but that's where you're wrong. And then the whole narrative you weave on top of your being wrong about it, his channel being a YouTube channel, every little thread of your fucking web of nonsense you start weaving is wrong. Because by channel, he meant an avenue in which to contact him. That's what channels are. You're myopic, your focus is too narrow. He's not what you think he is, and all the time on YouTube or taking sides and shit. That's why he's not talking YouTube lingo. That's where you went wrong, Finkel. And then you draw a bunch of fuck ton of wrong conclusions. Same shit you did with Bill Matthews. You see the pattern, Finkel?
For my patients to reach out to me and to seek help if they're in need. Now, I haven't checked out this channel, but here's another Dr. Phil character.
He hasn't checked out the channel. So Finkel's just working on pure ignorance, speculation, shit that he made up, and now he's calling the guy Dr. Phil. Well, Dr. Phil's got a fucking education under his belt. Finkel and Todd are high school dropouts, and they're apparently smarter than everyone else in the fucking world. It's crazy.
A 24-hour, 7-day-a-week channel for my patients to reach out to me and seek help if they need me. Patients, use the phone, because none of us, not even me, is on YouTube 24/7. Use the fucking phone. Oh.
He's not saying he's on YouTube 24/7. He's not saying he's on YouTube at all. He's saying he's set up a communication channel by which people can contact him. His patients can contact him all day, every day, all fucking week long. Keep squinting, Finkel. Maybe it'll help you see better.
Use the phone. Because one, is between me and my licensed clinical health psychologist. And two, you want to be able to contact him right away, right? I apologize, I'm not going to keep up with the chat, but I did put it over here, here, so you can see the chat in case a mod like zaps or tasers somebody. Okay, let me start over again. I'm a licensed clinical health psychologist in 2 states. The states are California and Indiana. I'm here for educational purposes only. I deal with suicide every single day. In fact, I have a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week channel for my patients to reach out to me and seek help if they're in need. Okay, that's where I was. Call them. Don't go on YouTube. Sorry. There was a guy a while back called Jerry. I got a text today that he wanted to talk to me on YouTube. I don't know why. He's got my number. I've helped him out many times on the number. I won't say how. That's really up to him to divulge or not. Because when I do help people, standard, no matter who they are, no matter how well I know them, say this is your information. You choose whether or not you want to share it. Okay, and that was a while ago.
Todd will get you up to speed on that. Thanks. Don't you worry about that.
Sticking to that, even though he was kind of weird today. Let's get back. I put people probably on a monthly basis in the hospital when they are suicidal. And so suicide is a very important thing to me. That sounds very fair, except for there's no such thing as a licensed clinical health psychologist anywhere in the United States.
Muxter actually Googled it, and you can go ahead and Google it, which Finkel probably should have done before he started just babbling nonsense. You're wrong, Finkel. Again, you're fucking wrong. And anyone can Google it and see that you're wrong.
All right, so Big Court says, yeah.
Laura Rader said, Finkel's chat says, oh my God, I almost missed another butthurt stream.
So you have landed in the area of where it's kind of a big topic over here. especially on my channel. Because people don't understand that it's like to go through it.
Logan, that's where Dr. Srolls is currently located and practicing in California. He's licensed in Indiana because he is relocating his living accommodations to Indiana. A lot of Californians are getting the fuck out of California.
And until you've been through it, whether it's a family, she means a family member, a friend, a loved one, until you've been through it, I don't think anybody should speak on it. Now, I think we all know who we're talking about as to whether it was a suicide or a assisted departure. I don't think anybody should speak on it. If you believe that.
Misty-eyed girl, both of your statements are true. That doesn't change the fact that they dropped out of high school, which makes them high school dropouts. I went to school. There were 400 kids in my graduating class in high school. No one dropped out of high school. The class ahead of me, I knew most of them. No one dropped out. The class behind me, I knew a ton of them. No one dropped out. My sister's class, 2 years behind me, no one dropped out. My little brother's class, 4 years behind me, no one fucking dropped out. You got to be exceptionally fucking retarded to fucking drop out of school. Especially in the day and age after I've graduated, when they literally push you the fuck through school.
Don't watch people talking about it and don't counter it. Don't talk about it. Move along. That's just my opinion. Or if you're not versed in it, you shouldn't speak on it because it just gets people in a lot of trouble. Well, there were a couple court cases lately. Swing, missed. Oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly. Finkel swinging at a phantom ball. Look at Finkel's glazed over eyes. I got to screenshot that. Let me read this comment first before I get all distracted. Logan Sandman says if Finkel is going to do a deep forensic dive into someone's background, can we do it to him? Yeah, you can, but you better wear a helmet and a neck brace because you diving into the shallow. Even if you do a deep dive on him, it's the shallow end of the fucking kiddie pool. You're going to break your fucking neck. I strongly recommend you just hop in to Finkel's shallow life. There's nothing to Finkel's life. He's a fucking loser. He is a self-admitted underachiever. He has no credentials of any kind.
Swing, miss. Oh.
Wow, he really is. Let's see that again.
Court cases lately. Swing, miss. Oh, okay. Swing, miss. Oh.
We can tell Finkel never played baseball.
Okay. Which is what's happening to good old... She's calling somebody Messer again. Why does Courtney Marie care about someone's middle name?
Why do you?
Okay.
Why do you,
So
Finkel?
Doc says, exactly. The biggest problem that I see in my profession is, one, there's a lot of people who come after the fact. That's a fact.
Today, Charlie.
No matter how someone passes on, old age, car accident, suicide, murder, there are people who come after the fact. Okay. They think that they could fix things. I think I know what he's saying, but nobody thinks they can fix that the dearly departed is departed. The departed is gone. Nothing will bring the departed back. No matter what we think we see and hear, no matter what big court thinks she sees and hears, you can't go back. She's gone. Sadly, she's gone. They think there's something that they've done. Oh, they think that there's something done. They think there's people who caused it. Did we not, generally specific, did we not recently hear big court accuse you of being the cause of it because you're evil, you're demonic.
She was playing his fucking game, Finkel. Finkel, the way you see things and the way you present arguments is a function of. I scared myself. I had a version of this stream up, and it was not. I'm not moving, and it's the black NTFG. I'm like, oh fuck, have I been muted the whole fucking time? Finkel, the way you think, the way you reason, the way you defend the stupid behavior of people is all the function of having spent too much time in AA group therapy. Because you just want everyone to get along. You don't want waves made. So you're always making up excuses for people. And you focus on the most trivial of shit. If Secret Savage, just a silly girl, made the comment you're saying she's made, which she did make it, and if she was 100% serious about it, which she wasn't, but if she was 100% serious about it, your pointing out the flaw in the logic doesn't exonerate Todd. It points out the flaw in Todd's logic. You're not helping. You're just an excuse maker. Finkel, you're an enabler. You're a fucking enabler. You're in AA, you're group therapy, and you're an enabler. You're an enabler. You enable Todd's shitty behavior, and you're starting to become more active in it.
So Courtney is one of those people who thinks there's people who caused it. It doesn't work that way. I would agree with him here. It's not, if it was something the deceased decided to do themselves, nobody drove them to it. Not GS, not Finkel, who never met her. I don't believe anyone drove her to do it. But here's a friend of Big Court's explaining that to her. Okay.
You believe that no one drove her to do it, but that's the crux of your argument against Rabbit. Either she was driven to do it or Rabbit did it to her. Those are the two fulcrum points in Todd's fucking argument, Finkel. You just disproved Todd's entire fucking argument. You're amazing, Finkel. And you don't even realize you did it, which is the truly amazing part.
It's not a one-to-one. I would agree with them there. People who do this to themselves don't do it because of one person. They don't do it because of any other person. So, Courtney, I think you owe generally specific, if you're sorry. Only if you're sorry. I think you owe generally specific an apology. But that's if you're capable.
I'll talk to Courtney about her apologizing to generally specific right after he gets on his fucking knees and begs Rabbit to forgive him after what? November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, 9 fucking months of Todd's bullshit, 8 months of the fucking torment and hell he's dragged Rabbit through. Todd should be begging for fucking forgiveness, especially if he's what he claims to be, a Christian, but he's not.
Capable of feeling sorry. That's if you're capable of self-reflection.
Todd's neither capable of self-reflection or capable of feeling sorry. So squint on that, Finkel, you drunk.
Speaking of self-reflection, Johnny Specific, if you're interested, it is tonight, 7 p.m.
He can't even say generally specific. His eyes are fucked up and he's slurring. You're fucking drinking again, Finkel. I absolutely know it. See, Fink, I'm an ex-alcoholic. I quit twice on my own. only to go back to the shit. Then I prayed to God and that he would take the urge away from me. And I haven't had a fucking drink in 30 years, nor have I had the desire for it, nor will I ever again, because unlike you, I'm cured. You're relapsed, Finkel.
That's if you're capable of self-reflection. Speaking of self-reflection, Johnny Specific, if you're interested, it is tonight, 7 p.m. They do it because of themselves. There is no other. He's very nervous. He stutters a lot. I get it, and so do I. But I'm not trying to claim I'm a licensed clinical health psychologist. Okay, there's no perpetrator in these situations. And he's correct. If there's a suicide, there's no perpetrator. If it's a suicide.
There you go, dipshit. So if you're dragging Rabbit through all this shit, you're revealing that you don't think it was a suicide and Rabbit killed her. You can dance around it all you want, but you just fucking admitted it.
And the individual is by themselves. They are alone. It's the darkest place you could ever be in. Now, we heard just last night a recording from a fateful day where two people connected from two different states, and they expected to connect later. It didn't seem like somebody was in a dark place. In fact, somebody had been in a dark place, and now they were no longer in said dark place, according to that phone call. And there was no pushback on that. In fact, there was agreement. There was agreement from both parties that the person who was in a dark place was having a good day. And so when you pass in this way, you have people sitting there speculating all these things. It's absolutely hideous. It's horrible. It's hideous and horrible. This is from a licensed clinical health psychologist. It's hideous and horrible to question it.
It's what you're doing. He hit the nail right on the head, Finkel. What you, Todd, and Ryder are doing is both hideous and horrible. You're dumb guys. You're literally dumb guys who speculate conspiratorially on rumor, innuendo. Your witnesses, your informants are fucking people who have serious fucking mental problems, addiction problems, and that's who you're relying on for evidence. Let me ask a question, Finkel. Let me ask a question. Who talked to Lion One right before she killed herself? Who was that? Well, it was Save Pequa, wasn't it? It was that Alicia chick who we know has a hatred for Rabbit. So what if Lion One wasn't having a good day? What if that's all bullshit from Alicia? What if Alicia, so wanting to hurt Rabbit, convinced Lion One to do what she did? Because I'm just asking questions. There's a question you haven't broached yet, you dumb fuck. What if Alicia encouraged Lion One to seek the final solution in an effort to hurt Rabbit? That's your main source of information, and you haven't asked that question. Your other source of information is the fucking douchebag, self-admitted meth addict that fucking Rabbit fired because he caught him stealing shit. These people have serious motivation to paint Rabbit in a fucking bad light, and you're just taking it in without questioning it and running with it because you don't think it was a suicide and you do think that Rabbit did it. So let me posit a more realistic question. Who talked to Lion One just before she died? It was Alicia, Save Pequa. We know she hates Rabbit. What if she was motivated to hurt Rabbit by convincing Lion One that it was time for Lion One to end her suffering. You dumb fucks didn't even think about that. I'm just asking questions here. I'm not saying anyone did anything. It's a what if. What if you're dragging the wrong fucking person through the mud? You close your eyes and it'll all go away, Finkel.
Somebody's gone. It's horrible to question why they're gone. Big court. Mm-hmm. And a lot of times, because as you know, I'm a hospice nurse, but I'm not really a hospice nurse. Shh, silly secret girl. Keep it on the down low.
Finkel, shut the fuck up. You're a goddamn underachiever who got fired from a cushy government job, a political appointment, a job you had because you're affiliated with the right party, and you got doged out of a paycheck. Doge, which was started by Obama. You're an underachieving loser, Finkel, who was talked to at work about the political shit you were saying on YouTube. And when it came to layoff time, you got doged out of a fucking job. Because you were a little bitch boy dating a girl who you worked with contrary to their procedures and practices in place. And when they talked to you about that, you made up all kinds of fucking excuses. And because you're a pussy boy, you indirectly told them you weren't going to end the relationship. So when it came time for the Doge cuts, who'd they get rid of? They got rid of the useless guy who wasn't doing anything, who was just there as a political appointee. Hey, Finkel, when you hear the ping sound, when the needle goes into the red, don't do anything. Call this phone number. You are a fucking useless layer of redundancy that got doged out. And all you do is mock other people who have actual professional licensing and educational credentials. Because you have nothing. Those things don't mean anything to you, Finkel, because you never achieved any of that in your life, because you're an underachiever and you were unable to put that kind of effort into your self-investment. And look at you now, you couch surfing hobo bum without a paycheck.
Is that I deal with, even though people are prepared, and we prepare them as much as we can, for their passing. There is still a lot of undealt with emotions. Yes. Whatever you think that day happens, there are emotions to deal with.
Jordan Mack, number 3, with a great point. A great point. Who other than YouTubers has said it's anything but self-harm? I know someone called and the authorities said the case was closed. So why is this going on? Now you have to ask yourself why. Why are Finkel and Todd pressing an issue it's case closed? No one's investigating this from a law enforcement standpoint. There may be an investigation going on by Tim Matthews, the father, may have hired a private eye to investigate. He may also be paying people like Todd, like Finkel, like others to keep the heat on Rabbit, to pressure him, to try to get him to crack, to try to get him to self-incriminate for something he probably, I believe 100%, didn't fucking do. I mean, how could you come to the conclusion that someone did this to her when 3 different agencies have investigated it and the case is fucking closed? The medical examiner concluded self-harm. So what's Todd's motivation? Because Todd ain't about the fucking truth. Todd's a dumb fuck who, in the presence of a licensed psychologist, did 2 shots, got himself drunk, and started acting fucking stupid. So what's Todd's motivation to look like a fucking clown every fucking day on the internet? I'm just asking a question. Who's paying Todd to do this shit? Could it be, this is a question, could it be Tim Matthews? And another question, are Stinkfinger Finkel and that idiot Ryder trying to get a cut of the fucking pie too?
By more than one or two people. You know, they're still angry. They're still upset. They're still figuring out why, and specifically when it comes to, committing, unaliving yourself.
The angry ones are, you've shown your anger, Finkel. You accuse everyone else of being angry. You've blatantly put your anger on display. Now, pat myself on the back, because I, on one of the occasions, coaxed it the fuck out of you. Todd shows his anger all the fucking time, including the other night with Doctor Srolls, where he got himself intoxicated and lost self-control again and turned into a complete fucking douchebag. You're the angry ones, Finkel. Look at how fat and swollen your fingers and your neck is, Finkel. You can't keep your eyes open. You're squinting. You're slurring when you talk. You're fucking drinking again, Finkel. You're drinking. Little mechanical valve in your heart, and you're drinking the alcohol again. You're going to drop dead one day, and I'm going to laugh.
Doc, absolutely. And if I were to comment on that, he's about to. I worked very heavily. I still do work very heavily in a very medical field. It's a weird way to articulate it. I won't comment on what? This is AI. This isn't me. I won't comment on a very specific speciality I have, because it honestly would completely identify who I am. Oh, he's got a YouTube channel. Why is he? He's there to help.
He doesn't have a YouTube channel, Finkel. See, you're drawing wrong conclusions again because you made a fucking mistake when you speculated, dipshit. Keep squinting. Maybe you'll see it.
People, why would he worry about who I am? I get it. When I was a guy on the camera irritating people, I didn't want people to know who I am. People know who I am. Okay. But I am one of the few people who have dealt with assisted suicide in the jurisdictions, plural. Did some look into this. He claimed to be California licensed and Indiana licensed. Only one of those jurisdictions allow assisted suicide. Where it is legal.
Would that be California, where he's practicing and physically present, Finkel? But you don't. You're just talking without knowing anything, like you did with Bill Matthews, idiot. Laura Rader says hi to, never says hi to me anymore. At least Carte Blanche still does.
Legal. Jurisdictions where it's legal. I think he meant jurisdiction, singular. I've absolutely helped my patients who are where in that situation do things that very many people would probably find spiritually problematic. Absolutely. The faith that we hear the deceased was.
Rabbit, could you provide me with a court document that that shows that Tim Matthews admitted to or was exposed as a chomo in court? Because if you provide me with that paperwork, I will shout it from the fucking rooftops. Because that, I strongly believe that that dude is compensating Todd to do the shit that he's doing.
Have a problem with ending their own lives. they're I don't want to stereotype because there are many variations on a theme. I hate it when people say that person's not a real Christian because there's 400 versions of Christianity documented. There's probably more because it's a personal relationship between the person and.
Finkel, you keep commenting about shit you don't know anything about. I'm gonna let that one slide so I don't get fucking totally distracted.
They're God. But yeah, typically speaking, a Christian would be opposed to suicide because they think there's no salvation from that. I'm not questioning that, but somebody allegedly was very devout and they allegedly did this. So that would be problematic.
No!
Okay, so he continued on. They would find it to be against the religious values. That's true. And I started out my journey having those views too. And to this day, I don't have those views. So here's an example, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, how people's viewpoints can evolve. Here's a guy that everyone's looking to, everyone in Big Court's channel is looking to for.
I think I'm buffering here. Let me kill this. Ah, shit. Come on. Come on. Can you guys hear me? Hold on, I'll kill browsers. I think I got too much shit open here.
Guidance and what's right. People say I've turned 180 degrees from a year ago. It was a slow evolution. Apparently, he's allowed to have a slow evolution. I'm not. Generally Specific's not. I'm sorry, I'm not speaking for Generally Specific, but you get it. Okay. And I've helped many people remove medical interventions so that they could pass peacefully. Uh-oh. Wait a minute.
Finkel's going to start commenting here, and he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Oh my God, this is I have to interrupt. Laura Rader says, oh my God, coded heart. And then I actually got an apology from Laura Rader. Oh, I'm going to clip that. I'm going to screenshot that, and I'm going to post it, and I'm going to cherish it, Laura. Thank you.
Illegal assisted suicide. Oops, Doc. Oops. Whoopsie. Is that an articulation issue? I've helped many people remove medical interventions so that they could pass peacefully. That's not how it works. I've helped very many.
It is how it works, Finkel. It is. Look at how bloaty fat your face is, Finkel. Look at the fat roll down here. Just the loss of fucking feature. Where your fucking chin line is, your jawline is gone. You're drinking again, Finkel. You're all bloated up from it. Bloaty, floaty.
People, if you guys are wondering what I mean, a medically assisted legal suicide, they don't remove medical interventions, they add some. I could be wrong. I've helped very many people go through the process too of assisted suicide in there it is again, plural, jurisdictions. He claims to be licensed in 2 states, one of which it's very illegal to assist suicide. Very illegal, very red, very right-wing, very Christian state of Indiana. But he's claiming jurisdictions. So I don't know, is that a misspeak? We all misspeak. People make fun of my misspeaking all the time. Sometimes I actually take it literally.
You know why people make fun of your misspeaking, Finkel? Because your cohort Todd does it, and you do it even more since you've joined forces with Todd in your fat man and blobbing routine. You gaped crusaders, fucking wingnut homosexual weirdos. You get shit wrong all the time, Finkel. You talk wrong all the fucking time. and people laugh at you for it because you two try to present yourselves as though you're fucking smarter than everyone. You're a goddamn high school dropout and you're commenting on a psychiatric professional. Finkel, Dr. Srolls has forgotten more intricate knowledge than you've ever known. So sit there and listen for the ping sound while you pretend you're in your fucking sonar room in the Navy in your career of underachieving.
Kind of wondering, he's done it twice now, jurisdictions plural. Licensed in 2 states, only one of those states has medically assisted suicide as a legal thing, and he keeps referring to it in multiple. He's done this in the jurisdictions that are legal to do that, and my views have shifted significantly. Again, your opinions can change, and particularly the only one who can do wrong in this situation are the living. Fair. Big court says, so a lot of people, this turned into a, defrost. Oh, I think that's doofus. Doofus like heavy topic, but I think it's kind of good because they do go like heavy.
Hold on. I can't get over how bloated Finkel's face is. Just a quick aside here, because in the side chat you're talking about the Todd Gunn thing. Well, I want to discuss it, but GMK exercising the demons, it all does break down to this either or. Maybe it's just that simple. Todd wanted to circumvent the background check because he didn't want to wait a week. But alternately, maybe he can't pass a background check. I'm leaning toward can't pass, but either way, the way Todd has explained it, Todd's wife committed a felony when she purchased the gun for Todd so that Todd didn't have to have a background check. Doesn't matter what the fucking rationale is. You can't do that. That's breaking the law. Todd put his wife in a position where she committed a felony on his behalf so he could instantly have a gun, i.e. avoid a background check. Todd loves his wife so much, he has her commit a felony for him. But beyond the gun issue, Todd put his wife in a position where she committed a felony for him. Who commits a felony for another person? Someone who's afraid of the repercussions of not committing the felony for that person. Says a lot about Todd's relationship with his groomed wife.
Fair. Big court says, so a lot of people, this turned into a, defrost. Oh, I think that's doofus. Doofus like heavy topic, but I think it's kind of good because they do go back and watch these. That's the idea. Last night we listened to a phone conversation that I listened to about a year ago. Last night I had a completely different take on it than I did a year ago. Why? Because of all the evidence I've seen and heard between the 2 iterations of that phone call. So it's nice to have someone who is an expert in it.
Yeah, Finkel. Drunk boy eye roll. Your expressions and gestures have even changed. And there's a second fat roll on your neck now. You're bloated from drinking. So we have dogs barking in the background, but if you pay attention, you'll notice it is not raining. And there's no crickets. Hang on, somebody might be outside. Let me run this and I'll be right back.
Okay. licensed clinical health psychologist. Instead of just people opining, but a lot of people say that Rabbit should be like David Wayne. I don't know who David Wayne is. Says Rabbit should have reacted this way or that way. I don't know anybody who's saying Rabbit should have acted a certain way. We're noticing that he's acting completely different ways in very short period of time. Max Grief, very stolid. This is what happened. I said she can take her fucking truck. Yeah. Okay. Why is Rabbit acting so strange after what he found? Nobody's questioning that. Whether he did it, or whether she did it, or whether a third party did it. People are going to act differently than what I'm acting like right now. They're going to seem strange. We all get that. Like that kind of stuff. They're saying that his behavior was out of the quote norm. All right, Doc says, listen, there's zero chance that any person will react the same way. I'd agree with that. To speculate on somebody's guilty, to speculate that somebody caused harm to somebody, to go through these and accusatory emotions are only disparaging to the memory of the person who passed. Well, what if the person who passed wasn't responsible for it? Is it really disparaging to get answers on it? If the dearly departed knows that she did it herself, wouldn't she want people to get to the bottom of it so the questions would go away? Or if it happened to the dearly departed, wouldn't she want the answers to be answered, the questions to be answered, so that there could be justice? I don't know what people think after they depart, but either way, the people in the circle deserve answers. And the dearly departed who cared about multiple people in her circle would want them to be rest assured. Either this happened or that happened, whichever way it went. Doc's not being very psychological here. He's being opinionated. There's zero evidence that somebody did something wrong. Actually, zero is a finite, absolute nothing. There's a reason that the investigation is continuing after the initial investigation. I'm not talking about people on the YouTube, what really happened. I'm talking about law enforcement. I'm talking about grand juries. I'm talking about testimonies in courts. So how does he know there's zero evidence that somebody did something wrong? How does he know that? Because he's going to say something else here that gives us zero evidence that he would know one way or the other. There's zero evidence that anyone who is connected to this actually hurt somebody. How does he know that? He's going to claim he doesn't watch our shit. And it sounds malicious, and it's at the expense of the dearly departed. Again, I'll opine that whatever happened, the dearly departed would probably want us to know. Not just the dearly departed, but people in their circle. A circle is more than one other person. That wouldn't be a circle. That would be a point. Did you get it? All the people around me are a circle. My buddy is a point. My girlfriend is a point. My mother is a point. All those people together are a circle. Is it that hard to understand? I don't know. It sounds malicious, and it's at the expense of the dearly departed, and it's probably absolutely 100% sick and disgusting venture that these individuals are engaged in. I brought 4 children into this world. I have 3 children. All of them have been married. All of my children have been married. And some of those husbands turned out to be assholes and harmed my daughters. Some of them turn out to be okay guys. Who loves my daughters more than me? Possibly their mother. Do I love my daughters more than their husbands who one was abusive, the other one is verbally abusive? One, yeah. Do, do they love my daughters more than me? The dearly departed had a father. The dearly departed had children. Who loves the dearly departed more than a guy that was married to her for a few months and was with her for a couple years? For her children, it's all their life. For the father, it's like 4 decades. And it's absolutely 100% sick and disgusting venture that these individuals were engaged in. When I went from 4 to 3, I want to know why. It's fucking natural. And when I want to know why, I will engage more than 1 or 2 doctors. And her husband will engage more than 1 or 2 doctors. And Andrea's father is going to engage as many people as he can to find out why. Because he loves her more than Rabbit. I don't give a fuck what happens. The father loves the daughter more. Fuck you, Muckster. Fuck you, Big Court. I'm calming down now. I'm calming down now. Fuck you, Doc. You lying piece of shit. There's no such thing as the title you gave. Big Court. Thank you for being in the basement. Slap some cheese on my forehead. When it come, to the kind of updated and a little bit you haven't really heard, they spent 10 separate live streams going over the 911 call and scrutinizing everything, but everything that was said, taking pleasure in it, you lying. Nobody took pleasure in that. Nobody took pleasure in going over those calls. Eyes were opened. People started changing their opinion, but nobody took pleasure in it. Like you can just see, I don't know. You haven't watched. This is key. Doc, who's made a psychological analysis of how evil and disgusting people are. No, I don't watch. I don't watch Generally Specific. How in the fuck would he know how we acted around those 911 calls? But he's making a diagnosis. He's making determination. Big Court. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sharing my screen anymore. When did I stop sharing my screen? Sorry. When it comes to something like that,
at least they didn't mute his mic.
If how would you approach someone who isn't seeing that way that they're doing, and not even just, wow, she sounds real nervous. We're not just talking about Mester. There she goes again, Courtney Marie. We're talking about anybody that if you see someone who is grasping reality, how do you help them? How do you kind of get them to, look inside and go, whoa, what am I doing is really disgusting. All right, Big Court. I've said it many times before. We don't want your help. We wanted your opinion in the beginning, but when you showed you couldn't have a unbiased, open-minded opinion, when you just wanted to go on the attack mode, we don't want your help.
Everything's a fucking attack with these clowns. All you guys do is cast dispersions on people using innuendo and speculation. Just because you're passive aggressive doesn't mean you're not aggressive and you're not attacking, because you've certainly been attacking the character of Rabbit for months now. So your own conclusion there, let's hear it one more time, Finkel, applies to you. You're not unbiased, and you're a side chooser. And you've openly stated several times that you make up lies about people who are on the other side to ingratiate yourself with the side you're on. That's the way you excused that you called Todd a pedophile and said all manner of shitty things about his wife. Just because you made amends for it doesn't mean you're not a fucking liar. The lies are still lies. Whether you've been forgiven for the lies or not, that's a whole nother matter. They're still fucking lies, Finkel. And the lies you did with GS, you're now doing with me, calling me a pedophile, which I believe is in this stream when Todd comes up.
Many times before. We don't want your help. We wanted your opinion in the beginning, but when you showed you couldn't have a unbiased, open-minded opinion, when you just wanted to go on the attack mode, we don't want your help. I have a sponsor. I have a therapist. I have a group therapy session. I have a whole circle of people in a 12-step program. I have a whole circle.
Why do you need all those things, Finkel? Because you're mentally unhealthy. That's why you need all those things. And I'm glad you have those precautions and outlets available to you, but you are not mentally healthy. That's why you need those things. Let's hear those things again.
Unbiased, open-minded opinion when you just wanted to go on the attack mode. We don't want your help. I have a sponsor. I have a therapist. I have a group therapy session. I have a whole circle of people in a 12-step program. I have a whole circle of people in a church.
Thanks for admitting that you're mentally unhealthy, Finkel. Thank you.
I have a mom. I have 3 daughters. I have people. If I want help, I know where to get help. Doc doesn't know that. Well, it's low-hanging fruit. Hey, that's one of Dr. Phil's sayings, right? Like somebody who takes their own life, leaves a lot of questions unanswered. It's natural. It is natural. People in her life have a lot of questions. And it's an easy way to try to demonize your enemies. Okay. The people I know who are of an opinion that's leaning more one way than the other, everyone that I can think of, we're not enemies when all of this started.
The cow is mine. You're hearing it on my end. The crickets are not chirping today, thank God.
They were friends. But he doesn't watch any specifics, so he wouldn't know that. It's the wrong thing to do. What? Having intellectual curiosity, having grief, wanting answers, questions answered? That's the wrong thing to do? What kind of clinical psychologist is this? It's morally apprehensible. You know, oh, he's not clinical. He's opining on morality. Yeah, that leaves some questions about his title, the one we've already shown to not exist in the United States. In these circumstances, a lot of enemies
Finkel, Google it. It exists. It's 2 titles.
Become friends. Oh, okay. He was briefed that GS and I used to be enemies, and now we're friends. We became friends without any impact from the Benghazi Rabbit. I barely knew of Benghazi Rabbit's existence. I didn't know nothing about Lion One. This morning you saw an old stream from my old channel where she did come up and talk. I wasn't there for that. If you notice the panelists, I'm not one of the panelists. I'm out there doing something off of YouTube, like I often do. In these circumstances, a lot of enemies become friends. The building of enemy to friendship between me and GS had nothing to do with Rabbit. So swing and a miss, coached doctor. They become connected. And if you don't have compassion for somebody who lost somebody very important to them, they're struggling.
Did he go through that already? It's when he's on full screen. It's right around. Yeah, he did. I got to jump back to that. I think it's right here. Look at him. Look at the look on his face. Look at you, you motherfucker. Oh, that was a big thing to miss. Sorry.
Doc's not being very psychological here. He's being opinionated. There's zero evidence that that somebody did something wrong. Actually, zero is a finite absolute nothing. There's a reason that the investigation is continuing after the initial investigation. I'm not talking about people on the YouTube, what really happened. I'm talking about law enforcement. I'm talking about...
There is no law enforcement investigation going on, Finkel. Stop with that fucking horseshit, or prove it. Prove there's an investigation going on, or stop with that fucking bullshit. There is no continued law enforcement investigation going on. The medical examiner concluded it was self-inflicted. 2 other agencies investigated. Rabbit was cleared. He was never charged with anything. You're full of shit, Finkel. Stop enabling Todd's bullshit by fucking lying. The only investigation that could possibly be going on is a private investigation funded by Tim Matthews, which Todd is getting money from. Cut the shit, Finkel.
Grand juries. I'm talking about testimonies in courts.
Yeah, didn't the meth head guy and the other fucking chick, Piqua, go to claim they went and talked to a grand jury? What came of that? That was weeks ago. Nothing. You're full of shit. You're all full of shit. Stop fucking dragging Rabbit through the mud because you're too fucking, your ego is too puffed up for you to admit that you're fucking wrong about everything, because that's where you're at. You're wrong about everything. Nothing's ever going to happen with law enforcement, and you fucking know it, Finkel, but you just won't admit you're wrong. Keep drinking, douche.
So how does he know there's zero evidence that somebody did something wrong? How does he know that? Because he's going to say something else here that gives us zero evidence that he would know one way or the other. There's zero evidence that anyone who is connected to this actually hurt somebody. How does he know that? He's going to claim he doesn't watch our shit. And it sounds malicious, and it's at the expense of the dearly departed. Again, I will opine that whatever happened, the dearly departed would probably want us to know. Not just the dearly departed, but people in their circle. A circle is more than one other person. That wouldn't be a circle. That would be a point. Did you get it? All the people around me are a circle. My buddy is a point. My girlfriend is a point. My mother is a point. All those people together are a circle. Is it that hard to understand? I don't know. It sounds malicious, and it's at the expense of the dearly departed, and it's probably absolutely 100% sick and disgusting venture that these individuals are engaged in. I brought 4 children into this world. I have 3 children. All of them have been married. All of my children have been married. And some of those husbands turned out to be assholes and harmed my daughters. Some of them turned out to be okay guys. Who loves my daughters more than me? Possibly their mother. Do I love my daughters more than their husbands, who one was abusive, the other one is verbally abusive? One, yeah. Do they love my daughters more than me? Do they? I brought 4 children into this world. have 3 children.
Sorry. Thank you. Hello, baby. I talked to Muckster about this the other night. Finkel's claiming one of his children are dead. Laura, I don't think it's personal trauma. I think it's made up bullshit. Finkel said all 4. Finkel knows when Muckster said, when did Finkel's child die? Because Muckster and Finkel just stopped talking, less than a year. So I talked to Muckster last night. I talked about it on Just a Silly Girl stream. I'm in there briefly, about an hour and 20 minutes. If you scroll through, you'll see me come up on camera. I asked Muckster if one of Finkel's kids passed away. And Muckster said all 4 are alive and doing well. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. But I think Finkel right here is just full of shit. I think he's just fucking lying. He's lying to present some kind of fucking trauma bond.
All of them have been married. All of my children have been married. And some of those husbands turned out to be assholes and harmed my daughters.
Maybe your daughters were assholes, Finkel, because, you're kind of a fucking asshole. So, maybe your situation with your kids is like Todd's situation with Todd's kids. You've talked about the divorce with your wife, the shitty comments you made about your wife, the shitty behavior of your wife, the fact that your wife would fuck anything with a $5 bill in her hand the minute you went overseas. So, that kids grow up and that all that abnormal behavior, they normalize by behaving that way when they grow up. I think your kids are as fucked up as Todd's kids are, Finkel. I think that's what the bond between you and Todd is. And I think you're completely fucking lying about a dead child. Now, if I'm wrong about that, I will gladly apologize. But I talked to someone who's very close with you for a long time last night, and they said all 4 of your children are alive and doing well. And they were very surprised when I told them that you had earlier stated that one of your children had died.
Some of them turned out to be okay guys. Who loves my daughters more than me? Possibly their mother. Do I love my daughters more than their husbands, who one was abusive, the other one is verbally abusive? Yeah.
If you love your children so much, why did you spend your life, your parenting time drunk with them?
Do they love my daughters more than me? The dearly departed had a father. The dearly departed had children. Who loves the dearly?
There's your comment. Maybe you set them off, Laura. Finkel, for someone who did not know her when she was alive, you know her very well now. Are you a medium to the departed? Finkel
departed more than a guy that was married to her for a few months and was with her for a couple of years. For her children, it's all their life. For the father, it's like 4 decades. And it's absolutely 100% sick and disgusting venture that these individuals were engaged in. When I went from 4 to 3, I want to know why. It's fucking natural. And when I want to know why, I will engage more than 1 or 2 doctors. And her husband will engage more than 1 or 2 doctors. And Andrea's father is going to engage as many people as he can to find out why. Because he loves her more than Rabbit. I don't give a fuck what happens.
There goes Finkel coming unglued again, losing his fucking mind. Finkel, You're betraying now that the motivator behind you and Todd is Lion One's father, who there's a lot of talk out there that he's paying people to fucking give Rabbit a hard time. You on the payroll, Toddy? You and Toddy Finkel? Are you guys on the payroll? Huh?
Father loves the daughter more.
That's what the joke about the organization is all about. We're commenting about what we know about you, Finkel.
Fuck you, Muckster. Fuck you, Big Court. I'm calming down now.
Wow, you get really emotional and then you calm right down. Almost like it's all fake, right? Like you said about Rabbit.
I'm calming down now. Fuck you, Doc.
Wow, what an actor you are, Finkel. You turn it on, turn it off. Look at you. Not the first time.
Because he loves her more than Rabbit. I don't give a fuck what happens. The father loves the daughter more.
That's not universally true. You're speaking absolutely, Finkel, and that's absolutely not fucking true.
Fuck you, Muckster. Fuck you, Big Court. I'm calming down now. I'm calming down now. Fuck you, Doc. You lying piece of shit. There's no such thing as the title you gave. Big Court. Thank you for being in the basement. Slap some cheese on my forehead. When
Todd's behind the scenes fucking puppeteering this shit. Are you reading a Todd script? What's wrong with your one eye that it won't open up for you? Finkel, are you drinking again? Come on, buddy. I think it's time for you to get the 5150.
when it come, to the kind of updated and a little bit you haven't really heard, they spent 10 separate live streams going over the 911 call and scrutinizing everything, but everything that was said, taking pleasure in it, you lying. Nobody took pleasure in that.
Yeah, you did.
Nobody took pleasure in going over those
yeah,
goals.
You did. Yeah,
eyes
you
were
did.
opened. People started changing their opinion, but nobody took.
You took pleasure in painting Rabbit as a bad person. Yes, you did. You absolutely did. You and Todd both did. And it was sick and disgusting that you played those fucking calls and did your speculating bullshit during them. You're fucked up there, Finkel. You need help.
Took pleasure in it. Like you can just see, I don't know. You haven't watched. This is key. Doc, who's made a psychological analysis of how evil and disgusting people are. No, I don't watch. I don't watch generally specific. How in the fuck would he know how we acted around those 911 calls? But he's making a diagnosis. He's making determination. Big Court. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sharing my screen anymore. When did I stop sharing my screen? Sorry. When it comes to something.
So one of Finkel's daughters has Finkel's not the biological father. The daughter's not dead, Finkel. You're so full of shit, Finkel. Your act just got called out, dude. That's a major fucking lie, Finkel. Major lie. And you're going to spin it. I didn't say she was dead. Look at the fucking context you're framing it in. I know exactly. You're going to say it's clickbait or you misspoke. You're a fucking bullshit artist.
Something like that, if how would you approach someone who isn't seeing that way that they're doing, and not even just, oh, she sounds real nervous. We're not just talking about Mester. There she goes again, Courtney Marie. We're talking about anybody that if you see someone who is grasping reality, how do you help them? How do you kind of get them to, look inside and go, whoa, what am I doing is really disgusting. All right, big court. I've said it many times before. We don't want your help. We wanted your opinion in the beginning, but when you showed you couldn't have a unbiased, open-minded opinion, when you just wanted to go on the attack mode, we don't want your help. I have a sponsor. I have a therapist. I have a group therapy session. I have a whole circle of people in a 12-step program. I have a whole circle of people in a church. I have a mom. I have 3 daughters. I have people. If I want help, I know where to get help. Doc doesn't know that. Well, it's low-hanging fruit. Hey, that's one of Dr. Phil's sayings, right? Like somebody who takes their own life, leaves a lot of questions unanswered. It's natural. It is natural. People in her life have a lot of questions.
Big difference.
And it's an easy way to try to demonize your enemies. Okay. The people I know who are of an opinion that's leaning more one way than the other, everyone that I can think of, we're not enemies.
I'm sorry for pausing. Boogerfinger is in the chat, just bringing it up because, it helps with our federal funding.
When all of this started.
Trying to get you on the payroll, Boogerfinger.
They were friends. But he doesn't watch Johnny Specific, so he wouldn't know that. It's the wrong thing to do. What? Having intellectual curiosity, having grief, wanting answers, questions answered? That's the wrong thing to do? What kind of clinical psychologist is this? It's morally apprehensible. Oh, he's not clinical. He's opining on morality. Yeah, that leaves some questions about his title, the one we've already shown to not exist in the United States. In these circumstances, a lot of enemies become friends. Okay. He was briefed that GS and I used to be enemies and now we're friends. We became friends without any impact from the Benghazi Rabbit. I barely knew of Benghazi Rabbit's existence. I didn't know nothing about Line 1. This morning you saw an old stream from my old channel where she did come up and talk. I wasn't there for that. If you notice the panelists, I'm not one of the panelists. I'm out there doing something off of YouTube, like I often do. In these circumstances, a lot of enemies become friends. The building of enemy to friendship between me and GS had nothing to do with Rabbit. So swing and a miss, coached doctor. They become connected. And if you don't have compassion for somebody who lost somebody very important to them, they're struggling. I have compassion for Andrea's father.
You need to have compassion across the board for everybody, Finkel, and it's easy to do. Don't take money from Andrea's father to harass Rabbit. And by all means, don't do it for free when everyone else is getting fucking paid, because Todd's sure as shit getting fucking money.
What do these morons not understand about that? It is absolutely absurd. We can't listen to phone calls and determine what is going on. We can't. Daniela says that I'm blocked. He wouldn't get a voicemail from me. You're going to hear a phone call. Hey, Siri, call Just Muckster.
Oh, Muxer, I'm so sorry. I dragged you into this. I highlighted your comment, and this butthurt little bitch is now probably going to fucking double down. I'm sorry, Muxer.
Sorry, I can't make a phone call.
You reached my phone. That's the easy part. The hard part is making a message that induces me to call you back. Good luck.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
And that means I'm leaving a voicemail. That means he's going to hear this voicemail unless he chooses to delete it. I am not blocked. He lied. That's exactly what happened the other day. And he knows what I called him about. Play your fucking games, Muckster. Okay. We can't listen to a phone call and determine what's going on. Can you guys determine whether or not I'm blocked on Muckster's phone? I think you can. You can determine a lot from what people are saying when they're forgetting or even sometimes remembering that they're being recorded and they're just acting naturally or trying to. Doc, I'd suggest you listen to those calls. There's a couple versions out there. There's the 10-segment one, and there's the one that goes all the way through from start to end. And other channels have also done it. We're not trying to blame anybody. We're not trying to defend anybody. We want you to listen to the call yourself before you make a clinical diagnosis. Where am I? Determine what's going on. We don't know the state of the mind of the person who found the other person. I would agree with that. The state of the mind seems to be altering, and you can hear the person give instructions like, call my dad. He's only got one side of the story. We got that from the phone call. We don't know if they're struggling themselves and they are angry because they felt the other person took the easy way out. That's a good point. And all of these things are completely reasonable emotions. Fair. There's no unreasonable emotion. Here we go. There's no unreasonable emotion at all when you find somebody you actually care for and actually love who has taken their own life. A lot of people loved her and a lot of people don't know whether she did or not. There's no reasonable emotion because the very first thing you're going to feel and you're going to experience is this my fault? Let me take away the...
Yeah, but like, you're right. He did say no when Silly Secret. But asking him that question, if he had a kid die, if he experienced that, really fucking triggered him. Hey, he's a fucking weird dude, man. Weird.
Everyone's going to act differently, but they're all going to at some point feel, is this my fault? We didn't hear that question on the 911 call. In fact, we heard a lot of defenses. We didn't hear that question when he called Alicia. In fact, we heard a lot of defenses. At no point did we ever, he's been on many panels talking about this many times, sometimes laughing, sometimes crying, sometimes defending. Never have I heard him question, is this my fault? The most basic and natural instinct thing to feel. Is this my fault? Yes, it is strange. Yes, everyone will act differently, except for the part where they will react the same. Thanks, doctor. I think you should have put doctor in quotes. I don't know. Is this something that I did to that? Is this something that I did to that I did? Did I cause this by, that time I raised my voice, even though they had been arguing? He never questioned. Did he cause that? I wasn't understanding of something that they did. There is zero reason to go through and demonize the people who are left behind. I'm not demonizing the father. I'm not demonizing the kids. I'm not even demonizing Rabbit. I'm questioning. Do you have a problem with questions, Doc? It's not very clinical of you. And if the police can't find a reason, or if the police can't find something to pin on somebody, as we all know, this Doc is regularly in Direct D's channel. Direct G's channel followers think the Apache County Sheriff's got it wrong. Are police infallible? Because even if you're over there at Direct D's channel opposing Direct D, He thinks cops get it wrong all the time. They're going to do it. And so if you're speculating on someone else committing this crime, why is he calling it a crime? You've made a grave moral error. Nope. When there's a mysterious death, it's nothing gravely immoral.
He blamed not using the video and reading the transcript because Silly Secret, very low in the background, embeds copyrighted music and then springs copyright strikes on people.
About questioning it, about wanting to get to the bottom, about wanting to get answers to the family who have known and loved her a lot longer than the husband. You've now put yourself in between that person and whatever judgment you think they have coming. It's not on me to judge. I would knock. Who's there? KGB? Who? Kicks are open, snaps the question. We ask the questions around here. Fair. You've known yourself between that person or whatever judgment you think they have coming, and it's on you. Then Daniela decides that she wants some of the attention on this because a lot of people are watching this last night. Let me ask you this. Big court. Oh, go ahead, Muckster. Daniela, what can friends do to help the survivor? Daniela, you misspoke there. It's what can friends do to help these survivors? Children, father, best friend. Doc, well, that's an amazing question. The survivors, and particularly the closest one to the departed, I would say father, they're absolutely, completely going to go through a huge emotional cycle. Anger, we talk about the bargaining cycle, right? You guys ready for this? The cycle of grief. So we have anger, denial, bargaining, acceptance, all, and there's 5 stages. And forgive me,
Shuggy Fly! We got an interesting one here, Shuggy. I'm interested in your input after you get up to speed on what's going on.
Clinical health psychologist who deals with this every day. I don't remember all of those stages because the actual study was conducted. He doesn't remember the stages. He's a licensed clinical health psychologist who deals with this every day, who assists people who've decided to do this themselves legally and with medical help. He doesn't remember these stages. Somebody who's dying themselves. That cycle is not for the people who are left behind. One of the things that people get depressed about is losing a loved one. You're not prepared to help them?
You're done.
And people who dig into that research, and when people dig into that research, they'll see that the specific linear pattern occurs only in the people who are diagnosed with terminal illnesses.
Did Mama put the dumplings in the pot? Did Mama put the dumplings in the pot?
You're in the profession.
Look in the pot.
Suicide is a terminal illness. Which is what I specialize in. Not the people left behind or the people who are dealing with grief from that loss. People. At least you got the plural right that time. For everyone else, it's completely random. It's completely random. And you're going to see if you really, really, really find somebody who's in that circumstance where the person that they love most on this earth has taken their own life. The only thing that we can do is continually check on them. I felt like something was going on, so I had to get home and stop at the post office and Hobby Lobby and turn the Winchipper and buy.
So what, Finkel? You buy coffee and breakfast at the fucking gas station. None of that shit means anything, dude. And none of Rabbit's statements are meaningful at the time in the 911 call at that time because he's in fucking shock. You're a fucking loser, Finkel.
Eggs and take a shower. They're not going to be active in trying to reach out for help. Yeah. They need people who are just going to be there and to open the door and say, hey, look, we need you right now. Like, we need you. We need you. And that's the connection with this person. Not she can take the fucking truck. She can just fucking go. And to avoid being connected with the departed, to avoid being connected to the situation itself, that person is facing that every single day. And they're facing questions in their own mind that you can never, ever answer for them. You're right. I can't answer these questions for the father, for the children. I can't. Big court. And the other one is depression, which is the one that I deal with in hospice. Doc. Exactly. In both Indiana and California, the actual state license is generally psychologists, not licensed clinical health
You mean like that, Laura?
psychologists. I had to put that note down because I don't know what these terms are. I deal with LCSWs. I don't know. I don't know. So I had to take the note down. There is no licensed clinical health psychologist, and that's what he identifies as. California permits what the law calls medical aid in dying under the End of Life Option Act. Indiana does not have a comparable medical aid in dying law authorizing physicians who prescribe lethal medication. They don't just stop life-saving measures. They add something to happen for a terminally ill patient to end their life. Well, I don't know. It's 2:26. I have an appointment at 7 p.m. Do I want to open the panel? Big court, don't even think about it. You're not welcome.
Oh, but bring Todd up, please.
Yeah, if any human beings want to talk about it, I'm going to stop sharing, and I'm going to put out the stream. I'll give it an hour.
Put out the Todd signal.
If anybody wants to talk about this, anyone wants to yell at me.
Oh, look who's been here the whole fucking time.
I got a text earlier that Yuri wanted to talk to me. I went to Yuri's channel. He didn't want to talk to me. I don't know. Hey, GS, you want to talk to me?
Yeah, actually, I got a few things I'd like to talk about, but I didn't want to interrupt your flow. I figured you had something pre-planned that you wanted to talk about. And
thanks for admitting you've been down in the basement for a while, Toddler. Look at how Finkel's side glancing you. Fucking liar. He read your script, and this is what you're doing?
I did want to come and support you.
Thank you.
As best I can. Leave it up to you. So it's interesting, this Doctor Srolls guy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you remember, about a month ago, there was, DirectD and some of these other restarts, like, what's her name? Courtney. They were all saying interesting things, kind of like 202 alpha. So a 202 alpha is a mental situation in which you are involuntarily put into a hold.
Oh.
So is this
T-Man, is he safe or is he?
Has Todd been 202 alpha? You know a lot about that, Todd. Is that why you can't get a gun license? Have you been 202 alpha, Toddy?
Yeah, Courtney.
Yeah,
he's safe. Okay.
I don't know about safe, but he's fine.
Okay.
So to put a point on it, is this Doctor Srolls guy kind of where the origin of all this quote unquote claims against my mental health, your mental health, all these people that are claiming to care so much about us Is that where they're getting their mental health advice from? I'll just leave that
could
floating
be.
in the air.
I'm kind of wondering if he studied for behavioral medicine and flunked out because he knows enough of the speak to like, oh, this
Definitely cast aspersions, Finkel. Definitely do that from your point of ignorance.
is more than just a typical direct D dork. There's just a little bit more to his vocabulary, but he's not quite there. Does he want to diagnose me, Doc? If you're out there, you don't need to. I have a diagnosis. I'm getting therapy. I'm getting psychoanalysis. I'm getting group therapy.
Uh-oh. Finkel is mentally unwell. I'll bet your therapist would tell you that the shit you're doing on YouTube is not good for you.
And I'm not talking about I'm talking about therapy.
No, he's not talking about bullshit fucking around AA. He's talking about you need fucking mental help, Finkel.
So, yeah, I'm covered, Doc. Thanks for not caring.
Maybe you have a shitty doctor.
So also, I think we recall there was a situation in which
maybe you have a shitty doctor, Finkel, and you know it, and that's why you're poo-pooing this guy, because you're displacing your aggressions toward your own therapist on Doctor Srolls. Interesting. I'm just asking questions, Finkel. That's all.
I'm covered, Doc. Thanks for not caring.
So also, I think we recall there was a situation in which there was allegedly somebody from a deeper part, perhaps was it Tallahassee, a female, claiming to be a psychology major doing a study or report in a particular situation in which you were at court with a particular person.
Sounds familiar. Oh, right. The unknown visitor on Zoom.
Yes, the female that was writing a psychology and suicide and mental health and report. Mm-hmm.
Trying to remember exactly how she identified, but he was a student and a professor. And I didn't know if she was one of Billy's friends, one of Ryder's friends, one of your friends. I had no idea who she was, and I still don't know. Do you think she was? Okay, yeah, it's getting a little more suspicious. Okay.
So we got this Doctor Srolls, this alleged 24-hour a day, 7-day a week YouTube doctor that can save people. We've got this woman who just appears out of nowhere to do a psychological paper on depression and suicidality, and she's doing a case study. Now, who could have called that person trying to preface, like, I'm under a lot of pressure because people are going over a 911.
He's an expert in a very specific field of psychiatry that has a high rate of suicide, Todd. You fucking ignorant moron. Keep smack talking a guy you know nothing about, you dumb fuck.
Call that makes me not look so great, and it's making me feel a certain kind of way. And well, these people are just really, really bad people. And they're driving me to maybe hurt myself. Do you understand how the narrative is slowly being formed? And I'm going to be quiet now and leave that floating in the room like a fart in church. And I guess T-Man might want to.
Oh, I forgot he was there. How you doing, T-Man?
I'm okay. I'm kind of off topic. I just wanted to say, whatever. I was kind of rude the other day, and I was kind of.
It's Ozempic, Surrender Monkey. Todd's on the GLP-1s. How does, Surrender Monkey, ask yourself this question. How does a fat guy who never leaves his basement and is constantly shoveling snacks into his mouth and streams 14 hours a day, how the fuck is that dude losing weight? It's got to be GLP-1s. It's my opinion.
Kind of wanted to apologize about that, but it don't really matter.
No one fucking cares about this T-Man guy. It might be
and
time
that's
to
it.
bail.
I've seen a lot of people kind of bickering and stuff, and I think we need to stop with the.
This
T-Man was there on behalf of Tim Matthews to pull the team together. I wonder if T-Man was Tim Matthews.
is from my therapist. This
Finkel says his therapist said, why didn't your therapist post it? That the statement that Doctor Srolls made, that there's the responsibility for the suicide is on the individual who commits suicide and not the people around them. So Finkel's going to claim that his therapist, who God only knows who the fuck Finkel's therapist is. This statement is much more problematic. They don't do it because of any other person. They do it because of themselves. That's too categorical. Well, it's suicide. It's self-death. So the statement that they do it themselves is pretty fucking accurate, dude. Pretty accurate. Unless you're mentally deficient like Todd and Finkel and easily brainwashed. But that would be a very low percent of the population. Look at Finkel. He's always fucking scowling. The fat rolls on his neck. Get off the booze, Finkel.
This is from my therapist. This statement is much more problematic. They don't do it because of any other person. They do it because of themselves. That's too categorical. That's from someone who actually is licensed and practicing.
Finkel's one daughter is way fucking
just
fatter than Secret Courtship could possibly be.
We're making about fucking megalomaniacs like Direct D. We make it about megalomaniacs, frankly, like Lane Myers. We make it about, these megalomaniacs. Yet somebody that supported all these people, all these channels, a Christian lady who lost her life, and it's fucking crickets.
Yeah.
It's crickets. It's crickets for her. But let's talk about Lane Myers, who got himself into the exact situation. He's not a victim. He thought he was bigger than his fucking britches. He fought the law, and the law seems to be kicking the living shit out of him.
This from TPO Todd, who's twice had his guns taken away, his wife's guns taken away in the last 11 months. Todd cries all the time, they took my First Amendment, my Second Amendment right. But you don't have any guns, Todd. They're your wife's guns. So no guns were taken away from you. Your wife had her Second Amendment taken away, but they're not your guns. You're acting like they're your guns, and you just used your wife to get by a background check. Maybe you should be looked into, Todd.
What about Andrea Catherine Matthews? What about her voice? Can we talk about her a little bit? And everyone's defending William J. Barthel like he's the victim in all of this. He didn't lose his life.
The only mod in here is Booger Finger. West Corn Accountability says your mods are getting triggered. I know you don't care about chat smack talk. Reel your fish in, bro. Go fuck yourself. Put them in timeout. How do you like that? There's one fucking moderator in here. Shut the fuck up, douche. Shut up. I don't like your fucking comment. Time that motherfucker out for like 10 minutes. Come back with a better attitude, you fuck nut. There you go. Now you get banned for the fucking day. Thank you, shit dick. Thank you. Time out. 24 hours. Later, motherfucker. What happened here? Sorry about that.
He allegedly lost his wife.
And her father lost his daughter. And her kids lost their mother.
Sister.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, she had a sister.
But you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Listen, some of us lost a friend. Some of us lost their best friend.
I can't claim that myself because I didn't even know she existed until after she was gone. But I get your point between circles and one point. Billy is one point. Billy is a husband, and there's multiple stories about how close that relationship was. But there's a circle. There's a father. There's apparently a sister. There's children. There's people who did know her. A lot of people were harmed by whatever happened.
I mean, one of my criticisms of Billy Barthel was how calm he seemed to be in certain situations, which was odd about the fact that he went in to go see his wife, his departed wife, for however long she was in state without prep. There was no prep done to her. There was no fixing up her face for an open coffin viewing because she was going to be incinerated. He was asked, "You sure you want to see her? She's had no prep done." He said his own father, his own adopted father, chickened out. Those were his words. He couldn't do it. He couldn't. He didn't think he could do it, so he didn't want to go in and see her for the final viewing to say goodbye to her.
Oh, Chris Ryder is here. Hey, Chris, tell your big bowling ball headed fucking hooer to pay her back child support and stop eating horse meat. And no more bags and knives with children and threats to kill everyone and then herself. Please get that bitch under fucking control.
He said he kissed her goodbye
Oh,
in her state, unprepped.
yeah.
And then I said, dude, I don't think, well, it's because I'm a man. I'm just built different than you are, I guess. But then he cries like a little baby, and I criticize him about crying like a little baby. And then all of a sudden, well, he's got feelings. And I'm the one who's being careless and thoughtless.
Yeah. I had no problem with them grieving, crying. I had no problem with them defending, but he flipped the switch within seconds. Deathly, morbid, end of world crying. Whoop, defense. Oh, fuck her. She can take the fucking truck. Everything. I'm not making fun of the crying.
Yeah, dude, you've obviously never dealt with a person with fucking mental issues before because you're the person with mental issues. People have to fucking deal with you, Finkel. It can get very fucking taxing and wearing on a person's patience. Not justifying what Rabbit said, but I could see where a statement like that would be made with a person when you get frustrated with the behavior. It's pretty fucking normal.
I'm not even making fun of the defense, but the way you could flip the switch back and forth in the middle of a conversation, that bothers me. I'm sure it bothers the people who knew her.
Somebody explain why he snapped. When did he snap a picture of his dead wife? In the middle of him doing CPR? Because I'm sure he didn't pull his fucking phone out after he let the cops in, after the EMTs took over, and snap a picture of his dead wife lying on the fucking bed.
Yeah.
When, Rabbit, when fucking precisely would the timestamp be of the fucking metadata of that picture you fucking took of your wife laying dead or dying on the fucking bed so you could show Tyler Bowman? William J. Barthel. When was that picture taken, William J. Barthel? When you were fucking viciously or furiously performing CPR, life-saving techniques, when you had to run all the way to the door and fling the door open and run back, and they had to pull you off of her because you were trying to do life-saving. When did you take the time to take a picture of your decedent wife as she lay in state or as she lay dying and bleeding out on her fucking mattress for you to show Tyler Bowman? When that you showed Tyler Bowman saying, I deserve this fifth wheel because look, I'm also a survivor. Look at what I went through. That's my dead wife right there. Who the fuck? And why do I have a bloody picture of a fucking mattress that you sent to my fucking phone trying to claim that God left a fucking message? And you send me a bloody mattress. I didn't ask for it. You sent that to me, you son of a bitch. That's where your wife died. When did you have time to do all this fucking memento gathering? You creepy motherfucker.
When you have a brain the size of a spider, you don't understand anger from victimhood there, Spider Dog. Go ahead and run with your narrative. I do know Survivor in the chat, and she's like, what the fuck? Yeah, that seems very unusual to me. I've been to a lot of funerals. I've seen people stay away from the casket. I've seen people come in and touch the hand, kiss them on the forehead. I've seen people put a beer in. One guy brother put a beer in because he died of alcoholism, and the widow came right behind him and pulled the beer out. Some people would want to be nowhere near the body. So, you know, I get that people handled that differently, but what you just said sounds kind of like Charlie Kirk's widow, kind of making a stage event. I don't know. It's weird to me. Fake rage. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of really disgusting people. There's a lot of evil people. You know, I mean, if you choose to let haters infest your channel with their hate, what's going to happen eventually is, you know, there are people that support the channel that just don't want to be fucking ripped into just for saying the word hello by these fucking demons. And to allow a lot of these demons to have a voice, again, that's your choice. That's 100% your choice. And I think you should, because I think it's good to have these people exhibited for exactly who and what these people are. But there's the level of evilness here. It's staggering to me. The fact that no one has a question of why did you send this dude a picture of a bloody mattress where your wife died? Did he ask for it?
Right.
What was I morbidly curious? Why did you take a picture of your dead or dying wife? Because when exactly did you take the picture? Because according to the EMTs, she still had a faint pulse when they were working on her.
Oh.
So when did you take your phone out and take a picture of it? When? Answer that fucking question, Muppet. When did you take your fucking phone out? You took time out of what? Life-saving measures to snap a fucking memento?
Michael White, this isn't the place for you. This is an adult forum.
Hear what I'm saying. And can somebody engage that question? Can somebody please explain why this dude thought it was important to take a picture of his dead wife? Because as soon as he was asked to leave, I guarantee you the next step was once she was pronounced dead, otherwise she's put on a stretcher or put into a body bag and then transported to the hospital on a stretcher. At what point in time was he able to take a picture of his dead wife without anyone else around? Can somebody answer that question for me?
I don't know. Yeah, that's a good point. People grieve different ways. Why would he take the picture? We don't know. But the bigger question is, as pointed out in the chat, why would he send it to others? That's a huge question there. And Spider Dog, if you don't like me preaching to you, don't comment to me, and I won't respond. It's not preaching; it's responding. If you want to say something, come on up. Yeah. Well, yeah, I got a long letter from my therapist because I shared that script of my therapist, and he's convinced as I am this guy's a fraud.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fake doctors out there. I mean, yeah, put your credentials up, bro. If you're going to sit there and pretend that you're going to help people and stuff, my name's here.
Yeah.
If you're practicing medicine across the internet without a license to do so, and you're afraid you might lose your job or get canceled for it, maybe you should fucking stop doing that, buddy.
Yeah. Doc's just like the rest of us. He's just a YouTuber with an opinion, in his case, an ill-informed opinion, which he admitted to himself. He says he doesn't watch your channel. He never heard the 911 call, but he's opining on how we're reacting to it based on big court's claims. There's a nervous left. All right, Spider Dog. Yeah, okay. Hey, you don't want me to say things, you don't come into my channel and talk to me. I sometimes I'll respond, sometimes I won't. Conversation is yeah. All right. You know, again, Spider Dog, this is an adult format. You go play somewhere else. Bye-bye. Do you guys get a second Emmy report? If you have, then show it. If not, shut the fuck up. Okay, tell you what, this is not a place for you. Bye-bye.
What's up, for public safety? Thanks for joining.
Where I don't see him.
He's in the. He just said yo. You might not have it on top chat.
I have the
Usually if you have your YouTube open and then you have to make your both your YouTubes, if you're simul broadcasting, they're probably on top chat, both of them. So unless you have them both open and you have the volume muted and then you switch it to live chat, it won't transfer the live chat over to StreamYards. You'll just get top comments.
so
Does that make sense?
I have to go back to YouTube and do all comments because I'm only seeing comments in StreamYard.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is I saw for public safety, but now it's yeah. But I'm not now. I'm seeing it. I didn't see his yo with a peace sign, but now you're seeing his comment right there.
Okay.
He said, "Did I miss the retards, brother? I'm here or in here." Oh yeah, there's some special people. By the way, go back and watch this from the beginning. I just after Steve was done doing what he felt was important to do, came up on panel and I put in some interesting thoughts. The whole 202 alpha thought process. I believe it comes from Doctor Srolls. I believe that's his little input. I think he's psychoanalyzing me over the internet, and these idiots are running with it because they think this guy has some kind of credentials, or he says he has credentials. We can make this stick. I've got people threatening that they're calling my VA in order to try to get my benefits taken away.
Oh my God! They called my not my VA, my vet center. Of course, not about my benefits. They're just being challenging. By the way, Fisher Misconduct says, hello, fellow bros and hoes. The bros, she's talking to me. The hoes, she's talking to you.
Oh,
just to clarify. Yeah.
He doesn't know which of the two brothers is the retard. It's Spider Dog. Yes, it's Spider Dog.
Oh, he has a brother out there?
Well, apparently there's a brother that has autism, but then the actual retard is Spider Dog.
Oh.
Because he should know better.
Okay,
but he doesn't.
I'm tracking. Okay.
What's up, Ellie girl? You need to go out? Yeah, it's a little frustrating to me that people are, T-Man comes up to kind of chastise us, quote unquote, about infighting. And if you're close enough to talk to people, you should do it in person. Like, what the fuck does that even mean, dude? I mean, what the fuck does that even mean, T-Man? And then he wants to spout Lane Myers stuff and put that above what we did. Doesn't even have anything to say about what we just heard. No concern for Andrea Catherine Matthews at all.
Or her survivors, her father, her children. And now I hear her sister.
Well, I don't know if she has a sister. I'm saying, you got to think about your siblings, right? You think about your surviving children. You think about the surviving father, maybe even a grandfather. What about friends?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. For us on this issue, we want the family to have answers. For big court, this issue is about defaming people and defending people who really don't need to be defended. As you saw early in the chat, I was ignoring her.
She was in the chat?
I didn't need a feature to ignore her. I see you. I'm not going to give you any attention because I know that's what you want. She, again, like the mother she will never be, she's trying to defend this doctor. Just like she did with Rabbit and the SEAL trained lawyer, and it's like she's always trying to defend somebody who probably either could defend themselves or they don't really care enough. I think in the doctor's case, he could defend himself if he's really a doctor, if he's really a psychologist. He could have easily come up and pleaded his case, and he would have, if he is trained in behavioral medicine, he could have easily in debate format, whooped my ass on the subject. I'm a patient. Patients get shit wrong,
Yeah, behavioral health specialist, I think isn't that what they call them? So you're saying there is, you're not standing 10 toes like you did with the whole no Navy SEAL thing, I hope, right?
Well, behavioral medicine is psychologists, psychiatrists, therapists, counselors. Anybody who's there for mental health. Hell, in some cases, buddies in a group therapy session.
Gotcha.
But he's allegedly, if he's a clinical psychologist, he's trained in behavioral medicine.
Well, I think it's interesting, and I thought it was fascinating because I probably caught about 2 minutes of what you went over, of them trying to make a cope about how everyone handles things differently, and it's not odd that he might not react to the. I mean, I want to know why he didn't deny the BDSM websites. I want to know why he didn't deny the dating websites. I want to know why he didn't deny that they were arguing and fighting. I want to know why he didn't deny that she had reached out to him a week or 2 weeks prior and he blew her off. You know, you see, you can't whine and complain and blame all her friends for not letting you know that she was struggling with something. When they reach out to you, you ghost them.
Yeah.
So it's just, for me, it seems like this person, Billy Barthel, just wants to blame everyone but himself. And it's funny to have somebody like claim that I'm the victim in this scenario. That's what I'm claiming. Well, the irony is I was a victim of that son of a bitch. He withdrew a TPO that he knew was fucking bullshit. And it cost me my rights for 2 fucking months, almost a little over 2 months. So yeah, I was victimized by that son of a bitch lawfare.
Yep.
So were you.
Yep.
Steve?
I didn't, at the time, I didn't have any guns to protect, but he's convinced me that I need to apply my Second Amendment. Thank you, Billy.
Well, I mean, it's interesting. We just watched a situation where there was a veterinarian guy and he was having an affair with one of his vet techs. And that got caught. It got supposedly squashed. The wife wanted to stop it, but apparently she had a vagina that sang like the golden goose that laid golden eggs, and this guy couldn't get enough of her. So he started stalking not only her but her husband. And it turns out he ended up snatching him up in a throwaway van that he had as a throwaway van that he kept parked in a Walmart parking lot, you know, with temporary plates on it, that he ended up scrapping. But he ended up snatching the husband. He spray painted the cameras in the parking garage. He planned it all out. He knew where the guy worked. He spray painted blue spray paint. They got him in Home Depot, getting the glasses that he wore along with a helmet, like a safety helmet. So he disguised himself. He tried to blur out the cameras all the way, parked next to where the guy would get off of work in a vehicle that this guy wouldn't. The guy had a TPO against him. He had a protection order against him for stalking. Because the guy wouldn't leave him alone. He wouldn't leave his wife alone. And so the moral of the story is stalking should be taken very seriously. Who's being stalked in this whole YouTube stuff? Who's actually being stalked in this environment? We're reviewing 911 calls. They're trying to find out where you live, that you pull into a driveway and you start a stream pulling out of it, and then you end a stream pulling back into it, knowing that you're leaving them a breadcrumb, seeing just how creepy and stalkerish they are. And I'm telling you, I don't think Big Court had anything to do with it. You know who I think got that information? Yes, 100%. And like the little ditto head she is, she read her a little script like the useful idiot she is. We've got Amanda. We've got Michelle. We had Heather who escaped Direct D. These megalomaniac fucking psychopath types get these weak women and they guile them. They guile them into their confidence, and then they use them and they weaponize them. I mean, look at this. That's Muckster right there, 100%. You see that?
I don't care who it was. They're gone.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, it's like, and the craziest thing is you see the same narrative. The people who are asking the questions of those that are evil they'll call you a racist, a bigot, a homophobe, an anti-Semite. They'll call you a PDF file. They'll do anything to destroy your reputation. Was Lion one? Was Andrea Catherine Matthews? Was she pure as the driven snow? I don't know all her ins and outs, but I do know that she was spoken of very highly in the community. That seems to have just forgotten about her. You know, the content creators out there seem to have just stopped really talking about her, covering. You should be over at Tyrant Beware's channel right now. If you're a content creator, you should be covering this, that little 10-minute phone call. Cover it. Let it play without interruption, and then analyze it. That's what I would recommend you do. Get the word out. Let your audience hear it. Let your audience find out. More people need to know, because I think there's somebody out there that probably knows something.
Yep. And Warren, told you 4 times before, this is the 5th and final time. The reason courts don't allow polygraphs as evidence in criminal courts is because they are not accurate. You've been told that 5 times now. You are dismissed, because I'm done playing games with. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, go away. Delete. Put user in timeout. Bye bye. I'm not playing games anymore. If you guys want to have an actual conversation, I'm open to it. I just got complimented 2 years ago. We saw in this morning's thing from Stone Vet, who always hated me, according to him. But he complimented me on how I'm willing to talk to people. If you want to have a conversation, fine. If you want to come here and push buttons and make accusations, fuck all the way off. And if my mods don't get you, I will. Because Wyatt, didn't I tell you to go somewhere where the adults, where children play? This is an adult format. Go away. Bye, Wyatt.
Format or format? It's funny because Wyatt acts like an adult in our chat. What's wrong with you? Can't handle a tough question?
This isn't right for you. This is too mature content for you, Wyatt.
So my issue is, again, I see some viewers that are like really appreciative that we're covering this.
Yeah.
And I'm happy that they're appreciative that we're covering this. I really am. But you need to encourage other content creators to put this out. There's nothing against the law with sharing that phone call. There's nothing against the law. The person who recorded it is the one that passed it around. And if somebody wants to, good.
If it's immoral, stop watching those Dateline unsolved mystery stuff.
Well, not only that. I mean, who covered us covering the phone call? Big Court. So if it was against the law for us,
did she actually play us playing the thing, or she just comment on it?
Well, you got part of the transcript from. I don't know where you got the transcript from. Did you watch most of the video? Yeah, they were playing it.
I heard it last night on her channel, and then Muxer did a 12-minute video on it. I took the transcript from that, and that's why I divided who said what, and that's what I was reading today. I'm not playing the game where I'm playing sound from her fucking show, because they want to play that copyright bullshit. Fuck all the way off of that. I'm not playing that game anymore.
Finkel, open your fucking eyes, you squinty drunk motherfucker.
Right. No, I hear you on that, but they were playing the video that we went over of the phone call.
Oh yeah, they were playing the phone call, not the 911 call. That's right, the Alicia Lang call.
Yeah.
Or the
Alicia Lang versus to Rabbit, and I'm still trying to find out who called whom in that scenario.
That's true. I couldn't figure that out, and I couldn't figure out why was she ready to record. But you did say there was a butt dial missed call. Maybe she's like, oh, something's up. I better record this. Because sometimes I can record pretty quickly, but if I just get a random call, I'm not ready to record. Unless Chris calls me while I'm in my car and my dash cam's going.
More than likely, those are Chris Ryder sock accounts, because he's unemployed and his chick has a bowling ball head and she doesn't pay her back child support. So Ryder has nothing to do all day long. No job.
Yeah, Alicia's been used to like holding public officials accountable and recording stuff.
So she's always at the ready. Okay.
Right. So she's in that whole vein. She was doing the whole Save Piqua thing, going to council meetings, being very vocal about the battery burning that were happening in Piqua, Ohio. Now she's onto the data centers. She's very much a true activist. Now, her politics and my politics might not align precisely, but that's not a requirement for me to back somebody that I feel is being an activist. I support anyone that truly wants to be an activist and support more transparency, not more obfuscation. And the thing that I'm noticing about good old Big Court and Doctor Srolls and Muxter is they were up there purposely. And for a fact, Rabbit was running shit behind the scenes because he says he produces that whole StreamYards. Get a fucking job, Rabbit. Then you won't be fucking indigent. What's your fucking excuse, dude? You're what, 35?
I'm assuming because of there's Turtle Guard Archive says, hey, at codedfriend.001, can you prove Finkel is drunk, or is that just your assumption? It's a conclusion I've drawn based on personal experience. I was an alcoholic. I hung around heavy drinkers for the first decade of my life or adulthood. I was an alcoholic for 10 years. He's bloaty. He's slurry. There's a lot of tells that he's drinking again. Am I 100% certain? No. Am I 90% certain? Yeah. So that's that. Take it or leave it. He's drinking again. Just look at him. Look at his demeanor. He's miserable all the fucking time now. He never looked like this. He looks like a frump.
Get a fucking job, you fucking mooch, you fucking leech, you fucking parasite. Get a fucking job. The fuck's wrong with you, dude?
Thank you. Whatever. I'd missed that detail, and I think that answers the question. And Jess just answered.
Might not be a bad idea.
So she's always at the ready.
Yeah. So she heard crying. She wasn't sure if Andrea was calling her because they were having a fight, and that was needed for evidence.
Yeah.
So she started recording it, not knowing, and of course, not getting a response from, hello.
Oh, is that GT, Laura? That's where my I'm the paymaster for the organization clip is. Fucking love that. I really got a kick out of that statement being highlighted. If that's you, GT, thank you, man.
Oh, because it's in his pocket.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. Now, Courtney did say something last night. She said that the phone call was made between Rabbit and Alicia after the cops left. No, according to the phone call,
it's fucking crazy sad, GMK. That's a comb over. His receding hairline and his bald spot are fighting for fucking prominence. Today, he's covering the bald spot and letting the receding hairline shine.
Review, he said, she swore she would never do this to me. Now I got all these fuckers up in this house, and now I've got a whole driveway full of them. So he was on the phone, according to Don Carney, too, as another witness. He was on the phone with Alicia while the EMTs and cops and the investigation was going on. You need a nap before your thing tonight?
I'm processing some shit.
Yeah. So again, we have another inconsistency by Big Court. Is she getting paid to do this? Who's paying her to sit there and stand up for this guy who doesn't? I mean, why doesn't she ask these hard questions? Why doesn't she care about any of these inconsistencies?
Because
I don't know if I would call myself a loser. I was definitely a full-blown alcoholic for 10 years. But, I tried to quit twice. I was unable to. I prayed to God, asked him to take the urge away. And 30 years without a drink. I don't have an urge for it. And I'll never drink again. So, I mean, you can call me a loser because I don't really give a fuck what you have to say about anything. But post away.
I don't have an answer for that. But Muxter knows the buttons he's pushing. He fucking knows. And you all heard I'm not blocked. That's the exact same greeting I got the other day when I called. Oh, he knows that I Muxter's Jess, do you remember you joining me a panel when I was in Chicago last
Yep. And I was being very nice to you, and you were very cautious.
We were enemies at the time.
Oh, yeah.
You remember what that was about, right? Muxter remembers what that was about. Muxter remembers. So don't play that game. Oh, well, are you a woman? You're pretending like I'm supposed to know when I don't know? You fucking know, you piece of shit.
Wow, look at Finkel. He's obviously drunk. He can't control himself, Turtle Guard. Come on. For fuck's sake. Hold on. Turtle Guard's got more shitty shit to say about me. Let me scroll down to where Turtle Guard. For the record, I don't think you are a loser at codedfriend.001. You're just someone who has a lot of trauma and self-esteem issues. I will pray for your bitch ass. Okay, whatever, man. Is that your clinical diagnosis? Thanks, though, bro. Appreciate you.
Not you, Muckster.
I hear you. It's a process, and we don't want to let the demons win in this scenario. To be angry but sin not, right?
Yeah.
Be angry but sin not. Be angry but sin not. So we got a situation. I want to. Toyota Tom says, have we gotten any proof at all of an open investigation by people that matter? So Toyota Tom, do you have any
The real Manelvia, right, Shuggy? Not the ship in a bottle model kit that fucking Dan has.
do you have you gotten any proof at
That's
all
awesome,
from
Shug.
people that matter that there is no investigation? Toyota Tom.
Yeah.
So I mean, we'll just put the question back to you. I mean, if this person is innocent of any wrongdoing, they would welcome an investigation. They would be the first one saying, here's all my data. I want to get to the bottom of this. I want to know an answer. I want to know why this woman took her own life.
Hey, Trek, how you doing? Yeah, Toyota Tom. Yeah. And yeah, to your question this morning, yeah, I'm very much aware that this guy may have some training. He does have some training, obviously, but he's not the title. In fact, the title he gave us doesn't exist in the United States.
You can be a bitch ass too, Logan, saying that.
It's called mental illness. What's called mental illness? What Big Court's going through? Yeah. What Muckster's going through? Yeah. Hell, even if you want to say what Finkel's going through, yeah, I'm getting treated for it. What's Muckster doing? What's Big Court doing? I'm getting treated, motherfuckers. Yeah, I got a mental issue. Now what?
You know what? You got
Finkel's got a mental issue. Finkel is a cray.
an awesome day
That's what, Finkel. Get off the booze.
ahead of you, brother. We got an awesome celebration, an awesome headspace to get into. But we're gonna help out Doctor Srolls because I'm sure his restarted ass right now with all his law degrees up on his wall is paying attention. We're gonna help you out, Doctor Srolls. Here you go, buddy. I'm gonna. It's almost like a cartoon for you. Pay attention, Doctor Srolls.
Uh-oh. It's no big deal. It's probably not even quicksand. I'm going to have a good laugh about this tonight with the guys. Well, this is just perfect. Stupid quicksand. Stupid jungle. I want to bite someone in the face. Mother. Stop. That stupid jungle. Are you there, God? It's me, Giraffe. Listen, if you would just give me a mulligan on this quicksand thing, I promise, no more peeing on your short.
That's a sign that they're obsessed, Kelly. Kelly asks, how long can they go over the same shit? It's never going to change. That's OCD. That's obsessive compulsive disorder. They both have it. This meme is fucking stupid, like all of Todd's memes.
Order creatures. You get a deal?
God damn, this sucks. Laura, we have miles to go before we sleep tonight, sweetie.
Leaves. Take me. What?
Buddy.
Now, here's the problem. That's going to be spun into you're making fun of her passing.
No.
I know you're making fun of this doc. I get that. Because if he deals with this every day, if he has a 24/7 channel for this kind of thing, he would remember those 5 stages. I don't remember the 5 stages because I don't deal with it every day. I'm not trained in.
Turtle Guard, do you know what my traumas are? What happened? Because they must. There must be repressed memories because I have a pretty happy fucking childhood, man. I feel bad for you, but I'll pray for you too. Maybe you'll be enlightened.
In mental health.
But it's like people that claim to be a classically trained, chef, gourmet sous chef or gourmet head chef. Well, what are the 5 mother sauces? They don't fucking have a clue. I'm not classically trained. I didn't go to frickin' Culinary Institute of Art, Culinary Art Institute or whatever. I don't even know what it would be called. It's all my training is OJT, but I can name them.
Toyota. If you have a discussion, fine. Just come here and sling insults. Bye.
But it's one of those things like Stoffel says right there. He's like, I had no idea if there was a Murgle or not, but there's definitely something missing and something weird and wrong with the series of events that we only have from one idiot nut job.
And the father deserves answers. The children deserve answers. If there's a sister, she deserves answers.
There you go, right there, Turtle Guard. This is why it's stuff like this, and it's not this one thing. This has been going on through this entire 2-hour stream. Listen to Finkel here.
Have from one idiot nut job.
And the father deserves answers. The children deserve answers. If there's a sister, she deserves answers. The friends deserve answers.
There's a sister. She deserves answers. My name is Finkel, and I've got a drinking
Either way,
problem.
the husband has the answer. I don't know which way
What
it is.
happened there? Why'd that speed up like that? Hold on, I want to hear Slurry Boy one more time. Listen, Turtle Guard. Because once you hear it, you'll be able to pick it up more and more as you watch them.
Only something missing and something weird and wrong with the series of events that we only have from one idiot nut job.
And the father deserves answers. The children deserve answers. If there's a sister, she deserves answers. The friends deserve answers. Either way, the husband has the answer. I don't know which way it is, but the husband knows the answers. Ketchup is all 5 mother sauces? What?
He's wrong.
He's wrong?
He's way wrong.
Are we having another condiment discussion? I almost sent you some mayonnaise. Yes, I almost sent you some mayonnaise.
How dare you?
I know.
How dare you? All right, here we go. Yep, there it is.
Okay, all right.
Well, let me share this. Yeah,
All right.
Bechamel, velouté, espagnole, tomato sauce, which is the French style, and hollandaise. Yeah.
Look, let me explain this one more time for you, Turtle Guard Archive. I threatened to tell a guy what his kids were wearing at a bus stop because I knew it would motivate him to do his fucking job, which he wasn't doing. I had a relationship with Paychecks. I owned a business. They did my payroll and handled my workers' comp. My listeners are bored to death with this story, so it's probably going to be the last time I tell it. 8 fucking weeks they took money out of my bank account after I severed my relationship with them. On the 8th week, enough's enough, man. You said you were going to solve the problem. You told me it 7 fucking times. You didn't. So my question is, what do I have to do to motivate you? Tell you what your kids are wearing at the bus stop? Now, granted, I was 1,600 fucking miles away. He was in Syracuse, New York. I was in Cobb County, Georgia. The police laughed about the threat. The guy took the threat seriously because he fixed the fucking problem after 8 fucking weeks. The police laughed about it. They called me on the phone, said, "Hey man, can you not call there anymore?" And I was like, if they fix a fucking problem, I got no reason to call there. And we all had a little chuckle about what a pussy the guy was. And we all went our separate ways. I was never even fucking charged with anything. So, go fuck yourself, Chris Ryder.
Emmanuel or Espanol. Emmanuel or Espanol. So the tomato sauce could also be considered Emmanuel.
I get it now. Okay, so if you live in Europe, like France or Belgium or Germany, And you go to Holland on the days, and then the evening go back. Those are Holland days.
Yeah, especially if you get sauce.
That's drunk humor. He can't even keep his fucking eyes open.
There it is, right there.
Wow, that's great. This is just fantastic, Todd.
Would finish.
You're not
it
a
would
cook,
be like
Todd.
us, and you
can show all. You were never a professional cook.
It was a delight.
You can show all the fucking graphics in the world. You're not a professional cook. I know more about cooking than you do, and can cook better than you because I have a buddy who's a 5-star chef. But I was never educated as a fucking chef. It's a degree you actually get, Todd. And if you were claiming to be a sous chef in a restaurant, that means you chopped fucking vegetables. You did prep work.
Have her in my Bible studies. It was a delight to have met her. I still remember as if it were
Todd's
in my Bible
too.
studies. It was Andrea. I want to talk about how it was a delight to have her in my Bible studies. It was a delight to have met her. I still remember as if it were yesterday meeting her when Billy and Andrea arrived, and they were parking at Walmart, which is like a 5-minute drive from my house, 10-minute drive from my house.
Oh.
And it was like 11:30 at night when they finally arrived, before they went and got a campsite.
Maybe.
Yeah, it was really good meeting her. She was just vivacious, bubbly. Fair enough. She had a couple of glasses of wine in her. It was, 11:30 at night. She was in the back with the dogs while they were traveling, in the camper. She was living a lap of luxury, sipping wine. Good.
Did you hear this morning's premiere I did? She was on that. I didn't even realize it until I'm going through my old screens. Like, oh, that I recognized Benghazi Rabbit, and then he turned his mic over to her. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah,
that's right. I was not aware of ever hearing her voice before.
Yeah, I heard you saying something about that you had stumbled upon a recording where her voice was on it. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, and there are other situations and scenarios, and to all the people that remember her fondly and warmly, the best.
Oh, don't worry, EB Dolo. Todd's going to break. Todd's going to break. The only question is, does Finkel break first? Turtleguard Archive says, laugh my ass off. It's just that easy. You play yourself every time. You have a depraved mind, bro. It doesn't take much to get you to talk. I told the same story I've told 100 fucking times. Shut up, Ryder. Tell your girlfriend to stop eating horse meat and do something about her bowling ball sized head and pay her back fucking child support. You're easy to play, Ryder. Very easy.
Best thing you can do is keep talking about her, keep her memory alive. Because I'm telling you, there is a mourning father that is a little over a year after losing him.
Is that the one that diddled her, Todd?
And he loved that girl very, very much.
Or was he a father like Finkel? Look at Finkel. That's a drunk guy. Look at that face right there. That's a fucking drunk. Look at those eyes. He's got double fucking bags under his eyes, 2 fat rolls under his chin. He's bloated. That's drunk bloat. Look at the look on his face. Lying sack of fucking shit.
He still loves her.
There's a few people out there trying to trash him.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, he put her up in a trust. He took care of her. Maybe from a distance, but he took care of her.
And there's other things that people don't need to know about. And I don't know a lot of there's other things that are going on and how he is loved on that young lady, and not in a creepy way like these.
Yeah, I was going to say, and the only reason I know that about he put her up was Billy tried to keep the house. Billy tried to have her leave if she was going to break up instead of him leave. And he lost his court case to keep that house that wasn't his. That was her father's, or the trust.
Yep. So again, T-Man, respectfully, man, I understand that you got your things that you're passionate about, bro. You have your own channel for that. go make a content. Go make some content. Go make a live stream. Maybe we'll review your live stream.
Oh man, imagine if Todd reviewed your live stream. You might get 1 subscriber and 5 more views. Woohoo!
So that person's not a bad person, I don't think.
This person here?
Yeah, no. So that agreed, but I can't get past that you find your wife unalived or hurt, but the first thing you do is call your dad.
Plenty of people. It doesn't get talked about much. Plenty of people call a friend or a family member and then are told by the friend or the family member, hey, you need to call 911. Happens quite a bit.
Dad, then your friend who tells you to then call 911. I mean, I get it. We all act differently, except for when we act the same, according to Doctor Srolls.
Yeah.
You ready to put a pin in this? And
Yeah, I think so. Again, on tonight, it's meant. The reason we have these celebrations is for the newcomer. So if you decide you don't want to join, there's no requirement. Yeah, you and Sue.
I'm absolutely going to be there.
I keep telling Sue the same thing. You guys are welcome to watch. You seem like you're interested in watching, but if you're bored, remember it's.
Wait, does his girlfriend have another name now? What's that? The 3rd or the 4th name? Fink, why can't you keep both eyes open at the same time? Shiver me poontang, it's Pirate Finkel.
It's really there for the newcomer to show that we can do a year, 5 years, 10 years, 14 years. Of course, Frank showed me up this morning. I went to a morning meeting, and I got the 14-year coin. And then the next one, he was 38 years. I'm like, always got to upstage me, Frank. Always got to upstage me.
There it is. So, for the record, I don't know if you caught it, but last Tuesday, I think it was, or it was whatever day you actually gave me the message with the Zoom information.
Mm-hmm.
You said, I've got a meeting tonight. GS knows what it's about. I thought it was for that night. And I went to click on it.
Logan, there's a big difference. Well, physically, there's a short distance, but there's a big difference.
Oh, I went to click on it on my laptop over there, my other laptop, which I don't have Zoom uploaded. And I'm like, oh, and I'm like, I guess I got to go over to. That's awesome. I was gonna ask. I was hoping you'd show it. But turn it to the light. Turn it so the light's hitting it. There you go.
Todd fucking Finkel had to bullshit to get a sobriety coin. I wonder if your sponsor's watching this stream, you drunk bastard.
You need a light facing towards you at some point.
Yeah.
There you
Come
go.
on, you stupid drunk.
All right.
There you go. You got it. Just angle it so that.
My name's Finkel. I got this coin at the AA. I can't even read this on it. Hold on. Let me try to get both my eyelids open at the same time.
That the light's shining on it. Angle it so the light above it. There you go. Now,
holy control freak, Todd! Shut up! You're acting like Finkel's a 2-year-old.
Bring it a little closer. What does it say on there?
This way.
And then lean it more towards the light, upward.
You said it's Martin, not me. I said that
about
you.
Anyway.
I'll read it for you.
Military coin. I got my ass.
God, I can't even see. I should know it by heart because I got a few of these. Okay. On the back side, it says, God grant me. Wait a minute. God grant me the serenity to.
Well, you see, hold on, Turtle Guard, because here's some insightful comment. Look, that's a drunk guy. He's fucking drunk. Listen to him read what's on here. And I mean, if you're not picking it up by now, Turtle Guard, you're fucking slow.
Few of these. Okay. On the back side, it says, God grant me. Wait a minute. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. On the front side, it's got the Roman numeral 14 and the triangle, which is unity, service, and recovery. And something I always forget. To thine own self be true. This is a Shakespearean thing, but it's on my stepfather's grave. And yeah, to thy own self be true. I guess Bill W. liked that statement too, apparently.
Mm-hmm. Can will you indulge me? I would like to, and the ironic thing about this, because I think we need a little stoicism. We both kind of got a little angry there about. I'm a little outraged at some of the malcontents, the ne'er do wells. That I'm glad they don't have a voice in my channel. I'll be honest with you.
Oh, wait till we get to the. You're only a few hours away from losing your mind there, fucking comb over Todd. Todd doesn't dye his hair. Look how gray the fucking side is right here. And then watch the video we show in a minute. You fucking dye your hair, Todd, you vain little fucking feminine bitch. All right, let's we're gonna move on to 64 good motherfuckers in the side chat. 65 counting Logan Sandman. He's a dick. I'm an asshole. Hashtag fuck you, Coded. Let's do a little musical intermission, seeing as how we're at 3 hours and 36 minutes. And then we're going to move on to see Doctor Srolls show up at Turd Burglar Todd's Generally Specific stream. TPO, the Turd Burglar Todd.
my time. But here I am, baby, ordering another glass of your sweet wine. Lay it on me. You laid it on me. Oh, I never will forget how you laid it on me. Oh, I know I ought to leave, but I decided I'm gonna stay. The way you laid it on me, baby, oh no, but making the devil kneel and pray. Lay it on me. You laid it on me, baby. Oh, I never will forget how you laid it on me. You walked up to me, stood right there, and said, "Bigot, here it is, Bigot. Take it and use it like you want it. It's yours, Bigot. Use it like you want it. You sure enough laid it on me. Yeah, I never will forget the day
Wilson Pickett T-Bone Lightning into Wilson Pickett. And then the third tune is a brand new group, Latinos, called The Heart Tones. The is spelled with two E's, Thee. Check them out. They got some pretty groovy shit. So we had two classics, and then the third was relatively new. It's only been out on YouTube for a couple of days. 53 good motherfuckers in the side chat. We didn't lose too many. I believe I just witnessed Shuggy Fly apologizing to Carte Blanche. Let's hope some fences get mended, and we can move on. I'm starting to dig Shuggy Fly. And the idea that Shiz's head has exploded or is in the process of exploding makes me happy. I'm not cry. It's the light, I think. Like in my head hair, got a weird fucking receding hairline, but yeah, it looks goofy in the. Yeah, I'm not gray. I'll let you know when I'm gray. My fucking beard is gray. I want the silver fox thing on the side, but it's not happening. Dawn Tusud Furman says, I'm not in the side chat anymore. It's 3 a.m. here. I'm in the upside down chat. Sweet. Uh-oh. Carte Blanche fires back with a move on at Shuggy Fly. I don't do bin befores with no actual receipts. I'm a cattle station owner and my teaching crews are still intact. Oh, Carte, accept the apology, please. Turtle Guard Archive says it's easy to distract us with the sweet sounds of music, but you still got to provide insightful commentary to migrate the N Tower of Destiny. What's the N Tower of Destiny? Turtle Guard Archive, it is true. Music soothes the savage beast. 47 good motherfuckers in the side chat, and 48 if you count Logan Sandman. We're going to get into the really crazy shit now. Maybe there will be insightful commentary. Maybe not. Maybe it'll just all be grade school humor shit. You never can tell. Hold on, let me get in my channel dashboard. We're up 40 subscribers in the last month. Thank you to everybody who's been showing up. Greatly appreciated. Please feel free to participate in the side chat. As you can see, we do enjoy insightful commentary, and we even put up with Turtle whatever archive and his kind of fucking nonsense. What's going on here? Hold on. I'm having a Irish demon tech moment. Why is that going super full screen? I do not know. God damn. What in the fuck? I want to get rid of the. Why is that doing that? Bingo bango. That's not what I want. What in the motherfuck? How come? All right, let me run with this till I can get it figured out. Do. I want to go. This is Doctor Srolls. Hold on. Stop screen. Do. Share screen. Share that, which means I can ditch this screen and I can ditch this screen, and we're in the right spot. I want to get rid of that shit on the side and Make the window bigger, but it just keeps going. Ah, there we go. Nice. I had to do it after the share screen. All right, here we go. Wilson Pickett sitting on a bale of hay. He ain't good looking, but he sure can play. Charlie Daniels back. Thank you, Logan. Turtle Guard. Why? Why such stupid stuff? Oh, that fucking Chris Ryder. He's so desperate. Tiffany still has a bowling ball. What did you achieve? Tiffany still has a bowling ball head. She still eats horse meat. And she's still a deadbeat asshole that won't pay her back child support. What do you got? Yep, bye-bye. The South going to do it again. I'll add that to the playlist. Hitman 45 says that coded. If you have complaints with your latest ad, address them to janitor. I have no complaints. Are you talking about the cow card? I'm one of the 4 apocalypse guys. I'm happy. It was me, Stoned Vet, Just a Silly Girl. Who else was? Who was the number 4? God damn! Now we have to visit the Hitman. Shit! You just did that to get me to pull your stuff up. I'm game. I'll play. You know what though? I can never find your. Fucking channel when I need to. Hold on. There we go. What the fuck? What? It doesn't. Thank God it doesn't really look like me. There we go. Cooking with Coded, ability, Yeast Beast, strengths, Master Baker, Yeast Whisperer, weakness, fierce burnt crust, low patience. That's fucking dead on, man. Flavoring text, baking bread in pearls and a panic. I don't know about the whole dress thing. I definitely wear an apron when I'm in the kitchen because when it comes to me and flour, I get that shit fucking everywhere. God damn, I don't even smile like that. That's goofy. I'm cool with it. I have no problem. I can take a joke. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Scroll that up just a little bit. Do we have that in there? Oh, Cody gets made fun of a little bit. Cody can take it. Don't worry about it. There were the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Positive Amanda. Nice. Doofus Delight. There's a lot of bite marks in that arm. Cooking with Coded. Madam Mester. Ooh. Charismatic storyteller. Easily distracted. Luck of the draw. Draw an extra card. Luck favors the bold. This card says you'll Venmo me later. It's written. Mr. Carey and the Fairies. Peace Dynamo, the incident. What? I liked this one. Sherlock Gnomes and Dr. Wattstat. Todd's got a turd in his hand. Broken ball washer. What? Doctor Srolls, scrapbooking. Where are the Sir Slurp and Slur? Nice. Liar Rider. GMK exercising the demons. I don't picture GMK as a frou-frou guy like that. There you go. Horseman of the Todd Apocalypse. Stoned Vet. Nice. The Bong and Stella. Perfect. Horseman of the Todd Apocalypse. Savage Secret. Riding a white rabbit. There's me again. You got to work on my facial representation. Horseman of the Todd Apocalypse, Coded Friend. Number 4, Hill Pirate Studios. Perfect. Only that looks more like a Great Dane than a Malinois. The cards are fucking phenomenal, dude. There's a lot of creativity in there. Coded. All right, let's get back at the Doctor Srolls. Here we go. Turd Berglund Todd.
Find no safe haven from the wrath of God. Not the wrath of Todd. The wrath of God. All right, guys. We'll see you on the other side of this.
Remember that, Todd. I'm going to double speed it for the beginning. You're definitely homosexual. You can hide it all day.
Miracle whip, no mayonnaise, it's the way you behave. You're generally specific, breaking topics down like a pro. Making feminists wear a frown, you always steal the show. You're generally specific, and attack helicopter is your pronoun. Handsome and humble is the talk of the town. Generally, you're bad.
Generally homosexual.
Yeah, you wear a crown, generally specific. You're the one who stands out with your message shot. There's no room for doubt. Everybody singing, sitting around. Generally, specific stack it
Uh-oh, retard alert. Retard alert, class.
Why does Todd play Retard Alert before he puts himself on screen? Is that a Freudian admission?
Sorry about that, guys. I was in the middle of setting up a goal. I found out where the goals are hidden now. They are underneath the where you do the poll and everything like that. So
no one
kind
cares.
Of disappeared, but they kind of changed where they were. So I did set up a goal. So, you know, there's already Ron. Thank you. Fried chicken dinner Sunday. Awesome. That sounds good, actually, really good. And Innocent Auditor says, pay your GS taxes. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of compliments going. And Dave in the shadows, thank you so much. Seeing a lot of compliments going towards Dave's stream today. Fantastic stream. I'm glad you didn't pull me up right away. I'm glad that you finished what you wanted to do for your stream on your channel that I have an immense amount of respect for. Steve, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be able to speak on your channel. I do apologize that I allowed my passion to slip into perhaps a little bit too much anger at a couple of moments, and I guess you did too, but that's your channel, so that is your prerogative.
Cart, I totally understand. But there was a lot of shit talking and ball busting going on. I get it, and you know, you do you. I'm not gonna fucking force you to do anything because you're never gonna fucking do it anyway. So, but you know, give him a chance. He apologized.
Prerogative. Fantastic show. Fantastic series of show. Matter of fact, the videos down below are 2 of Steve's videos. You know him as Finkel. I know him as Honey Badger, Don't Give an F. We also know him as Loki. We know him as Finkel, the Fink. Stephen J. Nolan. He's a man of international fame and wit. And he's also a man who just celebrated 14 years sober. Guys, can we just get a round of applause? Can we get some hand clap emojis, and some prayer emojis, perhaps, for Steve and this wonderful, awesome, applaudable milestone in his life. What a fantastic man. I will say, I won't say the source, but I will say, I won't say the source, but I will say,
knock on wood, bro.
That I heard a testimony for Steve that really just encompassed. I went to a celebration and stuff via Zoom. That really does encompass everything that I found to be applicable to Stephen J. Nolan, as I call him, my friend. And I think anyone with a modicum amount of honor, integrity, and personal courage would stand up.
We have a truce. I don't see Shuggy doing anything to go after you, Cart. If he says hi, will you say hi back? Remember, one thing our side chat is known for is being civil to one another. So let's try to keep that rolling. But you do you, Cart.
Up next to me, even if
and I totally understand where you're coming from, Cart.
You're not in good standing with Steve at the moment. Your past experiences with Steve are this. A man gave a testimony about Steve, and it really landed with me. He said, Steve brings more to the table than he takes away. Wow. Steve brings more to the table.
Yeah, he shits on the table, you fucking retard. Open your eyes, Toddy.
Well, then he takes away. And a more succinct, apt, appropriate, apropos, however, whatever adjective or synonym you want to add to that, could not be said. A more insightful statement could not have been made. But Steve J. Nolan brings more to every table than he takes away. every table that I've ever been.
This is yesterday. Toddy was butthurt about your comments today. Don't talk about his wife anymore. It really unsettles him.
Around that man, he brings more to that table than he takes away from it. He's a gentleman, and it's an honor that I call him my friend. And I just really, I'm done glazing him for a little bit. He's probably embarrassed right now, or he's probably like, no, keep it going. But I'm gonna go ahead and share the stream. I'm gonna go ahead and share the StreamYards, and let's go ahead and get it going. I already have something queued up. I'm gonna share this. I'm gonna allow Steve to come up and say a few things that he would like to say. Let's do it like this. Let's go ahead and do it like this. Do it like this. I did it like that. I did it with a wiffle ball bat. So I'm on the run. The cops got me going. Right about now, it's time to have some fun. The King Ad Rock. That is my name. What's up, good citizen?
You went from Beasties into fucking Run DMC. You dumb motherfucker. I did it like this. I did it like that. I did it with a wiffle ball bat. So Charger's on the run. He's got your wife's fun.
We got Bendy Bob in the house. Not sure if he's friend or foe sometimes. Has some interesting things to say. Broken Bones. Of course, Aaron Queen already shouted out. Miss Linda, good to see you. Dave, we're just a plain old Dave. Which is
absolutely
kind of
on fire.
T666X. No, I don't know if I'm a fan of that, bro. I'll be honest with you. Not a big fan. We'll just keep the taser prepped and ready. Cue the audit. Good to see you.
We call them flip flops. Actually, my son and my wife call them slippers.
Absolutely. Oh, hold on. Let me do it like this because I don't think anyone can see you at the moment. I'll turn that off. Oh, hold on. Nobody can see you yet or hear you. My bad. I ruined your intro. There we go. Now people can see and hear you.
Right.
That's their problem.
Congratulations on 14 years. Very proud of you. I know pride is supposed to be a sin in the Bible, but me being proud of somebody else, I don't see where the sin could be in that.
Minsan, may mga pangarap na hindi natutupad.
Oops.
One person show.
The roasted garlic's easy. Pyrex bowl. I do it in a toaster oven. Cut the tops off the garlic and just set them in the bowl. Fill it up with olive oil. Just you can tell they browned on top because I didn't have quite enough olive oil left to get them fully submerged. Just a little bit over the top. Pop it in the toaster oven. 250 Fahrenheit. So what's that, like 110 Celsius, something like that, or 120 Celsius. And then it's just 2 hours. 2 hours at that temp, pull it out, and then you just squeeze the garlic cloves out of the garlic skin and throw them in a separate container. And you can literally scoop them out with a fork, throw them on a piece of bread, and just fork them. They'll just mash right up, spread them on the bread, toast the bread and garlic, and then throw a little sprinkle of mozzarella or a really good pecorino romano. If you're going to do the pecorino romano, before you toast them, put a little oil on the bread with the little extra olive oil on the bread with the garlic. It's a fucking killer afternoon snack, and the garlic is really good for me because garlic thins your blood.
Shares after me. I start thinking about what they're saying. When the next person shares, I'm still thinking about that last person. So I totally missed who said I bring more to the table than I take away. I want names.
If cooking's gay, I'm gay all the way.
Really?
Clip that.
Oh, wow. All right. I was thinking about what Jose said. Okay.
Yeah, he was a little hard to understand, but I caught that part. That he was kind of
Logan's card is awesome.
Man-to-man ribbing.
Oh, okay.
But then he had a moment of honesty and said that Steve is the kind of guy that brings more to the table than he takes away.
Wow, Mark. Okay, I have to pay him later. I missed that.
You should pay me. I'm the one who caught it. All right.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
What up, Dave?
I just did $5.
Okay. Yep. There we go. You did. You absolutely did. So I want to point out something that I noticed. I'm not finished watching all of it, but this is interesting.
All my bread. There's a book on Amazon. You can get it on Amazon. You might be able to find him on YouTube. I've never looked him on YouTube, but he's got a great TED talk. Dude's name is Peter Reinhardt, and he says that bread is solid beer and beer is liquid bread. All of my recipes are just his. He's got a book called The Bread Baker's Apprentice. If I get a hardcover copy of it, because that book becomes a fucking kitchen Bible. The recipes in there are phenomenal, and I have little tweaks I do on them, but yeah, man, if you want good bread recipes like the bread I'm cooking, Peter Reinhardt's The Bread Maker's Apprentice. Well worth the money.
We're staying at the 24-minute and 15-second mark, and we're a little bit ahead of that. We hear a confession from the Benghazi Rabbit, otherwise known as William J. Barthel, or Billy Barthel, or Billy the Badass, the campfire extraordinaire.
And this town in particular, they've never heard of First Amendment auditors, they've never heard of cop watchers or anything like that. So having someone of my status come in and just literally just fucking wreck house like a bull in a china shop in a sense, and I was like super tame. Anyone who looks back in the past few weeks, and then further in our channel, we do things very, very subversively. I'm a very, very subversive person, and I will just go full hard if I can. But the way we treated this situation,
there it is.
Wow. Yeah.
Very, very interesting. So I have
from, okay.
Yeah, that one's from earlier today. I've not finished listening to the whole thing, but I did notice that part. Well, here's what I'm going to do, though. I'm going to make this big screen. You're going to be able to see this here in a second. Because we're going to. Can I pop out the comments? Is that something I can do?
I don't know. I've always looked at them from my phone and rolling my eyes.
I'm going to go newest. So I'm going to go all the way down. I'm going to start from the oldest. But let me do this real quick. Let me try to make this bigger. Here we go. There we go. Is that somewhat easier for you to read? Are you able to see that on yours?
I can see it. I got a fairly good sized monitor. I don't know if people on their phone or laptops can see it. I can see that.
Well, I'm going to maximize this on my screen here, so everyone on YouTube will be able to see it a little bit bigger.
Okay.
I don't know that I can make it much bigger than this, but this was.
That's what I told her.
There you go. This is as of 1 hour ago, and we are going to try to insert some levity in this tonight, guys. So please don't be mad at us. This is a very serious situation, and we do take it very, very seriously. But you know what? We also have to. It can't be stressed constantly all the time. We got to be able to cut up a little bit, put a little bit of levity into some things here and there. So please show us some grace. So Doctor Srolls says, I think you ought to make sure you don't ever say my name because the claims you've made would be defamatory. So here we go. We got another litigious bagel making fucking threats.
Wow.
My language.
He's not threatening to sue you. He's telling you to be careful because when it comes to psychiatry and psychologists and psychiatrists, they are a protected class of individuals. So you can talk all mad shit about regular doctors. You can't do it about psychiatric workers. So he's not threatening you. He's giving you a heads up. He's informing you, which he does through this whole broadcast when he comes on to talk. But you guys are too fucking whacked out to do anything but react like you're being threatened.
This yet, so I'm getting a little fucking irritated. Please sue me, you cocksucker. How about that? I called you a cocksucker. Now sue me, you fucking cocksucker. All right. Would be defamatory.
You don't sue people for calling cocksucker, you dumb fuck God. You're a dumb fuck. Cupcake. You fucking little cupcake.
If you were wrong and you did discover my name. Oh, so he's worried about being doxxed like everybody else is being doxxed by your side, dude.
So here's the problem with that psychologist, I put in quotes. We don't care what your name is. And if we found your name and did dox you, the issue would be doxing you, not defaming you, unless your name is something that's defamed already.
Yeah, the defamation has to be whatever we're saying is a lie. So knowingly perpetuating a lie about you. So Doc Srolls, Mr. Wanna Be Anonymous, you may want to get off the internet. That's not a threat for you to not be able to exercise your First Amendment. But if you're so desperate to keep your career where it is, then you might want to be a little bit smarter. Because I'm telling you, Steve and I have a very personal experience with fucking retards and muppets on the internet, taking shit real world, buddy. And if you ain't cut up for it, and you ain't built for it, you might want to go completely anonymous and probably just keep your fucking mouth shut and sign in as a guest. But again,
that'd be my suggestion.
For Public Safety, how you doing? We got Mountain Papa, we got Rhonda Sharva. Good to see you. Thank you again for that wonderful donation the other day. I appreciate that. That was a very generous donation. Mountain Papa says, greetings.
Illegal Ogre looks a lot like Tiffany without her filter on. Amazing.
Yes, and Steve tied up the last 24. Others were monitoring chats after the Lange Willie Barfell audio release. Big Court and FetLife is a gift that keeps on giving. Equally narcissistic. Yes, hello, official misconduct. Good to see you. John Delacola, good to see you. Mountain Papa says, much like Big Court, Doc really isn't a quote-unquote secret. Either pun intended. Free advice, don't flatter yourself like Big Court tried to. What's up, KY Reacts? Good to see you. And by the way, if you see anything in the chat that you want to respond to, please stop me right away. Okay?
I'll have to open another window. All right.
Actually, if you want to read this.
Okay, where are we at?
Mirrors!
Okay. 1 hour ago, Doctor Srolls says, I think you ought to make sure you don't ever say my name. All right, easy, Eagle. We don't care what your name is. Because the claims you made would be defamatory if you're wrong and you did discover my name. I'm reading from the transcript. If you're a YouTuber, you know that after a video posts for a while, it creates a transcript. You said what you said. All right, to suggest I make any money or practice on the internet is clearly a lie. It wasn't scripted. Your claim, Doc, is that you're a psychologist and you have a YouTube channel for the purposes of your practice. Whether you're monetized or not, I don't know. I don't care. Do you want me to continue?
Well, apparently there's a SF8 says they're and I appreciate you don't shout out other people's lives and stuff. Thank you very much, especially not people that are against this channel. I greatly appreciate if you don't let other people know that other people are going live and stuff like that. But I do appreciate the information. I'm not trying to be butthurt about it. Apparently they're bitching right now on Dee's channel about Ruff getting busted using another inmate's tablet. They're doxing and telling people to call Flood another CO. Wow.
I don't think very highly of Michael Kaiser, but he played one clip a lot that I think applies here. Stop breaking the law!
asshole. Exactly. Yeah, so here I don't need to respond to that, but look, man, I appreciate that, but you know, I'm having enough competition with people going live at the same time I go live in order to try to pillage my numbers away without having people come in and announcing it. Let's go ahead and where were you at?
Can you scroll up a little bit? I am definitely to suggest I make money. I'm okay. I responded to that one. I am definitely a regular, a fan. I don't have any idea what you're talking about regarding a channel. I have a 24/7 call line. That would make sense. That's what I suggested when I read your transcript saying you have a YouTube channel, so your customers can reach out to you anytime, day or night. It's an answering service. Now that makes perfect sense. Did you misspeak? Did you have more time to think about what you were saying? I don't know. You're just making up the YouTube stuff. No, I'm reading the transcript of what you said.
Did he misspeak? No, you misinterpreted the meaning of channel. You assumed because everything's YouTube to you, Finkel, that he was talking about a YouTube channel and he was talking about a communication channel. You're the fucking one that's wrong, Finkel, you drunk bastard.
Said, hey, a licensed clinical psychologist, aha.
Oh, that's a little different than what he said.
That is different, yes. He said a licensed clinical health psychologist, which, okay, thank you for correcting yourself. That is what you said. Actually, in the most jurisdictions, the license is a psychologist, not even a clinical psychologist. Hey, I'm going off what you said. In Indiana, it is a licensed psychologist. Okay,
where's health in any of that?
Yeah, I have a PhD in clinical psychology with a concentration of health psychology. Okay, and I'm licensed in those states. In Indiana, I have 2 licenses. One is psychologist, and the other is an additional add-on for being a clinical health provider. Okay, so if you're saying you misspoke, you misspoke. I read exactly what you said. It is fair to say there is no different license for a clinical psychologist or a person who has...
You read what he said from a transcript. You misinterpreted the meaning of channel. Are you that fucking oblivious?
A board certification. Okay. The license is, while he's really defensive about me reading exactly what he said, the license is just an ordinary psychologist license. The boards and education create modifiers. The boards and education. There's a legitimacy to you argument here. I'm a GED. He's a PhD, or alleges to be one. His tight articulation is, yeah.
There is legitimacy to your argument here, or there is illegitimacy to your argument here. I'm a little confused because it sounds like he's...
There's a legitimacy to you argument here.
There's a... Okay. Anyway, it's awkward. I think we can tell what he means.
Yeah, okay. So he types... Yeah, I'm sorry. Wow, PhD, huh? I'm sure I couldn't spend all that money in college because, wow. All right, where was I? I was very measured in not criticizing anyone inappropriately. I thought anyone who would do what Big Court said we were doing was disgusting. I will offer flat out to meet with you privately. Why not?
Any court would say what you were doing is disgusting. Let's get past the fucking reading shit. Is that Doctor Srolls?
Chelsea, were you on Katie Zed's channel at one point in time?
I've never spoken publicly on any channel until last evening.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so we're reviewing the comments that were being made. Feel free to interject as you see fit. We're going through these. Do you have anything you want to say before we get a...
Sure, so to back up...
Steve, can I get you to mute up when you're not talking? Because your microphone is like, every time you move it, it's picking up everything. I appreciate it. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, so just listen to the conversation
Come
earlier.
on, Steve,
the statement specifically
drunk.
about licensed clinical health psychologists. I said your argument is legitimate. It is an active conversation in the field and how people market themselves. There are legitimately individuals who believe that the only thing you can say is a licensed psychologist because that is what the license specifically is for in all states. And then there are other people who believe that the modifiers aren't meaningfully inappropriate. For instance, if somebody is a board-certified health psychologist or a board-certified clinical psychologist or a board-certified neuropsychologist, they often need to indicate that to the public to offer specifically what services that we're marketing to the public. My specialties, as I've mentioned, are health psychology. I no longer work in the field specifically that we were talking about last night and all of the context around this conversation regarding assisted suicide or withdrawal of care. I don't do that anymore. I used to do that specifically. That field was too hard to work in, very jaded when I left it. And so now I work with people who are at the highest risk of unaliving themselves, and that is people with severe anxiety disorders such as obsessive compulsive disorder, PTSD, many other conditions. The highest of the acuity is with those two specifically. And to further discuss this, Todd, you may remember me from the past. I used to be a subscriber on your channel. I was a supporter, very much a supporter of your channel. I think I donated $800 to you one night when you got inebriated. It was really fun.
Oh, you were the guy that tried to get me. I thought for sure you were Muckster. You talking about the lampshade night?
Yes.
I think it was $800 though, bro. You can't give me $500.
Okay, then whatever, because it was going through. I'd have to go look. I didn't do it all in one thing, but yeah, that was a long time ago. But yes, I was specifically an actual fan of your channel. The reason I start to get pause is because I don't get tied up in all these individual dramas that people have. I really don't know anything about this story. What I do know, and I also don't know anything about whether Ruff's current circumstance is legitimate or not. I'm not one of the people who's out here saying he's innocent. I don't know the details. I know him a little bit, and I would say for sure, if there's anyone in these stories that have problems, I would say that those problems are with their reactivity and impulsivity. I don't know how much of those things you guys put on to get viewers, so I wouldn't even comment about that regarding you, GS or Finkel. I don't know. I've never seen a video of Finkel's until the one I just watched. Oh, look at that. Nice.
What the hell?
Dr. Scrotum. Sorry, that is an open panel, but I want to have a respectful dialogue with Mr. Srolls here, or Dr. Srolls, sorry.
It's totally okay. I don't take offense. It's all games. You see, I changed my subtitle down there.
Sorry, I was muted. Dr. Scrotum, that's going to be Ryder, if you can't tell before he talks. Of course, Ryder's job in the Three Stooges of truth seeking is to play the abuser, and that's what he'll do.
A hostile witness.
There's two doctors on the panel tonight.
Oh, that's who it is.
Yeah,
Hey,
what's up, Doc?
Mm-hmm. I especially won't be making any comments about this gentleman that's on the phone right now because he actually is in a state that I am planning to practice in the future, and I am licensed there, so I've never even commented on that. The speculation that I provided anyone with any breakdown of anyone's personality or anything about that did not come from me, and you can find that out specifically from Christopher Ruff and whoever Savage Secret is. I don't know.
Are you the doctor that Ruff's always referencing, saying that y'all have phone calls and whatnot?
Yeah, we're friends.
Oh.
He's a friend of mine. Not
And
anything.
and you're his psychological doctor?
No, he says that on his channel when I'm there, and if you notice, I don't respond to that.
You would think you would want to protect your practice by saying no. Obviously, it's not working.
Oh well, I mean, I obviously don't have people who are actually coming at me for the jokes I make.
Okay.
I just joke with you guys.
All right,
I joke.
Okay. Go ahead, Steve. But listen, I don't want this to get derailed because I'm very interested to hear what this gentleman has to say, and I want to give him a fair thank you, Chris. Though I do appreciate the humor.
I want to go on record for supporting your right to not correct him when he says stuff. But last night you were hanging around a crowd, metaphorically online, who very much get pissed off at me because I don't correct GS when he says something they disagree with. They're mad at me for not correcting him. You probably see Chris Ruff as a separate human being who speaks for himself, as I do with GS. Just
Right, and,
put that out there.
and the fact of the matter is, I do not practice in Arizona. So because I don't practice in Arizona, I don't
Have we received the last shipment of
do any
medicine?
clinical. I have never given them advice. The most I have ever done, and this is still an offer for Ruff and for you guys too, is to go over in an educational way the scales and the instruments that people use to create profiles of activists and terrorist organizations.
Okay.
And Ruff was willing to go through those questionnaires and to have me explain to him those things live on his channel, although that never came to fruition.
Okay, I'm going to create a little bit of levity. Sounds like Diesel's. Here we go. A little bit of levity.
Internal medicine, Dr. Lafong, communicable diseases.
Get a lot of doctors on the panel.
Boyer, bacteriology, and Dr. Stinson, Marston, and Gill of the Northampton Trauma Institute, and Dr. Imhouse of the Zurich Relief Fund. These are our newly arrived surgeons, Dr. Strobridge and Greenbaum. Doctor?
All right, so anyway, we got a little bit of levity there. We got a lot of doctors on the panel. I don't know if you guys noticed your names are a little bit different. Dr. Scrotum, Dr. Srolls, we got Dr. Generally Specific. I'm a legendary doctor. And the most doctory of cockdoors, not doctors, but cockdoors is Dr. Finkel. But all right.
And all of that is legal free speech. Doctor is not a protected title. Title, as hopefully you guys came to discover in this process, the protected title is psychologist. That I am, and I do put myself out for those services, not on YouTube, but in the state of Indiana and in the state of California, the citizens of those states, I do offer my services to
How
those
about
people.
the state of confusion? Can you practice there? Because I'm often in that state.
Well, not if that were a legal jurisdictional place, I would love to get licensed there. But,
So how did you come about becoming friends with Ruff?
Oh, so that's a good question. If you want to know the real story, I used to support you, Ryder. I used to support other people in the community, both by chiming in on their channels and monetarily in the past. And one of those people, I won't say who, because I said, hey, maybe you should slow down a little bit. This is a little weird that what you're talking about right now.
Sorry, the Dickbag Patrol video is fucking hilarious. I just checked my messages. I asked him if I could use it. I'm waiting for him to give me a thumbs up. If I get it before we're done, I will play it tonight. If not, pop over now or after we're done and Todd the racist. It's pretty funny.
You're creating a problem that's going to come back to bite you. And he just posted my name on the internet for everyone to see.
Oh, for the record, I don't know your name, by the way, for the record, and I'm not looking to find it. You've not done anything I feel as though is in any way injurious to me.
Who Chris did that to you? Dr. Srolls?
No, Ruff didn't do that to me. It's another person. And if I say their name, I still support a few things that person is doing, but I just don't trust that he's not going to spiral out. And
so it's Lane Myers. Okay, heard. All right, moving on.
There you go.
Well, how did you go from supporting me to becoming friends with Christopher Ruff?
Well, if you remember, there was a time where the overlap wasn't so tense between everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone in this whole conversation already knows that, right? You and Ruff were not enemies. You and Ruff became enemies. It's not, I personally, if you want to recall, this all stemmed from a refusal by you, Ryder, that really old marijuana charge was not something that you had participated in, right? And that is the moment the tension between you and Ryder started to build, or you and Ruff started to build publicly. Because private before that, or public even, I didn't know about it because I didn't follow Ruff. You guys should know, actually. You can find my chat history. I was highly critical of Ruff's behaviors, how he talked to people.
So it's Ryder's fault that Doctor Srolls became friends with Ruff because Ruff was Doctor Srolls was following Ryder's channel, and Ruff made fun of Ryder when Ryder got called out by Larry, the DUI guy, and proved to be a fucking retarded liar. And then Dr. Srolls figured it out and became buddies with Ruff. It's all Ryder's fault. Hilarious.
In his police watching days.
Dr. Srolls, I appreciate you being open and honest and answering some of these questions. Chris, I'd like to regain and maintain a little bit of the control of this interview if I could, because I have some very pertinent questions that I would like to ask this gentleman, and then we can open it up to everyone, can have an interrogatory with everyone else.
Yeah, Chris, stop trying to take over, which eventually you're going to successfully do. But that's because Todd has too much to drink. 2 shots, too much for Todd.
So if you don't mind, Chris, I appreciate you being.
No, I don't mind at all. I'm here for it. Let's go.
So for me, my question is this. Now, I don't know if you've responded to it because we haven't read all your responses to the video. But you're up here, so if you'll entertain me asking this, or maybe this and a couple other questions, and I'll take turns. I'm just curious, after hearing the 911 call, which I guess you say you haven't heard the 911 call, but I don't know how you could be critical of any coverage of the 911 call if you have been, if you've not listened to it yourself, or our long breakdown of it. We were given 3-minute intervals. That wasn't my choice. It was by request of the family and a friend saying they wanted to take it easy on the family. Plus, we also wanted to maximize this being in the purview of the public. I think if anyone thinks that something nefarious may have happened or somebody's trying to get to the bottom of the Scooby-Doo mystery, I think it's appropriate and apropos in many ways for there to be as much attention to it as possible, so that people with a goldfish attention span don't lose track of it and they're on to the next train wreck or car accident. That said, having listened to the 911 call recently and having been having in my purview, having been given into my purview, not purview, that's going to get new information that I didn't have when I was declaring that this man is innocent until proven guilty, which I still stand by. However, I got a lot more questions. That said, this is a long preface. After hearing the phone call again after a year, now I'd been talking to William J. Barthel on the phone. I was putting out information for him. He was calling into my show. It was very much a safe place for him to get his story out for about, I don't know, what do you think, Chris? 4 or 5 months, maybe 6 months. Even after the whole campfire nonsense, I still gave this man a place to get his story out. That said, I didn't have a lot of this information that I currently have now. And I'm being told by the people that have given me little breadcrumbs that there is stuff that they can't share, that here, I'm giving you this little bit because I don't want you to go. Go on, just trust me, bro, evidence. You're putting your neck on the line. You're putting yourself out there. We appreciate that you're putting yourself out there. So therefore, here's a little bit more information, but not all of it. And what I've gleaned, what I've learned, I can't ignore, my friend. The call that we just listened to hits differently almost a year and a half later than it did when I first heard it. The 911 call that I did not have any information about until about 3.5 months ago. I've since been attacked. My channel's been privacy struck. My channel's been copyright struck. My channel, they've run after my channel. They're trying to demonetize my channel. It's been one onslaught after another. Now, if a man is innocent, he would expect every stone to be turned over, especially for months. I've been basically giving this guy a platform, and we were buddies when I was doing that. But the second I started asking questions, and I've got a pattern of asking people questions or asking questions.
Todd, the victim. Thank you, Todd, for once again explaining how you're the victim.
Questions that make certain people that are trying to hide shit uncomfortable. So hence the attack comes in. So my question to you is, now we're getting to the question. Sorry about the long preface, and I will be quiet after this and listen. Have you heard the whole 911 call? If not, it's on Shadow Finkel's channel. I believe it is, unless that got privacy struck and taken down, which I don't know how that can fucking be, because it's a public record. Have you heard the whole thing? A. B. Have you heard the phone call? Have you listened to the whole phone call? Because I played it without interruption.
Am I muted now, Ryder? Your girlfriend still has a head the size of a bowling ball. She still hasn't paid her back child support. She still eats horse meat. She's still Billy Meadows' sloppy seconds. And you're the fool that's fucking it now. Ugh, nasty. Ugh. Ugh. Does it smell like fucking crab remains that have been left on the beach overnight?
So that people can get their own interpretations, and then we went and broke it down. Have you listened to both these things? And after having heard that in its entirety, have you no questions, sir?
I have not heard even one clip of the phone call. You know, my commentary is not about it's not about the direct criticisms that these other people have lobbied against any specific person in this context. I don't know if what you claim you do is accurate, or if what Savage claims that you guys are doing. I don't even know directly what Savage claims that you guys are doing. The context of that conversation was far more about the propensity of public media in these circumstances not being the entire record, and being cyclical in that they generate a lot more questions. These efforts that you guys are engaged in, I can reasonably disagree that they're meaningful in the context of a criminal investigation. I can meaningfully make criticisms on the state of, how media itself perpetuates some of these narratives. This interacts with the bigger cultural context right now of Jeffrey Epstein. There's a lot of speculation.
Do you mind if I pause you here? You're talking about how you said this is cyclical in order to, it basically creates a never-ending question loop. Is that what you mean by cyclical?
I do. And then oftentimes the underlying criminal investigations and investigations that go on, they turn up more specific information, and the public gets cycles.
Right. Okay. But here's the interesting thing. I've had people come on and give their testimony that did not come up on the net, and gave more and more information and background information about Billy Barthel's character, his actions, his past behaviors, TPOs that are out against him, criminal charges that are out against him, other people's testimonies, and live on my fucking panels. I've had people contacted as they were talking and speaking and giving their testimony. That cocksucker was fucking threatening them directly on their personal phones.
I mean, that I want to be clear, in no way, shape, or form would I ever speculate on anything to make Rabbit appear better. I don't know him, and I don't. My comments aren't to defend somebody who totes around a Confederate battle flag.
Okay.
I might be from Indiana, but
no one
that doesn't jive with me.
Listen, no one's accusing you of supporting him in any way, shape, or form. I'm simply stating, I'm responding to your statements. You said that it's cyclical, questions beget questions, but often the Socratic method is the asking of the question, you often find the answer. So questions aren't unimportant in and of themselves, and I don't necessarily think it becomes just an absolute loop of questions without answers. Chris, can I get you to mute your mic, because he's doing a lot of talking in the background. So I'm going to put, that was not Tiffany, was it? Okay.
Yeah, it was.
Sorry, Tiffany. Don't hit me. So what I'm saying, though, is not only is the man doing criminal behavior by making threats and ideating threats towards people that are trying to give their testimony on an open channel using their First Amendment, and this guy claims to be an activist of the highest order, not only is he doing that, but we're also finding out other crimes that this man has committed, and also people are coming forward with testimonies that can help a criminal investigation. So had we not asked these questions, had we not put forward this information, had we not put forward the 911 call, less people would probably hear about this, more people would be quiet, and probably be more able to be intimidated on a private level, as opposed to finding out when I got people on a live panel. Yeah, he just texted me and my wife saying, "I'll see you in court." Making fucking threats to potential witnesses in an ongoing investigation is a felony, by the way. So if this man is innocent, what would he have to be worried about? I get it. You don't like your personal business all over the internet. I get that. I get it. And something as painful as this, you probably don't want people talking about it, right? But if people have questions, and this person was a part of this, you mentioned it, Dr. Srolls, and I'm going on and on and on. I'm going to shut up in about 5 seconds. You mentioned this community and how this community had more unity. Lion One was a big part of this community. Yet I'm seeing a very vacuous lack of outrage, coverage about what happened to Lion One, and it seems like people are marshaling to defend this FetLife pastor over here, who has gone after me to get my rights taken away. He claims to be an activist. He's gone after Stephen Nolan to get his rights taken. There's two people that have covered the 911 call, a matter of public record, First Amendment, transparency. That's all the shit that this whole group talks about. And yet you got a member of it that goes after people's First and Second Amendment rights in order to weaponize the government that they claim to hate against another private citizen because of viewpoint discrimination. What are your thoughts?
Todd, you didn't lose your right to bear arms. Your wife lost her right to bear arms because you don't have any guns. All the guns are owned by your wife, right? Or did you circumvent a background check? Your wife committed a felony? Oh, Todd. Shh. You should stop your bitching and whining.
Thoughts on any of that?
Well, so I do have a thought about the overarching thing. Do I think it's absolutely okay to identify specific actors and their behaviors and to frame that in the context of an expose about the person's character, and to bring questions and raise questions about doubt of their guilt? Specifically, I don't, that isn't what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the open speculation. While there are either closed criminal investigations and speculating on the internet and news articles about whether those investigations were done appropriately, obviously these are First Amendment rights that everyone should be able to. In fact, it's a First Amendment right to engage in whatever sort of investigation you want to engage in.
Hitman.45 ACP says they're trying yet again to dog walk someone smarter than them. That's what makes this hilarious. It never works out good for them. Let's see what happens.
The commentary that I'm trying to get through to people is that language matters. It's a public health infrastructure and how we communicate about things. And it falls apart at the very first level, which is the journalists. The journalists are often trying to decrypt and to translate intense criminal justice information or intense medical information, as in the COVID virus, the COVID disease, I should say.
Don't forget puppy
and
killing,
the panic
Kelly.
and the problems start with how news reporters present the information. The panic and the cycle that I'm talking about.
So let's pause here because I don't want you to go too far afield. You mentioned COVID. If I could demonstrate to you people like Dr. Tenpenny, a whole bunch of other doctors that came out against the bullshit narrative that masks work, social distancing work, all this other fucking farce and bullshit work, that these people were being censored, just like I was censored, just like Stephen J. Nolan was censored, because they didn't like what we were saying, because we were telling people the truth, and the darkness doesn't like the fucking light. So if you're mentioning COVID and the dangers of people just putting information out there willy-nilly, well, I mean, I have a plethora of information where people that were warning people about this mRNA bullshit, which they're now putting into the flu vaccine, by the way. Look what they're doing to our food. Pay attention. So let's not go.
I would say I'm
be very careful.
100% on your side. Right. I'm on your side in that context. So my complaint.
Todd just completely exposed his paranoia to Doctor Srolls, who doesn't want to argue about that shit. So he's just like, yeah, I agree with that. It totally diffuses it.
It's very similar to this complaint. That complaint isn't about you guys. It's about the.
Can we focus on right. Andrea Rabbit?
Yes, it's about
the 911 call. What your issue is?
Can we focus on Andrea Rabbit? You're just talking about the government conspiracies and fucking food alteration. You fucking wingnut.
The exact thing. I don't have an issue. And if you want to know specifically or generally what I'm trying to get forth here, it's about there's a difference between an open panel of speculative questions and actually presenting the information that is factual without the speculation. The Socratic method is a very good example, and you brought it in. We use the Socratic method frequently, both for news and information gathering, and in clinical decision-making models. This is really important, right? The Socratic method is not about open speculation. It's about finding evidence, testing the evidence, and keeping the evidence that you can't prove wrong. It's a reductionistic method that should be done before it's presented publicly to people. This is why the mainstream news media failed in what we talked about earlier. They didn't do that.
Chris Ryder still begging for attention. Let's give your girlfriend Tiffany some attention. She's got a head like a bowling ball. I'd like to put 3 fingers in those holes and scoot her down an alleyway. But before that, she's going to need to pay her back child support and stop eating horse meat.
That's what I'm contending happens in these circumstances, where it's a mix between the speculation of somebody's character and the events of an actual occurrence that happened. Okay. And I don't know if dad, my heart breaks for every single father out there, Finkel, who's lost somebody. Hopefully he'll hear this later, because I saw his reaction. I didn't know there was a dad involved in this case. The dad. So when those questions are asked to me, it is legitimately from a completely bare perspective of this is my educated opinion on the topic. It is not my criticism of what Finkel did, who I didn't know about him before. I mean, I knew him from your channel, but I've never seen his channel. And I didn't know about him. I didn't know about the dad. Everything I said regarding Rabbit specifically it extends to the father. And I agree with Finkel in that context. What I said should be interpreted by individuals as a blanket criticism of how we are engaging in these processes.
Okay. So
can I find out what he said real quick so that I'm not completely oblivious to this whole portion of the conversation?
Good. Speculation itself is generally not illegal, but it becomes illegal when it involves fraud, deception, or market manipulation. None of those things apply to anything we did or said.
I didn't say you did anything illegal.
Okay, I'm just saying, but we are speculating as any detective would, asking the questions, trying to put yourself as a gumshoe detective in the crime scene and go, what would a reasonable person do? Were these behaviors reasonable? Was the situation reasonable? Was it an unreasonable situation? What would an unreasonable person possibly do? Would there be a consistent level of unreasonableness in a behavior? And if there is a consistent weird up and down bipolar, for lack of a better term, not diagnosing, but I don't know, bipedal, bifurcation, whatever fancy terminology you want to throw on it, there was some odd behavior by a particular person. Go ahead, Chris.
I just don't know what he said. What did you say, Dr. Srolls?
He said a lot.
Yeah, so they were last night. I went on an impromptu panel with.
And by the way, and I apologize, Doctor, I would love to review what you said, but unfortunately, the fuck Muppets that you go on panel with play copyrighted music over it, so no one can push back or review their shit. Why they steal my content? But go ahead.
Oh, Todd's the victim. The good Wilma 6140 says at codedfriend.001. How many holes are you going to put? No, it's a bowling ball reference. The bowling ball has 3 holes in it. Tiffany's head is as big as a bowling ball. Try to get up to speed, Ryder. You're the one that's fucking her. What hole do you use? Ugh, nasty. Ugh. I said I want to scoot her down an alleyway like a bowling ball.
Yeah, I again, I'm, there's no sides. Like I am equally disconnected from Savage Secret as I am everyone else. I view that person as a friend of another friend, and I think that you guys are misstepping. And
I think you need to find better friends, but that's your choice, man.
It's true too. I understand that. I completely. I'm not oblivious to the behavioral problems, but I would say that to answer Chris's question here, I responded to basic questions about whether I thought that it was problematic for individuals to continue to speculate on a closed investigation. That was my understanding, was at the time it was a closed investigation into Andrea's untimely demise.
So what was your thought?
Well, my thought is essentially what I'm going to GS in this conversation. That
David Wayne Main says, you should be in bed, Christopher. Don't you have to work tomorrow? Christopher sleeps on the couch, 1. Tiffany's big fat fucking head doesn't leave room for 2 in the bed. And Christopher ain't got nowhere to be in the morning. He ain't had a job in over a decade. His last compensated work was conning an old lady. Replace some ceiling tiles there, Ryder.
I don't think it's productive. I think it has, even if he's supportive of it, the father and the family members, it continues to perpetuate lack of closure. There was some circumstances where, and I loved the giraffe video that was played on Finkel's channel, which is great, and yes, you actually nailed it on the head when you referenced at the end. I don't remember or memorize specific models because I'm not particularly smarter than other people. When I use psychological principles in therapy or when I'm communicating to my patients, I provide them this information, and I refresh myself, just like with the past studies.
Well, I will posit this, Doctor. If you're going to tell me you're a black belt in Aikido, and I ask you what your first form or kata is, and you're like, I don't know, it's the one that's in the shape of an H. I'm going to tell you your foundation was built on sand or straw. If you claim to be a classically trained gourmet chef, and I ask you what the 5 mother sauces are, and you're like, the white one and the clear one and the red. No, you're a fucking muppet. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You should probably keep your fucking mouth shut. You're not a chef.
You're missing the whole point.
No, I hear what you're saying. But my posit is.
But I think you're missing the point of what I was saying.
Right,
when that was said.
You're being self-effacing. I completely understand, and I respect.
Well, no, I wasn't. I wasn't trying to. No, I wasn't. Let me clarify. The reason I was describing those stages was because I was presenting how there's no predictable way for the people who are left behind, the father, Rabbit, the family members. There's no predictable response, and that study that you illustrated with the draft, which is beautiful. Those studies are conducted on the people themselves who are passing, and it's not even a very prominent study. It's not even a very strong framework in mental health. We don't even use that very much. It's just the most public model that we discuss, and it's a model for the person who's dying themselves, not for the people left behind. The people that are left behind do not go through that linear pattern, and that's the takeaway. The takeaway is not, he doesn't memorize these things. They're unimportant to most psychologists. That is not the structure that we use. That is the structure that the public digests from a very old study, and it was done on the dying, just like the giraffe who was trapped in the quicksand. Not the giraffe's dad.
Hold on. Wait. Hang on. Let me get a word in.
Yeah.
Right. I got 2 things. Okay. So one, do you not see that there are 2 sides to, like, if you are a psychologist or whatever, you have somebody who go through their mental health issues, wouldn't you realize that the family members would also be people that might reach out and maybe they're looking for a different type of therapy rather than the person that went?
You write the words. What if you could hear them as a song? Go to suno.com, switch to custom mode, and paste in your lyrics. Then describe the sound. I'll go with soulful R&B sung back to you. Extend, complete your.
Oh no, that's kind of weird. If you go over there and
a prompt. See what your words can become. Subscribe at suno.com.
No, that's kind of weird. If you go over there and not be, aware as a person who's trained for this type of stuff, to not be aware while you're there that this person has people that love them and there's 2 sides to this whole thing. You know what I'm saying? You're over there on Courtney's channel. She couldn't be more clear. Hold on, Dr. Srolls, whatever. She couldn't be more clear what her position is on this, and it is anti the family. It is anti-justice. So you chose. You can't put this off on nobody else. You clicked the link. You knew where you were going. So why didn't you go in there and act like a doctor who's educated in this field and say, hey, whoa, hold on. You know what I'm saying? Like, can't you share both sides of the coin here for people? Or
I think he's doing that, but I think, to be fair, I think he's doing it right now, Chris.
Well, now he is, because now he's over here, but apparently, we went on court.
Right, no, I hear what you're saying. I do hear what you're saying. Out of respect for the family, which is very much aware of what I'm doing and what Steve is doing, and is very, very happy and pleased with what we're doing, for the record.
And I'm not going to give anyone any more than that because they don't fucking deserve it. And if they cared enough about the family and what happened to Andrea, they probably already would have reached out to the father of the family and would know that they're very happy with what's going on right now. And I can't wait for all this to be behind us so people can find out just how happy they are with what's being dealt with right now, and how there's somebody championing their dead family member right now and trying to get some answers. Okay.
And I'm 100% sure that that's true.
Yeah,
I got one more.
Never been on that.
Sorry, I got one more. He didn't answer that, by the way. Tom did. Now, my other question is this: you seem like the type of person, per your YouTube viewing content, like what you choose to interact with on YouTube. You seem like the type of person that's in the field of wanting justice. Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
You believe in justice, very strong.
Absolutely.
What do you put first? What do you put first, justice or behaviors on YouTube or behaviors of people that run channels?
I honestly, I would say that that's a really interesting false dichotomy that I don't think, and I don't want to ruin your question by not answering it by just calling it.
Dr. Srolls just said that's a really interesting false dichotomy. Ryder's mouth fell open and he's poking Tiffany to look up false dichotomy because it's the first fucking time he ever heard that phrase.
The false dichotomy.
Okay,
I would say
hold on. Let me rephrase the question in a way that doesn't make it a false. Perhaps, maybe you'll still disagree. If the person's behavior, like you said, you used to be a big fan of mine. For some reason, you fell out of favor with my channel. You felt as though what I was doing was perhaps unkind, unjust, untoward, unseemly. There was an aspect of what it was that you no longer wanted to show my channel support. So if in a situation in which you've got a person that you seem to be supporting that is acting in an unjustified way, would that deter you from supporting that channel, or is it a cult of personality that appeals to you more than actual justice? Is it just entertainment, which is fine? Look, people like to look at car wrecks and train wrecks all day long. It's not a crime, I guess.
Very good way to put it. I would say that definitely collapses it. It is a good question in that case. By the way,
I drink and I know things, and I ask really good questions. Go
ahead. There's a circumstance right now that we don't know the answer to. I personally view justice as an imperfect thing. So to put justice above humanity and interpersonal connectedness, I think, is a flaw that our community tends to fall victim to from time to time. That said, I definitely think that justice exceeds that. I'll give you a very good example. I don't know what happened with this individual that the current conflict with Ruff has him in jail for. I don't know that the behaviors that she has claimed are correct or incorrect. I don't know.
You haven't witnessed him with your own eyes? You haven't seen him? Okay, hold on, bro. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, you say you watched the guy. I'm going to play this real quick, Chris. I'm going to save you the argument. You ready?
I know these dudes talk about me being like a psychopath and abusive and shit, but I heard all of them call you all kinds of names, do exactly what they said that I was doing to Heather, which I absolutely was. I called that bitch every fucking name you could think of. Absolutely recorded her ass while she was fucking freaking out in here. 100% I did that. And I blocked her trailer in. Let's be clear about that, because the cops came here and saw that I fucking did that, you stupid sons of bitches. Why am I not in jail right now? How am I live on YouTube? Please tell me why there's not a criminal case going on in Apache County right now with my fucking name on it.
Interesting.
There you go.
What are your thoughts on that, sir?
Well, I have seen that. Well, first and foremost, you hear how I'm communicating with you guys. I don't condone name calling. I absolutely think that's abhorrent behavior. Especially.
Do you think it was justified that he blocked her trailer in?
Well, there's more context than that video shows.
You think falsely imprisoning someone is justified? Who's sitting in jail right now?
Well, hold on. You know his explanation to that, though, right?
Oh, his explanation is he claimed that she didn't want her to steal things. Yet he was so concerned about theft that he fell asleep, even though she was blowing up his phone, trying to wake him up so that she could leave. But he also said that he went around and he secured everything. So which is it? Did he go around and secure everything so she couldn't steal it? Or was she a thief that he couldn't go to sleep and had to keep one eye open? It can't be both, Doc. And Steve, I think he has to say something real quick. Did you want to say something real quick, Steve?
Me? Oh, no, I'm sorry. I had to step away for a phone call and then a visit.
Did you see your name and your title, by the way?
My title?
Yeah, hold on. Did you see it?
Oh, the most doctory of doctors? What is that?
Yeah, doctor, we're all doctors. We're a whole panel full of doctors today.
This is the doctor panel.
We're the doctor panel. See, right here. Ready?
Doctor.
And Dr. House of the Zurich Relief Fund. These are our newly arrived surgeons, Dr. Strobridge and Greenbaum. Doctor.
We're all doctors. All right, now just everyone's going to deal with it. Respect our authority.
So GS, I don't make the intense leaps that you guys make. Like it's as simple as that. Like I fully recognize there is a chance that this is a really, really inappropriate situation. I would say first, definitely I don't condone that kind of language being spoken out to another person ever. He knows that. I don't talk like that. I made jokes about all you guys. My only complaint about Generally Specific is when you're right and you're talking to Chris Ryder over here, you backtrack, you walk back. You're right. You're exactly right in a lot of these contexts. And Ryder is learning. He's a self-admitted, not an intelligent, not a smart person. He just punches through it. And you've walked him through a bunch of brilliant philosophical conversations. And then I watch you the next time say, yeah, but he was right in some of what he was saying. I was just holding a position, and I respect you for being able to engage in that kind of conversation. But no, I firmly believe you were right. You're right. You know that due process is that important, and that's the reason you and I took the oath. And then in the next episode, you walked it back, and Chris needs to be
What do you
on
want?
the table.
Be specific, because I'm stupid. I'm a stupid guy from Indiana. I don't know what I'm
I
talking
think I
about.
might have
Well,
said.
don't say that. I'm from Indiana.
I think
No,
he might have
you're
said.
stupid too.
I think I might have
Yes,
said.
sir.
I believe that Chris believes and is passionate about things he says. I believe that he believes what he's saying, but I think he's wrong. And almost.
Yeah, and right after that,
majority
if you go back and listen to it, you said, and I don't even know if I believe what I was saying, which I think is fair. It's okay,
you have to be a little more specific, because I
Yeah, be
don't
specific.
usually just say shit that I don't believe in. That sounds really against my
Be
personality.
specific, Doc. Tell us exactly what you're talking about, bro.
That is what you just said. You said, I think, is a verbatim, and then following that, you were opining about like the state of your certainty, which I think is perfectly
About
reasonable.
what? About what? You're talking in circles, man. You think
no,
I'm
I said due process.
I'm catching that, so you must be dumber than me if you think talking in circles is going to baffle us. Come on, man. Do better than that. Be smarter than that.
Due process.
What
About
due process?
People jumping people and beating somebody's ass for saying the N-word.
Oh.
The conversation that you and GS had on the internet, and then GS walked his very beautiful and well-articulated stance. He didn't do it wholly. He just passively made a comment that then makes every single one of his followers not realize how actually integral that view is to this entire community.
Now, hold on. Now I understand. You think your opinion gives you the right to use big words and use the DR in front of your name to make it sound like somebody's wrong and somebody's right when they're sharing their opinion with each other and they can express to one another. I respect your opinion. Is that something you can't do there, Doctor?
Wow, I honestly have no idea what you're talking about.
You do. You know exactly what I'm talking about, because you're talking about the case where that woman had the kid that got into her diaper bag.
Yeah,
that's what he's talking about. He just don't want to say it because he knows I'm going to call him out.
I don't know the case.
Then how do you have an opinion?
I have an opinion.
How do you know who's right or wrong when we just shared opposite opinions about the situation? We didn't share no facts. We need due process, man.
Okay,
we didn't know due process.
Let's put a pin in this. Let's put a pin in this. I want to know why you haven't listened to the 911. Why you haven't listened to have you listened to the phone call, the full phone call without interruption?
No.
You've not.
No, I have not. I don't know anything about.
I'm not talking about the 911 call. So here's what we're going to do. Steve, if you have any, or Chris, you guys please just don't drive them off before we get an opportunity. Listen, Doctor Srolls, I hope that I'm giving you respect. I really do. I'm not going to sit here and glaze you. I'm not going to kiss your ass. I'm going to be honest with you.
This is totally fine.
Okay.
This is fine.
I mean,
yeah, he's been coming at me left field with Chris Ruff for over a year now. He can handle staying up here.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with your guys' issues. I mean,
yeah,
you and I have our own personal issues, Chris, but we can put that aside to try to further. And let's make this about Andrea. Let's make this about Billy. Let's make this about his thoughts on. I understand that we shouldn't speculate, but here's the thing. You said there are many questions that we don't have answers to. So we just shrug our shoulders and walk away, or do we fucking ask questions in order to seek the right information in the right places? Well, where could we find this information? Where could we find this data? Where would we have to go to examine this thing in order to get to the bottom of the Scooby-Doo mystery? We certainly won't do it by not asking any questions, by not speculating, by not trying to get to the bottom of a mystery.
I mean, how do investigators do it?
Right.
You ever seen the Jinx, the HBO documentary about Robert Durst?
Yes, I have. Where he basically confessed in the urinal.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
exactly. And the HBO.
So you're for what we're doing because we're getting people on record to do confessions, whether they think they're doing it or not, whether they realize, because there's a chance that rabbit might be doing some hot mic shit. So, but here's what I'm going to caution you, and I think Chris is probably doing a poor job of doing this because you and he have a lot more beef apparently than he and I do. I would caution you that these people on that side, I know you're saying you're not on a side. I also am not on a side. I'm definitely where the truth is. Wherever the hell that is where I want to be, and I believe that you're trying to be there as well, at least professionally. I would caution you that these people like to collect people with titles. COO of Blackwater, Lieutenant Colonel Mark Owens, retired. Anyone with a big fucking name will suit them. So I would be very careful that you don't end up being a little fucking knick-knack collectible on one of their fireplace mantles.
Right. I'd hate to see you ruin your career if you have one.
So that, again, I'm not an advice channel. I'm just warning you that I have an experience, and I have. Go ahead, Steve. I apologize. Go ahead.
Chris, can you do me a favor? Couple favors. Turn your head.
Okay.
Cough.
Oh yeah.
And now you can change your avatar. We're good.
Oh, I'm stuck with it. Oh, come on.
Just a hairy ball sack. It's all right.
You could tell Finkel was not in the Navy.
I missed. Actually, I was. I have 4 years, 2.5 years National Guard, 4 years Navy, and 10 years Army. That's what I was going to say now. You could change that avatar. Come on, I'm tired of looking at it.
Have to go back out.
There's an implied task there, I think, Chris.
Okay.
I mean,
no, okay.
I'll be back.
I missed 30 minutes of the conversation, so I'm kind of at a disadvantage. I don't know what to say.
I spoke to you directly, Finkel. You should go back and listen to it. I know you weren't there, but the topic arose when you weren't there, and I made sure to address something you said in your video prior. This is more personal to you, not.
Well, go ahead. I'll give you the opportunity now. What was I? I was getting ready to pull up the. I'm getting ready to.
Yeah, then I'll do it while you're doing that. So.
Poor Todd. It's everyone's show now, but Todd's. Have a drink, Todd. Have a drink.
So Finkel, you're in I didn't know about the family, right? I don't know about these things. I didn't know about the father, the kids. The questions are presented from in my perspective, the way that I answer the question is based solely on the public narrative and what these types of news stories are. If I was commenting on the ones left behind or the one left behind, it comes from not having any real knowledge about what this particular circumstances. And the outrage where you say, the father loves him more. Absolutely. I'm a father. I did not know there was a father left behind in this case. From my perspective, it's a conversation about the larger narrative and how these conversations perpetuate somebody's grief cycle, both in the context of a lot of journalists out there continuing investigations that are completely dead investigations. They've already been closed, and they drive the family through these hope cycles to continue to get their hope shot down. And there is a way to do it. And as I mentioned, the documentary, The Jinx, they did it right. It wasn't released until they put the man who they caught under. They did it, and they kept everything from being released. They made sure that it was done behind the scenes and supported the criminal investigations while those criminal investigations are ongoing into Robert Durst. They did it the right way.
Right. But
and my contention is that everyone in this whole fucking process.
William J. Barthel stuff, and no one's caring about what happened to Andrea Catherine Matthews, then we've got a biased kind of like pro William J. Barthel. Not that I'm necessarily.
I can see
get
GS
accused
talking.
of
I
it.
can't hear him.
Oh,
Did something change?
No, tell him he's got to drop out and get back in because he's on.
Doc, can you hear me, Doc? Chris, can you say something?
I can't hear anything.
Can you hear me, Doc? Hello? No, I'm on an Android.
Can you shake your head if I should leave and come back because I can't hear you guys?
Yeah. Leave, come back. Yeah.
There you go. Okay. Let me bring this up before he does come back.
God, I don't know this guy. The only thing I know is that Chris talks about him like they're really good friends, and it seemed to have started about the time. Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
You might be a little bit lagged. Sorry about that.
Welcome back, Doc. Chris.
We haven't seen the med board part of Todd's DD214. Someone might be working on acquiring it.
Thanks, sorry.
Chris, right. Yeah. Did I not ask you to get rid of the ball sack?
Oh, my bad.
Okay.
I appreciate that, Doc. I will admittedly, what I'm about to say comes from my bias. I wouldn't trust Secret as a source of accurate information.
Not at all. As a matter of fact,
view it as trusting anyone's information. Like I, if you go back and unfortunately I know what you guys have dealt with to review it. I tried to reframe everything in a context to generally be speaking to the entire audience. I was critical of them in that conversation multiple times when they were jumping to conclusions about other people, and I reframed those questions and answered it from a reframed perspective.
I just heard apart from the actual Secret channel. Then last night or this morning, I saw Muxter's 12-minute clip. I took the transcript from that, and that's what I commented on. It was probably a couple hours stream, so I apologize if I missed anything that you corrected them on. But yeah,
largely the only things I think needed to be corrected in that conversation had to do with I am a completely neutral party on all of these topics. I think I'd like to see GS be more firm in his opinions and maybe a little less reactive, but I do think that that's a typical probably criticism of all YouTubers.
Well, for me, as far as my opinions, you addressed me in particular. My opinion, I'm very firm in my opinions. I reserve the right to change my opinion based on new empirical reason, evidence, and data. I've always said that. If I am saying something that sounds wishy-washy or speculative, I'm usually pretty clear at saying I don't have any proof of this. I'm just spitballing, throwing ideas, spaghetti against the wall, seeing if it's done and sticks. I'm very clear about that. Matter of fact, I probably have tested.
Todd, throw spaghetti at the wall is all you fucking do. When have you ever shown receipts or proofs for any of the shit you've said about Rabbit? You think a receipt or a proof is Piqua said so, or the other fucking meth head said so. That's not receipts and proof, dipshit.
Did Mr. Finkel's patience several times by kind of getting a little short with them, saying, we've already gone over that. That's not true. That's inaccurate. We need to correct the record. Or don't speak for me. I speak for me. Every time someone tries to speak for me, I'm the one who's getting fucking sued or getting affidavits signed against me. When I never said any of these things. So I speak for me. I'm very clear with the things I'm very clear with, and I say in my opinion, or allegedly in Minecraft or Roblox now. If I'm not sure. That said, I'm going to let this play, and everyone mute up, please. I don't want any of us to interrupt this. I would like it to be one iteration of this gentleman listening to it, and then I would like his opinion, and then we can go by it bit by bit and stop and dissect it a little bit more. Doc, do you want to write down a couple of shorthand notes, or take dictation to yourself in your little fancy little recorder there? Whatever notes you need to take, brother. But I very much be interested in your thoughts on this. Let me go
Let's
ahead.
do it. This will be my first year of this.
Okay.
Are you playing?
Well, I may let the boy down, but Adrian's gone. What do you mean gone? She's dead. What? Yeah. I just got home from Charlotte, and she killed herself, apparently. With what? It's a fucking gun. Now, I don't know what's going on. Dude, I just fucking talked to her. That's why I said to my deputy, we have friends who would have told me if there's no... I talked to her at 3 o'clock. I talked to her at 3 o'clock and she was fine.
So again here, my question, who was the last one to speak to Lion One? Piqua. Why is no one asking if Piqua maybe encouraged Lion One to take the final step, to implement the final solution? Because Piqua would love to rob Rabbit of the little bit of joy he had in his life? Nobody's asking that one, right, Todd? And I understand that Todd's not here to answer me, because he's too big a pussy to show up.
I talked to her at 3 o'clock and she was fine. She even gave me her email address today to send an email to her because she was going to send it out to people. And this is very shocking. I got home from shower. I got in the shower. Got out of the shower. Went in to say hi to her. She was gone. This doesn't make sense. She was fine. Yeah. That's what I said to the deputy. I said that. I talked to her at 3. You want to call me? Dude, I was on the phone with her at 3. And I got home about 3:30. She was fine. She was fine.
She was fine till Pequa talked to her. Pequa just lost her supposed best friend. She doesn't sound emotional at all. Like she maybe knew what happened already. Because, you know, she was the last one to talk to her.
What the fuck? He was gonna come up here? This is crazy. This is crazy. How the fuck is this happening? We just talked to her. She hadn't been drinking. She didn't do shit. She had been drinking.
And extremely active in.
What was that
What
sound?
the fuck?
There's no speculation here. The last person to talk to Lion 1 was Save Pequa, and then she was dead. So what transpired in the conversation with Save Pequa? Did Save Pequa maybe encourage Lion 1 to end her misery, to implement the final solution? Todd's never asked that question. Why is Save Pequa so ready to give up this information that is of no help to anything? It's just bad-mouthing Rabbit. What happened with this indictment of Rabbit that never happened? That Save Pequa was supposed to go to a grand jury with Don Carney and testify. They drunkenly called into Todd's show while they were on their way there. It's all fucking bullshit. All bullshit. And the last person to have contact with Lion 1 before she died was Save Pequa.
Like literally.
Let me slow this down, because Save Pequa doesn't sound emotional at all here. She sounds like maybe she knows what happened already. Oops, wrong spot. Where's my... What? Hang on. Rabbit's very emotional here. Save Pequa. Cold as ice.
She had just talked to. Oh my god. Oh my god. She was sounding so good today. What the fuck? Oh my god. Within half an hour, that doesn't make any fucking sense.
Party Squatch, how does she benefit from it? She's got an axe to grind. She obviously doesn't like Rabbit. And her boyfriend, Don Carney, was given the boot by Rabbit in order because he got caught stealing shit. That's Rabbit's story. So both Save Pequa and Don Carney have a fucking axe to grind with Rabbit. Save Pequa was the last one that talked to Lion 1. Usually when you investigate a homicide, of course, this was ruled a suicide, but usually when you investigate a homicide, the fucking person who's under the spotlight is the last one to see the person alive, and that was Lion 1. Lion 1 had an axe to grind with Rabbit. Maybe she wanted to rob him of his joy in life, take away the one thing he loved the most. Nobody's asking that question, right, toddler?
I talked to her for 23 minutes at 3 o'clock. So 3:23, I hung up with her. How the fuck could she die in 7 minutes? Lay aside that you hung up the phone. And that's 7 fucking minutes. I didn't hear shit. 7 minutes.
So she talked to her from 3 o'clock till 3:23, clearly in the recording, which Todd has had for months. But Todd claims that the last time Save Pequa talked to her was that the phone call ended at 3 o'clock. And Todd wanted to know what happened after 3. Save Pequa was talking to her till 3:23. You fucking guys in your fucking research, you that's not even research. That's just listening to comprehend instead of listening to confirm your fucking bias. Save Pequa was the last one to fucking talk to Lion, and she just lost her best friend. She doesn't seem emotional at all. She seems cold. She seems like she already knows what happened.
Within 7 minutes. And the dogs weren't going crazy or nothing. Even when I was in the other shower, nothing. But she's cold. She's cold. That's all. It don't make any sense on myself. What the fuck? I was on the phone for a half hour getting CPR. What the fuck, dude?
Did I misspeak? Pequa was the last one to talk to Lion 1. Okay? So if you were investigating a murder, the last person to have contact is usually who the police focus on. Why isn't Todd in his research focusing on this fucking dipshit Pequa?
I talked to her. So what the fuck?
Remember, Pequa brought the ex-girlfriend, the baby mama of Rabbit, to Todd so Todd could do more Rabbit bashing. The baby mama has nothing to do with this event at all. Nothing at all. But Save Pequa brought her along so they could do the accusation of puppy killing. Save Pequa's manipulating the fucking situation, and Todd's too stupid to know. But then again, he might be blinded by the money from Tim Matthews. What does she have to gain by it? She gets a dig in on Rabbit. She don't like him, and she gets money from Tim Matthews on the "we'll find out what really happened" bullshit.
She was fine. She was actually waiting on me to call her back. What the fuck? She said she would never do this, so I had these motherfuckers here. And now I got all drivers and people here. That's why I didn't stop. You're not around. Oh my god, dude, what the fuck?
Sorry, Party Squatch, aka Chris Ryder. I'm not playing a pair of deuces. I'm playing the fact. The question should be asked. Why is no one looking at Save Pequa? She's the last one who had contact with Lion 1 before her death. That in a normal investigation, that's the person that the focus is on. I don't think the police ever even fucking spoke to her.
How the fuck? She wasn't crying. She wasn't. What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck? You didn't leave me. Don't go. I don't know. I know she was talking about you guys were breaking up and stuff, and she found out that you were on some BDSM sites and stuff, and she was heartbroken. And but she was not talking like that. She was talking about she wanted her truck back, and she was going to sell the. She said you weren't going to go. She told me you weren't going to go. She said you told her fuck her, you weren't going to go. Yeah, that she can go for that. She can take the truck, go to the appointments. I'll take the Mercedes. I'll work. Yep. No, it didn't sound like that to me. It sounded like she was.
Now, listen to what Rabbit said. Yeah, very calm, not over the top, not vindictive, no anger in his voice. Yeah, I told her she could take the truck and she could go. Not the fuck you, you can take the fucking truck and go, or you can have the shitty Mercedes that doesn't work. The story that Todd and Ryder have been telling. This is completely different from the story Todd's been telling. And this Save Pequa, you're absolutely right, Dawn. Sounds like she's ordering a pizza, not like she just lost her best friend.
Trying to set up with you. This is really crazy, dude. How the fuck is my friend dead? I talked to her and within 7 minutes, I was supposed to call her back. I was mowing my yard. Well, from the time I got the shower and a couple beers off, I went to say hi. Fucking insane. She even talked to Sean Porter. She told me she talked to Sean Porter. What the fuck? She talked to your dad.
I mean, there has been talk that Save Pequa wanted to be with Lion One. And, maybe it's one of those situations, if I can't have her, nobody can. It's not unheard of. Not unheard of. Why is nobody talking about Lion One, the individual who had last contact, or Save Pequa, who now calls herself Lion 2? Why is nobody talking about the fact that Lion 1's last human contact was with Save Pequa, who now calls herself Lion 2, trying to step into her shoes? Maybe this is a mentally unbalanced person. I, for one, from what I've heard, think that Save Pequa is not right in the fucking head.
Oh my god. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm asking myself. Oh my god. Like, I just was mowing my yard. That's it. I had to go to the farm store. I was on the phone with her when I went to the farm store because I needed a fucking hitch clip for the deck. Because
No, let dumb fuck Ryder with his sock account talk away. It doesn't change the fact that he's with some sloppy cunt who's a deadbeat mother who won't pay her back child support, whose sloppy seconds that Billy Meadows kicked to the fucking curb, and she fucked her way through many men to limp dick, can't produce offspring Ryder. Let him talk.
I was riding that motherfucker like it was a tractor, and my hitch clip came out, so I needed a new one. So I was on the phone with her, and then I got home and I said I was getting on the mower, and my son was here, and he was putting it on. He just got off work, and I said, "Let me call you back after I'm done mowing." She said, "Okay, love you." This doesn't make any fucking sense at all. At all. I dropped the chipper off. Stopped the post office, got the mail, came home. I talked to her multiple times today. I talked to her multiple times every day. Oh, that's what I said. If there was anything wrong, you would have told me. Dude, I texted you, I don't know, a week or two ago and said, what's going on? How can I help? Because you guys are fighting. And she was upset. And I was trying to help, but you never texted me back, so. Oh my god, what the fuck, man? My fucking best friend is dead, dude. What the fuck?
Oh my god, what the fuck? My fucking best friend is dead. That's some of the shittiest acting I've ever fucking heard. You don't sound surprised at all.
She was fine. She's okay, I love you. No fucking tear, no cry for help, nothing. Nothing. She even told me yesterday, she was like, I just feel so good. I know, she was exactly told me the same thing, that she finally was feeling good and she wanted to move forward. That shit's crazy, dude. I mean, she told me she was,
They weren't besties, Shug. Save Pequa is a dumb fucking cunt who was trying to get with Lion One, who didn't like Rabbit, and who probably wanted to taste the wealthy life because she's a crackhead who.
You know what I mean? That, you guys were breaking up. She was feeling good about it, and I didn't think, this is crazy, dude. What the fuck? Oh my god. What in the fuck, man? What in the fuck? She was gonna come up here? Oh my god. Who, me? Okay. Alright. Alright. Oh my gosh. God bless Andrea.
Why is it important that people are still talking about Lion One? I, for one, I'm not really talking about Lion One. I'm talking about the buffoonery that's going on post the death of Lion One and these high school dropout morons who think they're fucking smarter than educated men. Chris Ryder is literally a fucking dolt, and Todd is about as smart as a fence post. Finkel probably has a semblance of intelligence, but the fucking alcohol ate a hole in his brain and thoughts fall in it and they're never fucking seen again.
I did, yeah. My first initial thoughts. It's obvious to me every single person in that phone call was emotionally devastated by this. Both people. Now, I would say where I would caution people at interpreting things too far on here, and this isn't a criticism of any one of the individuals in the phone call. Sounds like there's tension between those two individuals that pre-existed this phone call. That tension sounds like that call had a purpose, and there's nothing wrong with that purpose. That call should have occurred, and it should happen. Now, what I do think is that from that circumstance, from that purpose, and from all of the preceding conversations that these two individuals have, the animus makes this whole thing very cloudy, right? We have two individuals here who both sound like they're suffering and grieving, and I'm not even going to speculate that that suffering and grieving may or may not be fear by the one individual who's claimed to have tension with the deceased. That said,
This song was made by someone with zero musical experience. He just typed this.
there's a couple of key indicators there that make me as a clinician have some pause.
Okay. Can you point out? I think you might have cut out. Are you there still? I think we lost him. I think his phone roboted real quick.
Doc, can you hear us?
No, I can't hear him. I think he might have. This one might have popped out. No. Okay.
Okay, should come back. Okay.
Chris. You probably have you. Is that the first time you heard it from beginning to end? Okay. Okay. Looks like he's back. Let me bring him up. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
I appreciate
Sorry,
it.
my line got a call, and then it broke the mic. But let me say the last thing. There's one thing that was very clear.
Hold on. You mentioned something from a clinical thing that would stand out to you. Is it the bifurcation? Yes. I don't want to say bipolar aspect of the bifurcation between being calm and being griefful. I don't know what other way to call it, but
Party Squatch, I have no grounds to have care for Lion One. Medical examiner said the gunshot wound, the death was self-inflicted, right? What my concern is that we live in a society where, granted, I'm all for free speech and the rest of it, but there's a responsibility that comes with it. You don't make murder accusations without some semblance of fucking proof. Todd, Ryder, Finkel, they have no fucking proof. All they have is rumor and innuendo based on the sayings of people who are admitted substance abusers. And a father who's broken and torn by the death of a daughter he may have diddled when she was younger. So maybe he has an extra strand of bond of attachment that's unexplainable. Because Tim Matthews seems to have, from what I've seen, my opinion, treated Andrea Lion One like she was a possession, and people don't like to lose their possessions. They definitely don't like to have them taken away. There's a lot of weird fucking shit going on here. And for 2-3 guys, Finkel, Ryder, and Todd, to be acting like they're gonna, like these fucking high school dropout morons are gonna solve a fucking murder that's already been solved. There was no murder. It was ruled suicide. Was there gunpowder residue on Rabbit? Because that shit doesn't wash off in the fucking shower. You can shave all the fucking hair off your body. That's not going to prevent them from doing a blood spatter analysis and getting blood off you, no matter how hard you fucking try. There is no evidence that Rabbit murdered Andrea. And for Finkel and Ryder and Todd to be pointing the finger and making accusations based on no evidence whatsoever is wholly irresponsible and an actual abuse of freedom of speech. And it's sad and it's sickening.
I see a weird bifurcation of turning it on, turning it off, and then there's a point where it sounds like he's very distracted because it sounds like he's going through her phone, looking for hints and clues on what. And by the way, prior to this phone call, he had accidentally butt dialed her. Now, how would he, being on her phone, have butt dialed her accidentally, unless he had it open? You know what I mean? Had it in his pocket in some meaningful way where her number was activated when he had just gotten off the phone with 911. I'm not saying anything is guilt or innocent. I'm just asking questions, Doc. I think you're doing a jump to conclusions, and I know that you're doing a preponderance of caution, right? Which is smart, but no one here is saying yes, no. Matter of fact, when I heard that phone call the first time almost a year ago, after having the influence of people like Secret Agent Girl and Rabbit in my ear, I heard a very different thing. Matter of fact, I was hard on this woman, saying, what kind of best friend doesn't have the email of their best friend? But I didn't think, well, what if it was an email that wasn't associated with Rabbit, or Rabbit didn't have access because he was...
I didn't double speak on anything. I don't know Lion One. How do I care about a person I don't know? I know Rabbit. I've talked to Rabbit. Rabbit doesn't give me the impression that he's the kind of guy that would murder somebody. Call me crazy. There's no evidence that he committed murder. So why are these fucking idiots? Why is idiot Todd constantly trying to drag Rabbit through the mud and discredit him? And why would he start drinking alcohol and becoming an even dumber fucking idiot than he actually is in the presence of a fucking mental health professional? They're just fucking dumb.
In all of her social media, he's even logging into her accounts right now, doing weekend at fucking Bernieing her dead fucking corpse all over her social media platform, all over the internet, as if he has rights to her in perpetuity.
I don't know. Honestly, some of those questions are probably better suited for somebody who's an actual detective or investigator. And I would say you gentlemen are probably much better at that than I am.
Right. What clinically specifically stood out to you before you move on to some other big?
Yeah. No. It's specific. So the thing that I would say is the trend of a person reporting all the great things. Everything is getting better. If what you guys didn't hear in the conversation last night is actually I did get to this specific topic. There's 2 medications that are clinically.
Because Tim Matthews knows what's going on. Tim Matthews is trying to prevent Rabbit from getting... He's a greedy fuck. He wants all the assets back under his control. He's a control freak. That's my opinion. That's what he seems like. That's what he sounds like. I've never talked to the guy, but I can see the influence he's had via money or the promise of money over low intellect people. Why doesn't he come on YouTube? Because he doesn't want to get dirtied up by any of this bullshit. He'd rather have dopes like fucking Todd take the fall for him when they can't fucking harass Rabbit into making a fucking mistake. What Tim Matthews wants is Rabbit to get violent and go after one of these guys. That's what Tim Matthews wants.
Black labeled on, well, there's 2 classes of medications that are black labeled.
Right, but
meaning they increase suicide.
Hold up, listen, unless and until you know what medication.
What evidence? There is no. You can call me brain damaged and the rest of the fucking ad hominems all you want. You can do that all you want. I didn't drink in my youth. I drank in my 20s. So, shut the fuck up, stupid. Present evidence. You're not doing anything but slinging insults and talking like your Ryder's dumb younger brother.
She was or wasn't.
No,
I'd be very
hold on. I'm not commenting on that. Wait till you hear what I'm saying. So the reason those medications actually generate higher suicidal acuity, and they do it.
Press Harder, BSBT, and Sean Parter are 3 fucking morons, and they did cover this first. They have videos of them going to fucking Andrea's house after she was deceased and gone, and peeking in the fucking windows. That's some weird fucking shit. And why have all of them gone fucking silent? None of them have anything to fucking say.
The exact pattern that was described in that phone call by her friend, right? I'm not at all speculating that I know who did what. I know that there's tension, there's allegations of abuse, there's all sorts of things that are flying around this. The key clinical indicator that I could hear that is a repeated trend on people who actually do commit this act against themselves is that storyline that the friend was indicating there. And the reason I brought up medications is because not because I think this individual was doing it, but because there's specific medications that generate that activation in patients. So depression is often not what kills people. I started at the beginning of this conversation. I told you the 2 high security for suicidality, PTSD and OCD. They carry the highest burden. Severe anxiety disorders do because they're inherently activated. They're inherently generating energy.
So hold on. I mean, you're espousing what might cause something that we're not sure whether.
No, I'm not.
And you're
I'm not
attributing PTSD and
I'm not
OCD.
OCD. I am not.
But my
I am
question.
not.
Hold on.
I am not.
You're putting that breadcrumb out there for people's minds, which is fair. But I want to
I'm
know.
building a platform to make what I was going to say.
Why did you interrupt me with my rigorous examination of your choices of words? My question to you would be: and I don't know, maybe you do. Do you have any information that she indeed suffered from those 2 ailments? Do you have inside information that you're willing to put your reputation down on, or are you just saying that these things are?
Party Squatch, bottom line, I have evidence that Rabbit didn't do it. He was investigated, cleared of it. Evidence further, medical examiner's report says the gunshot wound was self-inflicted. I'm working on facts. I don't know what the fuck you're working on. Crack? Because you haven't come up with it. All you've done is sling insults. You haven't come up with a single fact. So one more insult without a fact, and I'm just going to bounce you for 24 hours, okay? Because you're becoming a fucking douche. You're very Ryder-ish. Tiffany's got a bowling ball-sized head. She eats horse meat. She's a deadbeat mother who won't pay her back child support. And she's Billy Meadows kicked to the curb sloppy fucking seconds who, from what's been told, at least one dude fucked her before Ryder got to her because he impregnated her. And there are probably a bag of dicks that went through fucking Tiffany. She's a
I'm saying that there is an important, what I'm saying is there's an important clinical pattern that you are preventing me from articulating because you're
I'm not preventing you to do anything. I'm just asking you I'm asking you to say you.
No. Did you get a job recently? Broken tooth, broken brain?
You pointed out 2 things. Do you have inside information that she suffered from those 2 things? You mentioned 2 medications associated with these also 2 behaviors. So my question is, was she on those medications, and did she have OCD or PTSD?
You know what? I have an idea. Hey, Doc, once you spit it out like you're trying to tell me, if I was your retarded client, exactly what the fuck you're trying to say, so you can move on.
Okay, well, let me see if I can make it very brief for you guys. Okay,
yeah, talk to me like I'm your retarded client. Let's go.
Well, just listen. All right, because it's important that I set up a base foundation so you understand the theoretical reason I'm going to say what I'm going to say. But if you want me to just spit it out and say it very clearly, and you don't want context, because I thought you did, the context is very specific.
First, then come back to the context.
It is not unusual for somebody who's experienced significant psychological patterns related to suicidal ideation and depression, not the things that I mentioned, for every single person in their life to tell me, to tell everyone around them that they did not expect this to happen when it happened because they were told by the individual that they all of a sudden were starting to feel good. That is a very common clinical presentation in individuals who are on the depressed side, the driven down side, where they don't have the energy to commit these acts. What happens is all of a sudden they start to feel better. They've been wanting to do it for a long time, and finally they have the motivation to engage in this action.
Thank you for finally spitting it out. Now let me ask you this: have you ever met anybody?
Party Squatch, why doesn't Todd and Finkel and Ryder just present, without the commentary, without the bullshit, just bullet point facts? Because they don't have any. They don't have a single one. All they have is hearsay from a third party. That's all they have. The police talk to the same fucking people. How am I saying I know what other people think? I'm talking about what I think. I think it's stupid to be accusing people of murder without any evidence. I think it's doubly dumb to be accusing a man of murder who's been cleared by 3 different law enforcement agencies. I think it's dumb to accuse anyone of anything without any kind of real evidence. Dumb, dumb, dumb. You're sticking up for dumb guys. Good God, man.
Somebody that's broken up with someone?
I've been broken up with myself, and I've broken up with people.
And you're not dead, right? You're still alive, right?
Well, I think that's obvious. Like, you really want me to answer that?
No, yeah. So is that pretty common for people to survive when they break up with somebody, feel good about it whenever they're done with somebody that's been abusing them? Is that pretty common?
I would say never in the history of the world has the termination of a relationship been lethal. So I don't know what
you're not answering my question. You said it's common for people that exhibit those traits. Oh, wait, let me use different words. That do that kind of stuff, all right? That say those things. You're saying it's pretty common for them to sometimes end up offing themselves. So what I'm asking you is it pretty common for people to say things like that and,
Have a good
and
day,
survive through
Shrunk.
it because they get broke up with the person that they don't think they're healthy with and move on?
Yeah, I would say it's far more common that a person recovers from their depression and doesn't kill themselves.
I mean, you're the one spouting depression.
It's evidence, party squad.
I mean, I would suggest that anybody going through a relationship does not feel good about their lifestyle at the moment.
Listen, if you're demanding that I'm commenting on the specifics of these individuals,
Right, but
you want me to say anything bad about somebody, you're not going to do it.
Hold on, gentlemen. And Steve's got his hand up, so I apologize. Feel free to cut in anytime, Steve. But let me first off, we are talking specifically about Billy Barthel, Andrea K. Matthews, and if you want to be super general, is it usually safer for a man to break up with a woman and survive, or is it more dangerous for a woman to try to break up with a man and leave? What if you want to spout statistics? Well, what's more statistically disadvantageous to a woman to try to leave an abusive relationship, or a man to leave an abusive? What ends up in more lethality percentage wise, Doc? In your opinion, if one party's being abusive to the other, who's in more danger, the woman or the man leaving an abusive relationship? I mean, if you had a hazard to guess, or I can bring up the stats.
Well,
I mean, if you like to spout off like medications and mental ailments without any knowledge of whether those things even apply, but here we do. We have knowledge. We have her own words from beyond the grave saying, "I'm breaking up with this dude, and I'm happy. He's a fucking user and a loser." Those are her words. She got a 14-page fucking journal, among other things, of her saying she's done with this dude,
and she's feeling good about it.
And this wasn't one day, bro. This was a pattern of her trying to make sure that the baby known as Billy fucking Barthel had his fucking binky in his mouth and would be okay when mommy fucking pulls the umbilical cord.
There you go. Todd just lost. He lost his composure. Broken system, broken trust. I don't know what people have been doing to try to get rid of you, but you're gone from here, douche. Have a nice day. I hope you get over your crack addiction. All right, let's get back to Todd losing his fucking cool.
She cared enough about him, and it caused her to no longer be alive because she cared more about if he would have a safe fucking bubble wrap place to fall than her getting the fuck out of there safely, it would seem to me. So what's more dangerous, Doc? A woman trying to leave an abusive relationship, or a man trying to... Who has a greater chance of lethality of an abusive person not wanting that person to leave?
Todd, you got to finish your statements. You just did an either or, and you didn't finish the or. And look at how fucking excited you've got.
About him, and it caused her to no longer be alive because she cared more about if he would have a safe fucking bubble wrap place to fall than her getting the fuck out of there safely, it would seem to me. So what's more dangerous, Doc? A woman trying to leave an abusive relationship, or a man trying to... Who has a greater chance of leave?
A woman trying to leave an abusive relationship, or a man who? How many licks, Todd, does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop?
Of an abusive person not wanting that person to leave. Who stands a greater risk of losing their life? Who, Doc? It's not a fucking hard question, dude. Any fucking retard without a degree can figure that one out.
I see. The thing is that I thought you were actually asking questions about the clip that you had me listen to, and I'm not sure how any of the questions that you guys are generating right now have anything.
Did you not hear in the clip her best friend saying she's leaving you? She's mad about BDSM websites you were visiting, dating websites, that she was leaving you and she was happy about it. How is that out of context, Doc? How is that out of context?
So she said 7 minutes ago she was telling me that she was happy and feeling good about leaving him because of his behavior and his actions towards her, and that she was coming to Ohio without him. That's what you heard, right?
So let me ask you a question, because you guys want to speculate down this path, and I'll do it, but listen to this question first, okay? Let me ask you, just in the negative evidence that we have, if you think that somebody could come to have that information, I would say this is an explosive dynamic, like the father who was found by his son, who had a diaper fetish, and then he murdered his son for finding it and making fun of it.
Can we talk about Andrea Matthews and Billy Barthel? Stop with all this fucking weird shit, dude. What the fuck, dude? Can we talk about what we know? You talk about speculation being a problem. What we know is what the testimony of one of the parties said. They had a conversation. She was fine. Okay, love you. There was nothing weird going on. You're trying to say, well, OCD and PTSD, as if you have some prior knowledge, as if you've done a case study on her mental history. Or you're also talking about two medications that you have no fucking earthly understanding, or maybe you do, or whether she was even taken. So you're throwing in all these red fucking herons as possible explanations, and you want to criticize us for speculating. That's fucking rich.
Listen, what I'm criticizing you for. You're asking me to provide you a rich professional opinion.
No, I'm asking you to respond to what you just heard as a layman, as a reasonable person, what you're hearing right now. Not as a
I'm asking you to do a
okay, let me do that then. Let me do that then. Let me respond to you.
It's becoming insufferable, man. This is becoming insufferable.
Todd's losing his mind because he can't force his will onto an intelligent man. Todd, bring some evidence. Doc Srolls has been fucking coddling you and powdering your fucking dirty bottom the whole time. And all you've done is throw a fucking temper tantrum.
Well, your questions, like they have changed, they've transformed. Okay, you're asking me for now an opinion about it, and what I'll say.
I've only always asked you about opinion. The only people that care about your credentials are people that are trying to collect people with credentials. I don't give a fuck about your credentials. I want to know what you think as a layman.
Okay, then let me answer, and I'll make it make sense for you. What I heard is somebody on one side presenting all of their evidence of why they think something was somebody else's fault. They firmly believe that. They absolutely believe that. Every single one of those facts might be 100% true. And still, you don't know anything. We don't know.
I'm not making a knowledge claim.
Well, so
You're
then
the one who speculated
No.
and criticized us for speculating by asking questions, and now you're trying to say
Well,
that we shouldn't have an opinion unless we know specifically. And I just called
No,
you on
no.
doing two different sets of speculation: medications and
I
LNs,
did not.
mental
I
states.
did not.
Well,
I did
you
not.
did from
You
your
did.
medical standpoint. Now, hold on. Before we
You're
lose this guy,
planting
Todd.
seeds, dude. You're planting seeds in my audience's mind. And I
Well,
don't
before we
appreciate
lose
it.
this guy, let's walk this
Dude,
whole
I'm 10
through.
steps ahead of you, Doc. I don't know what fucking crackerjack fucking degree you
You're
have, bro,
implying
but
my
I'm
intent.
literally 10 steps ahead of you, dude. I already know what you're fucking doing. You're like creepy Uncle Fester fucking rubbing everyone's shoulders right now. It ain't fucking working on me, buddy.
Maybe,
Go ahead.
maybe you could, maybe you could just walk on me. Just walk on me and like Todd can take a break. And you
Oh,
can
sorry.
Just, you know,
Steve had his hand up. I do apologize, Steve. You cut in
just
whenever
walk
you
all
want.
over me since I'm a lot dumber than you, Doc.
Look, I'm not walking on you guys. I was trying to give you a good, valid opinion. I was trying to give you guys rich information that you guys can use.
Rich information. Okay. Well, so what did you take out of that phone call, Doc?
So what I took out of that phone call was both of those people were very emotionally unstable. One of those people presented all of their evidence that makes them believe that somebody else did something.
All?
And
How do you know
justified
all?
that.
Actually, I got the opposite. I think the person knew way more, didn't want to fucking tell him all she knew. I think she was being real fucking careful with what she said because she knew way more about that fuck shit that cocksucker was up to. How about that, Doc? How the fuck are you hearing that, dude? How the fuck are you hearing something completely different unless you're biased, Doc?
I think we got to let him say his whole piece first.
Fuck, hey, dude, this is just, we're never going to get there, dude. Constantly edging. I got blue balls, Doc.
Because you keep
You say a lot without saying anything, dude. It's fucking insufferable. It's fucking, you're doing your head shrink gobbledygook, dude.
I'm not. I haven't even said anything to you because you're so reactive. I'm not your enemy. You should calm down.
Todd hasn't said. Todd's just gone through a whole fucking temper tantrum, and he hasn't said anything of any value. Freaking awesome says I coded friend.001. Good seeing you. Just dropping a like and a good morning. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it.
No, you're a manipulator. You're exactly what's wrong with psychology.
I would open my door and tell them until you're able to calm.
Todd saying that Doctor Srolls is exactly what's wrong with psychology. Meanwhile, Doctor Srolls has listened to everything you've said, Todd. He's maintained his composure, and you're having a fucking meltdown. Maybe you should drink a little, Todd. Maybe you should.
Calm down on this topic. Maybe we should have a break. There's a water fountain and a fridge outside my office so that you can have a drink. I'm not. Look, you're wrong. Like you're wrong, and you're what you're doing is you're presupposing what I'm trying to say to you. I'm not trying to say anything. I was trying to give you valid information as to why. For one of the key indicators in there that this could be somebody who took their own life, and all of the information that she presented.
Objection, speculation.
Single phone call.
Objection, speculation.
What is the speculation?
You're the one. You're the one who's criticizing speculation. Yet here you are speculating. But go ahead.
What am I speculating?
Well, I'll tell you. I can see this even though I'm done as fuck. Let me tell you. Look, my bag of rocks up here is turning. And one thing that I thought I saw, which I'm probably too stupid to have recognized it, but you made a statement of fact that was literally not true.
What is the statement of fact?
You said that one party, which I assume you meant Alicia, presented all of her evidence. That was factually untrue. She's been on multiple panels at this point. You've heard her. You have seen her present more evidence than what you just heard in that phone call. You've heard her present more evidence than what was in that phone call. You know that she regularly presents more evidence than what was in that phone call. So please try to refrain.
And ladies and gentlemen, Todd has fully lost his composure, and it is now the For Public Safety show. Get ready. Buckle in. It's going to get dopey.
From making false statements of fact.
See, this is where semantics and the way you guys
semantics is very important in debate, buddy.
So let me speak so you can hear it. No, the reason you guys are conflating it is because you don't
sound angry,
understand.
Doc. Do you need to open the door and let you go get a drink out of the water fountain?
If I sound angry, I don't know what you guys sound like. And
No, I'm just kidding, man. Go ahead. Just spit it out, man. Just spit it out.
But every single time I try to, you freak out. I'll try it again. And Finkel is probably over here actually digesting what I'm saying to you guys. And I would like to hear his opinion.
Yet, Doc, so.
Okay, so listen to this again, okay? And listen clearly. There are key indicators in this phone call that suggest all of the above information. We can derive clinically information that would make many people pause as to whether it being self-inflicted. We hear a bunch of information that would make many people pause that is questionable. All of those things occur in this phone call specifically. And when a person from the outside listens to this phone call, there's one side who presented evidence of something. The other side was not attempting to present evidence.
Actually, he did. Actually, he did.
Can you specifically name? Can you name what side is and isn't, please? And stop being so damn vague.
Oh, well, I don't know the names of these people.
Okay,
Honestly,
male and female. Male and female. Can you give us like a male and a female?
Okay, so the male in this circumstance was very emotionally volatile. It sounds like he reacts to circumstances. Volatile means he goes back and forth.
Yes, he's very frenetic. There you go. There's a big word. Very frenetic. Very mercutral. Go ahead. There's another big word. I don't have a Harvard degree on my wall.
How about volatile? Because that's a shorter word and it actually is more specific. That he's oscillating between intense emotional states and then he's calming down. Okay, if you want to,
There's a big word. Very frenetic. Very mercutral. Go ahead. There's another big word. I don't have a Harvard degree on my wall.
How about volatile? Because that's a shorter word and it actually is more specific.
Again, I switched my layout. I got to change it back. Todd is super triggered. Todd just corrected the way Dr. Srolls said volatile. Todd can't even say mercurial. He said mercutial. Todd's a fucking moron.
He's oscillating, but
Please, and stop being so damn vague.
well, I don't know the names of these people.
Okay,
Honestly,
male
I
and female. Male and female.
Billy.
Can you give us like a male and a female?
Okay, so the male in this circumstance was very emotionally volatile. It sounds like he
Until
reacts
he
to
wasn't.
circumstances. Volatile means he goes back and forth.
Yes, he's very frenetic. There you go. There's a big word. Very frenetic. Very mercutial. Go ahead. There's another big word. I don't have a Harvard degree on my wall.
How about volatile? Because that's a shorter word and it actually is more specific. He's oscillating between intense emotional states and then he's calming down. Okay, if you want to, dictate about. I'm from Indiana. Nobody adds an extra syllable in Indiana to that word. I don't know what your point is.
Shem, you should subdue his channel then.
Not your enemy. Quit it. Okay. The basic circumstance here is that both sides in this, the male side and the female side, present as very emotionally wrecked by this circumstance. There is nothing from the emotional perspective that I would get that either of these people are responsible for anything. Okay, Elisa, I guess is her name.
You've got a great idea. GoDaddy has the perfect domain name to go with it. It only takes a few minutes to register one with over 500 extensions to choose.
Reyes in a confession. How are you jumping to that fucking conclusion? This is what I'm talking about. You're bad faith.
Wait a second. Are you saying that you're telling me that she was not in that phone call trying to get evidence of herself to understand why her friend had passed? Well, then,
you're
here's the
saying
question.
She was making an allegation.
All right, Doc.
All right,
I was not. I was not.
Who called who?
She's angry.
Who called who?
What does that matter?
What do you mean?
How do you
What do you mean?
know she's angry?
What does that matter? If she called him trying to get evidence against him for him to incriminate, that would be a little bit more valid. If he called her trying to do damage control because he realized he fucking pocket dialed her and he's not sure what the fuck she heard when he didn't realize he had pocket dialed her, that puts a whole different context, doesn't it, Doc? Why don't you touch your little magic 8-ball, shake it the fuck around, and say, "Ask me again later," when you had a drink in your water fountain outside your office?
No, I would say that no, none of that.
Dude,
Toddy, go get a shot. You need a shot. You're running out of steam. Have a shot. Get that engine stoked up, Toddy.
Dog walking the shit out of you, dude. You're a fucking nonsense.
Maybe if we don't.
You're not dog walking anyone, Todd. You're having a fucking temper tantrum.
Really? Maybe if we don't stop him when he makes false statements, maybe it'll go better for him. Go ahead. Let's try again.
I don't. Here's the thing. I'm not making false statements. All right. Like your opinions about what somebody's doing is not.
We don't need to argue about that, Doc. I thought we took a drink of water, man. Let's move on. So go ahead. Try again. Try to assess and analyze as a layman exactly what you believe we just listened to.
I listened to two people who were emotionally distraught because somebody in their life had passed away, and two people who did not know why that had occurred, and they were grasping at the emotional straws that exist in that space, the conversation between the two of them, to try to figure out what it was that was happening. I saw that from both sides, and you might speculate as to why each individual was doing that, but I'm telling you that both of these individuals were doing that.
Good question.
Both of these individuals are devastated. I think that emotional reactivity is probably a good indicator that we don't know what happened, they don't know what happened, and that's what I gathered.
Okay, cool. Thank you for answering. Now, can I ask a question based on your answer?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, you said you took notes, right, during that phone call?
Yes.
All right. Do your notes have anything on it that might look like a statement of fact by either of them or both of them?
No, because I don't view people's statements, even as statements of facts, as a fact. So,
right, because they might not be true. Right, correct, because somebody said it. That's right.
And
my question was, sure. So my question was, did you take any notes while you were listening to that phone call of both or either party specifically making claims, yes or no?
No, I don't do that.
So you didn't hear Alicia saying, I just talked to her 7 minutes ago, for example?
I did hear that. Yes,
you did hear that. Okay, that sounds like a statement she was making as a fact, right? Correct.
Okay. If it's 8 minutes ago, it's not a fact. I'm not sure what.
Right. But it was a statement she made that she was implying a fact, correct?
Which could be backed up with records.
Yes,
right,
absolutely.
Okay. And then how about this one? Did you also hear Alicia say, I just got a new clip for my lawnmower. I ran to the store because I drive my lawnmower like a tractor, and my son got the part and put it together, and she was supposed to come back. Did you hear that line?
No. Alicia was going to call her back.
Sure,
but Andrea called her unexpectedly with a pocket dial, and she was confused.
Mm-hmm. Did you hear that statement, Doc?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell me a statement? This is where I'm going with it. Can you tell me a statement that Billy made about the situation as a statement towards what happened?
Yeah, he said exactly what he said. Hey, the inmate was feeling much better. She told me that she was ready to leave. All of that, and he said yes. She told me those things too. She told me she was feeling better. You didn't
hear him redirect her? What did change what she was saying? She was saying, and she corrected him on this. She said no. What I was saying is that she said she was feeling good about it because she was leaving you. He was trying to imply that statement was she feels better today. Did you catch that?
I heard that in two contexts.
Something's going on with your mic. I don't know. It sounds like it's all garbled.
My mic.
He's got his phone in his pocket or something.
No, hold on.
Yeah, something's rubbing on.
I'm sweating.
I want to make sure that Finkel, if you need to go or if you got to.
I'm just.
I like where Chris is going with this, and I don't really want to interrupt the flow, but I've been asked. You've been kind of having your hand up for the last half hour.
Yeah. But the three of us, Chris, GS, and myself, have been focused on data points. I think Doc's focused on emotions. It sounds like that's his profession, focus on emotions. And there are data points that still have me leaning the way that I'm recently on record of leaning on. But when you're looking at the emotions, you said two things. It's been quite a while ago now. And we're not diagnosing her, but I want to make sure we address the possibility. PTSD and depression. Recently, you guys made me aware, I think something I was peripherally aware, but I didn't really realize it. Didn't the deceased recently have a pregnancy loss?
Yeah, months ago. Yeah.
Here we
I'm
go.
not sure how long, but that does cause something called postpartum depression, which is a form of depression. And if they're really emotionally set on having that pregnancy to full term, that can be PTSD. Now, focusing on the data points, I'm still leaning the way I have been leaning, but I think it's only fair that we address the possibility of PTSD.
But I think we're misnomering it because postpartum is done or occurring after childbirth or the birth of young. So there was no birth; it was a miscarriage. However, I don't. That doesn't take away from it. But I want to make sure we're exact on. Because not to be pedantic or not to pick, not to be
We
semantic.
consider a miscarriage a birth. So just so you know,
Okay,
it's still,
okay, that's good. Thank you for the correction, Bob. And thank you for that input. Yeah, I'm not discounting that whatsoever. Matter of fact, she was very distraught about it. However, Billy did not seem happy about the birth, and he didn't seem distraught about the miscarriage. That's my experience, not my opinion. My experience when they called us, asked us to pray when they were pregnant, and asked us to pray after they miscarried. They called me. My wife was present. Okay, that's my experience, not my opinion.
They didn't call you when she miscarried. You're lying about that, Todd, and that's pretty fucking sick.
But you're a witness in this. You're a witness in this.
There's a question in the chat. How far along was she? I'm not sure if that really weighs into it. But still
hey, gentlemen.
Yes.
Gentlemen, I will come back. I need to put my daughter to bed.
Absolutely.
Okay. Fair.
I'll come back if you guys are still on. It should be about 20 minutes. Okay. Tear me apart while I'm gone. It's okay.
No, I don't have any interest in tearing your part. Listen, I'm all about facts. That's it. Facts over feelings.
Yeah. We're focused on data points, facts, and I think he's professionally trained to look at emotions, psychological well-being.
Well, I don't know about that. Finkel, you're giving him too much room because like this. Maybe you're giving him rope. Hell, I don't know. But I've watched him in the chats, watching Direct D. Come on, man.
Okay, the first time I heard of this guy consciously aware was last night on Secret Courtship's channel. And
No, he comes from the anti-Chris Ryder camp. That's where he comes from.
I am picking up on that. Even last night, like, he really doesn't want to talk about Chris Ryder for some reason.
Well, so my thing is, and this is something that maybe you all can address with him if I'm not here when he comes back, but it really disgusts me when I run across people on YouTube who have chosen to hate me or Tiffany, right? They've chosen it for whatever their reasons. And because they hate us, whatever we stand against, they go opposite for just the reason of hating me and Tiffany. And I'm
fair.
so tired of seeing that shit. Man.
That's fair and accurate from what I've seen over the last.
Ryder's playing his victim card. You and Tiffany are pieces of shit that talk shit about people, and you reap what you sow. Fuckstick. Tiffany has a big, giant bowling ball head, and she refuses to pay her back child support. That alone, deadbeat motherhood won't pay your back child support. You guys will have horses and blah, 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 but you won't pay your back child support. You're fucking shitty people. You deserve to be shit talked all day, every day. Oh, man. The fucking trolls. Well, I guess we've upset some people.
Couple of years when they choose to hate you, they spin out of control on any data point, and maybe people think that's what we're doing when it comes to this situation. I am picking up on data points like him advising his friends to let the dad know. There's a whole other side of the story the dad hasn't heard. That to me is a data point. The idea that when Alicia pointed out that Andrea was talking about leaving him, he kind of seemed to confirm that with "fuck yeah," I told her to take the fucking truck and leave me the Mercedes. I can't remember exactly how it was, but he stood with his chest as opposed to just seconds before crying with what seemed like real.
People are really upset because we're pointing out the fact that Finkel, Ryder, and Todd literally got dog walked by a man who stayed calm, tolerated their bullshit, didn't return reviling for reviling, and exposed them for the shitbags they are. And Todd's going to realize it in a little bit.
Real emotional.
When he was trying to get out of any responsibility to it.
Yeah, the first time I heard that cry, I was 100% rabbit because that was a very convincing, deep cry. And
the whole data point thing with Finkel, it's just it's a widget term. He uses it like widget. Finkel's not dealing with emotions. He's dealing with data points. Your emotional content, your emotional being, those are all data points. And in fact, Finkel, that's why it's hard for you to understand. When it comes to suicide, you're not dealing with rational data points. If you want to understand the person who committed suicide, You have to understand emotional contact because it's a highly irrational act perpetuated by an individual that's in an irrational state of mind. That might be why you're so lost, because if you throw away all the emotional content, you're missing 80% of what's going on.
Don't play the clip. To give equal thought, I lost a friend. I nicknamed him Pope Bob. He wasn't a direct friend. He wasn't a best friend. He was somebody I encountered in the rooms where I attend. And when I found out we'd lost him, he was an elderly man. It was not unexpected that he was going to check out sometime soon. And it hit me emotionally. I don't know if I'm just soft, but Alicia sounded kind of, I mean, Doc identified her as being emotional, but I'm like, I'm not getting the sense of emotion that I would if I lost my best friend.
It was almost, I mean, I think Doc misread it. I mean, for being a medical, clinical professional, I'll say.
Right. I went to Paul W. I went to one AA meeting, and it was a room full of Finkles. And I was like, fuck this shit. I'll be back to fucking drinking if I stay in here. Todd needs a fucking lobotomy. That's what Todd needs.
For being a clinical professional, it sure seems pretty obvious that he misread exactly what each party was doing in that situation. I mean, I don't need training to hear a person go from wailing, crying to immediately being defensive without anger. I don't need to be a clinical professional.
No, you don't need training to hear it. You're right, Ryder. You need training to understand what's going on. And the fact that Save Pequot wasn't in the same state, maybe not as extreme, but wasn't in the same emotional state that Rabbit was in, is very fucking suspicious. Highly suspicious. I don't understand why you're focusing on Rabbit and not focusing on Save Pequot. She was the last one that had contact with Andrea. You know, when you investigate, you usually focus on the person who had the last contact.
To hear that Andrea, her friend, right, that Alicia, I'm sorry, I didn't mean Andrea, Alicia, was only making statements to try to figure out, how does this make sense? I didn't hear her being distraught. I heard her being sensible. She was going, wait a minute, hold on. We just had the phone call. Hold on a minute. She said she's leaving you. Now, you read that, the clinical professional read that as being accusatory.
Or trying to get incriminating evidence against them, which is such a weird thing to say.
Yeah.
Right in the midst of the moment? Come on, man. Something's not, that's not driving.
That's true. Yeah, but the Rabbit turning up.
Here you are over a year later, Todd, still trying to get incriminating evidence. When do you say maybe there's no incriminating evidence to get, Todd? There's just two fucking substance abusers and a fucking daddy who's paying people to harass a man.
On and off the extreme grief to saying it from his chest. Yeah, she can fucking leave me or take back. I can't remember exactly.
I'm in the Philippines right now.
I've seen
I'm an American.
War veterans. I've seen really tough guys break down and they come out of it, but it's slowly. It's like, that was fine. And they're slowly climbing out of it. It takes longer than how fast we witness Rabbit doing it. When that doesn't make sense to me. Maybe there's a psychological reality to it, but it doesn't make sense to me.
He did use a term that I would agree with. I mean, Todd's pretty upset. He went over him a little bit on here, but Doc said emotionally volatile, descriptive for Rabbit in that phone call. I agree with him on that. I think he was being emotionally volatile, but I also don't think that he's reading the entire behavior of the whole phone call. I think he's saying, yeah, the guy switched, from being perfectly fine to absolutely emotional. Now that, here's one thing that I've learned about medical terms. Having a mother that pretends like she needs medical stuff when she's actually just having schizophrenic episodes. Yeah. They'll take a medical term and they'll apply it where it's not the way it's meant to fit.
I want to keep this about. So for me, I'm looking at it like this. I misread that. I don't think anyone on this panel was harder on Alicia in the beginning than me. I called her a disgusting fat pig. I mean, I thought, what kind of best friend doesn't already have their best friend's email? That's some fucking bullshit. I mean, no one was harder on her than me. I mean, I don't know
if I was harder, but a year ago when I first heard it, I was like, what the? I could not believe her, and I did believe Rabbit, and I'm just like, what the hell? But over time, as we've seen other things and her other data points, I hear it a completely different way now. And someone said, once you have an opinion about something, you have a bias about it. I lost the chat now I can't remember who said it, but that's true. Cognitive.
What? Finkel can't remember something that was just said 5 minutes ago? No way, get out.
This takes over when someone has a bias against the other person in the argument. Now, I get that. If I come into a situation and I'm like, I already hate Rabbit and already know and love Andre, which is not the case. It took me. Oh, go ahead.
No, let's unplug this because what you're saying is really important. True or false? The campfire event happened long before my falling out with Rabbit. True or false?
I believe that to be true.
How
Yeah,
many
it's during
months?
hurricane.
How many months was Rabbit on my panel getting an opportunity to freely associate and get his testimony out without me holding a grudge about the campfire?
Minimum.
No, the campfire incident happened long before the exposure of this. But it's when you were exposed, it's when what was exposed about the campfire coincides perfectly with you turning on Rabbit, Todd. Not what happened at the campfire, but when what happened at the campfire became public knowledge. That's when you turned on Rabbit. This is all vindictive bullshit, Todd. You think that if you prove Rabbit's a bad guy, that somehow is going to exonerate you from being a douchebag drunk who drank too much during a charitable operation, ran his fucking mouth, and Todd, everyone there threw punches at you. That's how much you made people fucking hate you. Nobody knew you. And most of these people didn't even know each other. They knew one thing. After one night of drinking with you, you were a punchable fucking idiot and had a mouth that was worth punching. And Rabbit saved your ass because you were going to go get your gun because you're a scared little bitch boy. And you were going to go get your gun and you were intoxicated and you probably would have shot the gun or shot someone. And now you're a douchebag who made your wife circumvent a background check for you to get a gun. That's a felony. So now she's going to get fucking investigated if you fired that gun. You transported that gun and ammunition from Kentucky to North Carolina, crossing multiple state borders. You're a fucking moron, Todd. Rabbit did you a big fucking favor, and you're still butthurt because the world knows what you are. You're just a douchebag pussy who got put down because he got drunk and 5'6" fucking garden gnome ran his fucking mouth. And then the morning after, you still tried to instigate it. You told the fucking Bill Matthews, the Navy SEAL guy, that he punched like a fucking girl. He didn't punch you like he wanted to beat you up. He punched you like he wanted to shut you up. And there's a big fucking difference, Todd. And if he hit you with the intent to hurt you, you probably would be another fucking potato head whose Finkel was trying to fuck the wife of. That's all you'd be. You'd be a fucking potato growing in the fucking basement of your wife's house, sitting in a fucking recliner wheelchair going, "Hello, my name is Todd, and this is my YouTube stream." Fucking idiot.
6 months.
Right.
Yeah, you had plenty of opportunity.
What's the new narrative? Oh, I've got a bias against him because of the campfire. What happened in the campfire? Well, that should happen over a year and a half ago almost now.
Well, and the people on this panel are living proof that we, specifically the three people up here, are capable of practicing out of those biases. Because look, we didn't get along with each other 3 months ago.
1 second. Sorry to interrupt, gentlemen.
Line two's here.
Yeah, if she wants to come up on panel in about 10 minutes or so, Doctor Srolls will be back, I think. If you want to come up, and we just reviewed your conversation, your phone call between you and Rabbit. My question is this: there was a butt dial to you in which you were surprised that that her phone was calling you when you said you would get done doing chores and then call her. So and you heard some crying or whatever, you decided to record that phone call. After the phone conversation we're reviewing between you and Rabbit, who called who? Did you call him or did he call you? That's the question I want an answer to. And that was after he had gotten kicked out of the house and he was still in the driveway with the body cam footage when he called you, right? Because Secret Agent Cruz is saying that phone call between you and him happened after all the cops and the EMS left. That's not true.
She's not up to coming up right now. She's tired and passing a kidney stone. Oh.
So if you could just answer that from the chat, that'd be perfectly fine. And Steve, if you want to kind of keep an eye on that, if you don't mind.
Okay. All right. I'm watching for Lion 2530.
There it is.
I got a call from her phone and I recorded it.
Okay.
She received the call.
So that butt dial was all one call. And at the beginning, you heard crying, and then you started recording it because you weren't sure what it was. That was all one continuous call. He finally picked up and talked to you?
Yeah, he says, I referred that to as a pocket dial.
Okay, so there was only one phone call that started off as a pocket dial. He did not intend to call you, nor did you intend to call him to try.
So he accidentally pocket dialed Save Pequa. Lion 1 is dead. Why is Save Pequa recording the fucking call? Why is Save Pequa recording the call?
try to get him to incriminate himself. You had no idea what the heck is going on. That's my understanding. Okay. So that
Todd, you were going somewhere with something before somebody in chat said something about cognitive dissonance. What was it?
So for me in this situation, although I'm being accused of holding a grudge against Rabbit, I would argue it's the exact opposite. No one has been more fair to a guy that I had every reason not only to let him get run over by a bus, but to knock the driver out of the seat, reverse that motherfucker, and run over him again.
And check this out.
Line two.
Line 2 says, I believe he realized this pocket dial occurred and hung up. Mountain Papa says,
okay, well, hold on, though. Okay, now I'm confused again. All right, now follow me along. I'm going to talk to the audience like I'm a Labrador Retriever or a 5-year-old kid.
second call from her phone, and again, that was the call you played.
Okay, so the call that we played was you calling back after he hung up the butt dial. Okay, so there were two calls.
No.
Both calls came from. She said that the first call came into her phone from Andrea's, and it was a butt dial. Then he hung up. She said she thinks he realized he butt dialed her and hung up, and then he called her again.
Second call from her phone.
So the only call that's been released is the one that we reviewed. The actual butt dial with the crying and all the other stuff that she recorded, she has not released yet.
Correct. That's what she's saying right
Which
now.
is good.
So there was a pocket dial call that was not just a pocket dial hang up. She said she hasn't released it. So she must have recorded something. What did she record? And why is she recording phone calls? Why is she recording phone calls from her best friend? If it's an accidental dial, she doesn't know Rabbit's calling. Why is she recording the calls? Probably because she already is aware of what transpired with Lion 1, because she was probably talking to Andrea on the phone when it fucking happened.
Because he probably doesn't remember what he was saying.
He didn't know he was on the phone with anybody.
Exactly.
Mountain Papa points out a good point. The call happened while law enforcement was with Rabbit.
Yeah, they were actually in the yard because he says it on the phone call between him and Andrea. Oh, that's it. Secret Agent Koo said that the phone call happened privately between the two of them after the cops already left. That's not true, because he's saying she promised me she would never do this shit because now they're all over the house and they're all in the driveway. And I'm all alone.
Full of people.
Yeah, and I'm all alone. I'm all alone.
So I'm ascertaining between Mountain Papa and Line 2, both calls came from Andrea's phone to Line 2's phone.
Yeah, there we go.
Both calls did.
So it wasn't like she was trying to call him to get him incriminated. Go ahead, Chris.
Right. Going back to the other subject, the biases, right?
Mm-hmm.
You gave him a...
No, she wasn't calling. She was surprised that she got a phone call from Lion 1's phone, so she instantly recorded it, because she recorded the pocket dial hang-up call, and she recorded the subsequent call from Rabbit. If it was a pocket dial hang-up call, she has no way of knowing that it was Rabbit that called. Why is she recording phone calls with her best friend? She just spoke to her. She knew she was going to call back. Why is this bitch recording fucking phone calls? She's recording because she's freaked out, because she can't imagine why fucking Lion 1's phone is calling her when she knows she talked to Lion 1 and talked her into pulling the fucking trigger. That's my opinion. Why isn't anyone asking that question?
A platform from the opposite perspective for a while, a good 6 months.
No, that was the perception of people that thought he did something wrong. I had no proof he did anything wrong. I gave him a neutral platform, even though everyone accused. But go ahead, everyone. See here, I'm not going to allow that narrative to happen because, like I said,
you weren't necessarily saying one way. He was, though. He was saying.
Oh yeah, he
was.
Yeah, 100%. And he
took full advantage of your platform to spew his side of things. Now, in my case with Rabbit, the facts that I had made me think probably he did it. Right, like I wasn't set on it, but I felt like probably he did it. At very least, I felt like he owed some explanation to her friends and family.
Right.
Like there was a lot of questions that I felt like he should have answered for people, especially if there was a belief that he didn't.
Rabbit doesn't owe an explanation to fucking anyone, and he should not. These dickheads are trying to pressure him into fucking talking, and Rabbit should just ignore these fucktards. He's done a really good job of it, and he should continue to do that. Todd, the reason why Rabbit's not talking to you is because his lawyer told him not to fucking talk to you, not to talk about this at all. And the reason Savage Secret is talking is because she's sick of what you're fucking doing to her friend. I'm not even friends with Rabbit, and I'm sick of what you're fucking doing to him. I didn't even know Rabbit before this, and I'm sick of seeing what you're doing to him. You're a shitty fucking person, Todd.
Do it, okay? And I called him.
Yeah, I remember that on New Year's.
I called him trying to give him the opportunity to do it with just me, not recorded. I wasn't.
Good fucking point, Muckster. She's dismissing the recording of the call because she said she records all calls. All right. So where's the fucking phone call she had with Andrea? that would corroborate what she's saying Andrea said. Why don't we just hear what Andrea said? Has she fucking lied about what Andrea was saying? I think this bitch convinced fucking Andrea that the right thing to do was implement the final solution. And I think this bitch is doing everything she can to fucking cover her tracks and keep the spotlight off her. She's the one that should be investigated. She's the last one that spoke to fucking Lion One before Lion One's death. She's the last known contact. Law enforcement, that's always the focal point in a murder investigation or a missing person.
I'm planning on doing nothing with it. Hang on. So I get in a fucking car with a muffler cut off of it's going by.
Line 2 says, I thank God for the pocket dial. His ass is cooked.
Yep, good. Fucking good.
So
I hope so. I hope I'm there. I hope I'm there when he gets Kurt Bachman sentenced.
No, Aaron Queen, no.
How is his ass cooked because of the pocket dial call? Have the police not fucking heard that yet? Because they've done a full investigation and he wasn't charged with anything. And the medical examiner said the gunshot was self-inflicted. So how is his ass cooked because of a pocket dial fucking conversation? The fuck? You fucking guys are stupid. Fucking stupid.
Sometimes things are meant to be kept as evidence and not revealed to the public until the right time. It's not for us, it's for the police.
When I made, can I make this point?
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Yeah.
When I made that phone call, I legitimately, and I tried with Rabbit. Like I really, if you listen to that phone call that he recorded and put out,
I can usually tell when you're trolling and when you're actually.
Oh, now we're gonna hear the whole what a fucking kind, caring person fucking Ryder was. The problem with you, Ryder, is you've been called out and exposed as a fucking pathological liar so many fucking times that only an idiot like Todd and Finkel would fucking believe anything you have to say.
Actually, legitimately trying to be like, all right, let's bury the hatchet. I'm gonna give you an opportunity. Talk to me. He's the one that released it. You didn't release it, did you?
Correct.
Yeah, he released it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I legit was trying to just ask him what information had he been giving to everybody that was saying that I was wrong about even thinking that he might have done it. I was legitimately just going, dude, if there's something that I'm missing, just let me see it too, because you've already shown it to hundreds of people. Like, let me see whatever it is, because I don't want to be wrong. If I'm making those accusations, which I wasn't even accusing him of the full deal. Right. I was just saying that it was questionable, that he owed some explanations as to the lies that we had caught, the deception that we knew weren't factual that he was putting out there. That's what I was questioning, So yeah, man, I don't believe I was being biased. I think I have my opinion based on the facts that are available to me, and I'm still open for facts throughout this whole thing. I mean, I've read, the statement made by the detective, and I'm sorry, but it's just not convincing to me. The very end statement just doesn't convince me that it's proof or exculpatory. It doesn't do that. You know what I'm saying? It just tells me that there's still a whole bunch of questions about. Now I'm questioning the agency. I'm questioning the detective.
That's exactly
because I'm going. There's so many factors, like facts, that are out there that
you have to question the agency, the law enforcement, and everything, because that's where your conspiracy theory takes you. If it's not a complete fucking cover up and everyone's corrupt, then you're done. You're at the end. You're at the end of a fucking dead end street. You got nowhere else to go. So now you pull that fucking rabbit out of your hat. Fucking hey, man. It all boils down in the end, always these conspiracy theories, to the authority figures that investigated were on the take, and it's all a cover-up. Oh, my God.
Or to the contrary. Like he shaved all his hair. He didn't hear a gunshot. The trajectory of the bullets from back to front. There's, he didn't.
If Lion One killed herself while she was talking to Save Pequot on the phone before Rabbit got home, he wouldn't have heard a fucking gunshot. Duh.
Chris, can you look? Are you guys able to open another device and look through YouTube, not through StreamYards? Is Tiffany next to you?
Right.
You
Exactly, Michael.
Okay. So Carney sent this to me last night, and to me this is pretty damning. Let me see if I can zoom in on this.
So did Save Pequot withhold evidence from a fucking murder investigation? And this is the chick you're hanging your fucking hat on? Oh my God, you're fucking dumb.
Remember the wood chipper?
Yeah.
That's the same exact wood chipper that they were using. What is Rabbit wearing?
I don't see it on either screen.
No, you're going to have to look at it on YouTube. Your YouTube.
He's wearing one of those green, bright, fluorescent colors.
What's he wearing on his head?
That's just a picture from fucking Google Images. It's not even Rabbit.
Can you not see?
A mask.
Yeah, he's wearing a full-on face mask. Do you see his beard sticking out at all? That it would get caught in the tree?
How does something get caught? The face?
Right. MSG retired, but Ryder bases it all on his training and experience, which he has none. Thank you, MSG, for that little bit of sanity.
mask would have gotten caught before his beard would have.
Right. Exactly. So he's a fucking liar.
And if you ever use one of those wood chippers, you don't get your face anywhere near the part that pulls in.
Right.
Got it. Yeah.
I mean, unless you fell in the damn thing and went under the skirt.
Yeah, my dad used to own a tree trimming business, and that was never something that happened. The only
Tiffany's dad used to own a tree trimming business. So now Tiffany's an instant expert on tree trimmers attire, and the whole process of tree trimming. Bullshit. So what? If that's not even more trust me, bro information, that's all you fucking have. Tiffany's got a bowling ball head, and she's a fucking idiot.
only incident that ever happened with a chipper truck was it got caught on my dad's belt loop, and a branch did, and almost drug him into the chipper truck.
Branch.
It was caught onto his belt loop. That's the only thing I ever heard happen like that.
Now, does anybody know, did Rabbit make the claim that his beard was caught in a branch? Because I heard him say his beard got caught in a wood chipper, so I'm wondering
No,
if
he
he
said
ever
he got caught in a branch and he almost got pulled into the wood chipper.
I got one from line 2. I think it's more directed to the chat, which is I'm not. Oh, you read it already?
No, I want you to read it.
I'm not seeking instant gratification. I'm pursuing justice for Andrea at Aaron Queen. Okay, that is from Aaron Queen. Providing enrichment for bottom feeders is not honorable. Being Andrea's voice is. May God save your soul, friend.
Oh, man. Control-Alt-Delete. That was Tuna Slay, who used to join the WNN streams from her bathtub. That fucking lunatic.
Amen. Amen. All right. So I want to point out there's a lot of inconsistencies that are coming to my purview. Again, nobody gave a softer place for Rabbit to tell his story than a guy he assaulted at a campfire that should have had every reason to say fuck Rabbit all the way. But I gave the dude so much grace it's not even funny. I showed that son of a bitch so much forgiveness. He's the only one that brought up the fucking campfire. He's the one that used it as a weapon to try to embarrass me.
I know, I'm muted. I got it. So Todd, Todd's not this altruistic guy that gave Rabbit a platform, and Todd's so altruistic that he forgot about Rabbit hitting him at the campfire. Todd, it's purely transactional. You thought if you did Rabbit a turn and gave him a place to present his story that he would never expose what a fucking pussy-ass piece of shit you were at the campfire. And when he did, you went from defending him to accusing him instantly. Purely fucking transactional, Todd. Stop painting yourself like you're some kind of fucking martyr.
Not me. All I ever did was...
What's going on with your hair, Todd? Is that a two-piece toupee? Do you have a two-piece wig system? What's that fucking gapper? What the fuck, Todd? Wow.
That should have had every reason to say fuck Rabbit all the way. But I gave the dude so much grace it's not even funny. I showed that son of a bitch so much forgiveness. He's the only one that brought up the fucking campfire. He's the one that used it as a weapon to try to embarrass me. Not me. All I ever did was try to speak the truth about the campfire. But the whole narrative is I'm just butthurt about the fucking campfire that JJ Scarborough didn't want anyone talking about. Sorry, Chris. For whatever fucking weird reason. Anyway, if anyone had a reason to look, I was against Alicia big time. I don't know how she's found it in her heart to forgive me. I said some pretty nasty stuff about her, but I apologize. She has forgiven me. And here she is in my chat now. Like other people that have come onto my panel to tell their side of the story, guess what? They get fucking threatened. Alicia has a TPO out, which I'm working on redacting. I got permission to show aspects.
GJM, try not to be as dumb as Ryder, Finkel, and Todd when you're in my side chat, please. Keep your comments relevant or move the fuck on, loser. You fucking lying sack of shit. How come you didn't get up there, GJM, when the psychologist was on? You're a healthcare professional, right, GJM? Didn't want to get exposed for the fucking liar you are? Semi-pro baseball player, healthcare professional. You're full of shit, you little fuck.
Of it to prove that she has a TPO active till 2030. There's another TPO, I believe, from out of Virginia against him. He's not allowed to have weapons because he's a fucking menace. He's a fucking menace.
And there's a felony stalking and harassment charge on him in Indiana.
What dates does the Virginia TPO cover?
I'm going to have to get the actual document and put it up. I mean, I had a lot of stuff on my plate. I had my own shit against me that I was trying to deal with, that Muppet. I mean, listen, if I sound emotional, if I sound angry, I had my fucking rights taken away.
Yeah, no, it's posted publicly on Blind's Facebook. Oh, okay. The reason I asked about the Virginia TPO is because obviously there was a gunshot in the home last year. Was there allowed to be a gun in the home last year? I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just asking.
That's a great question because everyone's saying I'm going to get hemmed up and get arrested for breaking a TPO when he's not supposed to have guns at his place either. So apparently he said there's nothing but guns all over the place. So that's great. I mean, you got him admitting on a video like recently saying there's way more than just those guns.
Oh, yeah, even if his narrative is accurate, which I'm not buying, but if she had a weapon and used it on herself, that weapon should not have been in the house.
Well, the TPO didn't exist at the time. Depending, I don't know about the Virginia one, but go ahead, Chris. It sounded like you were getting ready to say something.
No.
Okay.
My phone beeped.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, I have a text.
Somebody's asking, didn't Rabbit name Courtney in the TPO against you? I'm not 100% sure.
No, Katrina.
Was it only Katrina?
Not my TPO, but my complaint.
Mama. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My complaint did not have anyone named Courtney. It did have someone named Katrina, but I don't know that Katrina from any other Katrina.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. The whole thing's really interesting and really, really fascinating to me.
Line 2 chat. When I called the Mitchell County Sheriff's Department to make sure the protection order was served and weapons were retrieved, the lady who answered said the only one protection order she was different.
Oh, so the only protection order she was aware of was different than the no weapons?
Oh,
I don't.
Okay. I called the Mitchell County Sheriff's Department to make sure the protection order was served and weapons were retrieved. The lady who answered said only one protection order. She was different. Oh, so Andre doesn't count. Okay.
Maybe I think she missed the word had. She had was different. Okay. I don't know. We have to get her to retype that one. It was a typo.
Yeah, I'm guessing maybe the Virginia one. Well, no, because I'm pretty sure the Virginia one said he wasn't allowed to have weapons either.
I don't think you're allowed to have weapons with most. Once a TPO's been, or not TPO, we're saying TPO. I'm thinking protection orders. I don't think there's many protection orders that allow a person to have a weapon.
It may have been after the fact line 2 adds she could see in the system was a different order, not line 2's.
Damn.
And it was recently served to him. So it may be.
I'm guessing it's the woman that he called a cunt.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking. We don't know that, but yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because now there's one that we're guessing on, probably that woman. There's one from Virginia, and then there's one from Indiana on him. So he's got 3 damn current protection orders.
The one from Indiana is more recent than the May 30th,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, in that order, what I just said. So he's got 3 protection orders against him in that order. That's crazy.
Yep.
It was a politician in Virginia. So it's this one near Richmond. Okay.
Okay, yeah. But there's also possibly that the guy that had the bench in his hand. Anyway, I don't want to speculate too much on that. Yeah, I'm just really sick and tired of people being able to drag my name through the mud. This Doctor Srolls guy being worried about doxers when she's the one putting my full middle legal name out when I've never put it in any document. People are telling me that Chris Ryder is the one that put my middle name out on Discord. I know Georgia Transparency. I know that Georgia Transparency was the first fucking Muppet to run his little cockles through with my middle name.
I'd like to.
Who claims he's not my enemy and not against me?
I didn't even do anything. I don't even do Discord.
Yeah, you're an innocent auditor, aren't you? Yeah, okay.
No, really, I don't do Discord. I really don't.
Just before Doc came up, we were about to read a Stone Vet entry, warning Doc not to trust us because we dox people, and that I drive to people's homes. I didn't drive to Jeff's home. I drove through Jeff's town. And the only reason I knew GS's house was similar to mine was, where was it? Oh, yeah, Fine, Fix, Finish, Production. The only reason I knew that GS lived in the city he lives in was, what was it? Fine, Fix, Finish, Production. Do you see where I'm going with this, Stone Vet? Right, who was the manager of Fine, Fix, Finish, Production?
You guys want to take turns reading these? Who wants to be Stone Vet? Who can do Lispy Queer really well?
I'll be Stone Vet.
Okay, you can be Stone Vet. You want to be Doctor Srolls there, Chris Ryder?
I don't know if I can. Let me zoom as far as I can here.
All right, make sure you wear some like hoity-toity glasses and just put a picture on the wall and point to it like it's your doc. No, I'm just.
Well, when I zoom on my phone, it gets blurry. Not even my eyes.
Okay, go ahead.
I can try it. I think I can read it. Go ahead.
Do not do anything with these guys that identifies you in any way. They have a history of doxing, calling people's work bullshit. I've never called anybody's.
No, the claim is I called GT's work, which I never fucking did.
Oh, okay. People have called. Never mind. They have a history of doxing, calling people's work, and they think prides himself in driving to houses of people on YouTube that he currently hates. Name one. I drove to Muxer's house once, but I didn't hate him. He invited me. He told me where to drive to. It's easy to get drawn in. It's easy to get drawn into it with these losers because they will lie about you until you respond, and then work to get info on you. Wow. What a lying piece of shit. They will 100% go after your work. Wow. If anything, I doubt that he is what he claimed to be, but he's starting to convince me maybe he's got some experience. So the best way to deal with them is to laugh at their nonsense. Like seeing GS's house on Fine Fix Finish Productions. Your education and creds intimidate them. No, not really.
I told you. It's all about collecting people with pedigrees.
Yeah. So if you interact with them, they will do and say whatever they can in hopes of discrediting you. Doxing and going real life to get, oh, Jesus Christ, you lying sack of shit. Okay, where was I? To get people in legal trouble with their whole purpose in life. Hey, how many people have I tried to sue? How many people have I tried to
I'm suing Pinkle, so he's probably talking about me. Go ahead.
How many people have I tried to TPO? How many, I mean, these are comments on my channel. So I'm sorry if I'm taking it personally, but I've never taken anything real world. I thought about it, I considered it, I was intending to, and something happened to change the course of my intentional history. And I didn't dox that guy. He doxed himself.
And Stonebet is saying they, which implies all 3 of us. I don't know.
I don't know.
Well,
Yeah,
whatever. You've been kind of out of the picture the last 3 or 4 days. He's talking about me and Steve.
Yeah.
I would argue, but go ahead.
They're super fun to laugh at through though, because how they deal with you is exactly how they deal with everyone. They're loser scumbags. Wow, this guy's Stone Bet. You're pretty pissed off for a stoner. I thought you were chill. Better to laugh at or ignore the. I know what it is. He's pissed off because I outed him for the love he gave me 2 years ago. Okay, you butthurt, Stone Bet? You butthurt? Yeah, yeah, he is. Hello, who's that? Whoa, no, I haven't seen that guy in a while. It's untrackable. His hair's grown in. His face is grown in.
I don't have the headspace to deal with nonsense tonight. If it ain't on topic, I don't want to hear somebody mumbling about some nonsense.
Oh, okay, sure, your channel.
I'm not in the headspace for it. I'm really not.
All right, so they're loser scumbags. Better to laugh at or ignore than engage with. No period. Need a period there. All right, so Dr. Scrotum says, I won't do it. Probably not even with an NDA, especially since he's misrepresenting things without research.
I don't know if you guys covered it when I took my half-hour call, but I read exactly what he said. Surely when he came up, he better articulated it, but I read exactly what he said. I didn't change. I got a few typos in there, like direct eyes. It was direct. Yeah, we read through that. All right.
Now there's another comment here.
Finkel, you may have read the words, but you misinterpreted the meaning of the words. GJM, I told you to be relevant to the material, and you're not. So we'll talk to you again tomorrow. Several times, Finkel, you misinterpreted the meaning of what he was saying. So, yeah, you read the words, but you misinterpreted his meaning. That's the fucking problem you had. And he corrected you, and you still won't accept the correction he gave you. It's sad.
From Dr. Scrotum.
Okay.
It says, I'd love to do a panel with you on the topic, being the general idea of service member related mental health. So
the guy that's been going after a twice honorably fucking discharged veteran and is a fucking degenerate fucking pothead and drunk is somebody that this fucking doctor wants to fucking panel with? Wow, yeah, your credentials that might be bullshit.
Why'd you get discharged twice, Todd? Because you left after one stint, and then your father-in-law, who was an Army guy, who you apparently have a lot of respect for the 4 tours he did in Vietnam, and you were told by him that you were a lazy sack of shit living off your wife's labor. So you couldn't find a fucking job anywhere. So you went back to the military, and then you got hurt. Your story is you got hurt, but you can't stand up to a background check for a gun. So I'm gonna state that it's my opinion that there's probably some mental health shit on your DD-214. Why don't you show it, Todd? What are you hiding? All the other military guys showed their DD-214s. Why don't you show your DD-214? What are you hiding? Because there might be more there, which is why you can't pass a background check for a gun. And you're in first enlistment. You come out of boot camp. You're a private. You did the whole enlistment, and you came out a fucking private. Good job, Todd. You couldn't even do that fucking job.
Go ahead, Chris.
I'm wondering what does he know, Stonebet? But hey, I believe Stonebet could use some psychological help. Mm-hmm. I'm getting it. And unfortunately, audiences know where I'm getting it from, and apparently know their phone number. But I talk to everyone. I call people. Yeah, fuck all the way. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette because I might. Yeah, I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, so we're gonna read this one. So this one says at 226, not wrong. These are nuanced. One context is compassionate hastening end of life. Another context is withdrawal of care. So this is in regards to
suicide in there it is again, plural jurisdictions. He claims to be licensed in 2 states, one of which it's very illegal to assist suicide. Very illegal. Very red. Very right wing. Very Christian state of Indiana. But he's claiming jurisdictions. So I don't know, is that a misspeak? We all misspeak. People make fun of my misspeaking all the time. Sometimes I actually take it literally. I'm kind of wondering, he's done it twice now, jurisdictions, plural. Licensed in 2 states, only one of those states has medically assisted.
Okay, so that was the context for that.
No, can I read what he said again?
Yeah.
To that? Where's that? Oh, I see it. Not wrong. Okay, so he's saying Finkel's not wrong. But these are nuanced. One context is compassionate hastening of life, and another context is withdrawal of care.
Body pain, use a Salonpas.
With the right penetration of ingredients, relieves pain immediately, gives long-lasting relief that lasts up to 8 hours.
For pain that massage alone can't relieve, use Salonpas. Relief that sticks for up to 8 hours.
Use alarm pass. Use alarm pass. Yes. Boom. People suck in again. With alarm pass.
Closed by the police. Now, who informed you of investigations? I was informed that the case was closed by the police. Now, who informed you of that? Why would you believe their word over anyone else's word? Okay, fair enough.
You mean not research? Is that
Yes,
like especially without research? Isn't that his words?
Yeah, I mean, that's just speculation at that point in time, unless you have like verifiable data. Now, I agree.
Todd, the medical examiner ruled that the gunshot was self-inflicted. That's the close of the investigation. You, Todd, need to prove that there is a law enforcement agency that still has an open investigation on Rabbit. You can't. So you can't do what you're telling other people to do. You don't want to do anything. You don't do any research. You have two substance abusers as your main source of info who have definitely have an axe to grind with fucking Rabbit. And that's what you're going on their fucking hearsay evidence. You have nothing, Todd. Nothing. Nothing but fucking innuendo and a suspicious, paranoid mind.
That the official stance in some aspects was that the case was closed. However, I think that it's been anyway. I'm not getting into it. So at 2804, as I disagree with you that YouTube speculation is an ongoing endeavor. If what you said is true, it's just not information I have. If you took my words and stopped imposing the idea that I have a position, you'd realize my words are consistent. If you keep acting like I am speaking about all the information that you know, I don't know anything about this situation. I was commenting on a context that was brought up to me. So, I mean, you would talk about biases. So a context that was brought up to you by a curated person that wants you to hear or think of a thing in a certain exact way is different than having all the data arrayed. So to be fair, but go ahead, your thoughts.
It sounded to me like his argument was over what he was talking about. Like he's saying, I don't know nothing about this Rabbit case, but
Finkel says a lot of shit, Muxer, and he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Finkel's had to walk so much back, he just walks backward now.
I want to talk about these people doxing people because that's what was brought to his attention by Stone Vagina. So Stone Vagina's like, hey man, these guys are going to dox you. They're going to figure out who you are. You need to come be protected by the Savage Saint side, us. It sounds like that's what
No free speech zone. I've discussed Sandra Birchmore with Rights On several times. I think what happened to her is very sickening. She was groomed at a very young age by police officers, and she was more than likely murdered by a police officer. So, I mean, I don't know what more you want me to say about that. I've talked about it in the past. It's sick what happened to Sandra Birchmore.
What they're talking about.
Pretty much right off the rip, he was threatening litigation. So it's kind of interesting. He says, it is my personal opinion that doing this on the internet is sick and disgusting, not psychological. So he has an opinion that asking questions and playing a publicly accessible record is sick and disgusting. I thought he was like this 1A purist. What's going on?
He said that he was on the side of seeking.
They're shit talking him while he's in the basement. They're trying to get him riled up, but it's unsuccessful.
Justice.
Yeah, I guess so.
He did that.
Yeah.
That's what he told me.
Okay, so we got not psychological. Personally, it challenges the people still living. All right, hold on. Let's see. Challenges people still living, has the propensity to create prolonged grief in the father, which is weird because he said he didn't know nothing about the father until now he's commenting on it. Again, now he knows that the father is not only glad that we're doing this, he's relieved that we're doing this.
No, go back and cycle that point again. Okay. While he was on panel with us 20 minutes ago, he said that he didn't know nothing about her having a father.
Well,
but in the comments from earlier,
at the time he was responding to the video, he didn't know. So now he's mentioning the father here, and
he did know.
Yeah, he knows now. At the time of writing this, he knew because he heard what Steve was saying.
Okay.
So I think you're misunderstanding the chronology of this. All right. He said, I have zero knowledge of you. I began to dislike Todd and this group because you have made it a mission.
The only panels I know that Doctor Srolls was on was Secrets, and then he went up on Todd's.
To dox people. That's fucking defamatory.
That's weird.
That's fucking defamatory for guys threatening defamation.
Yeah, he did. Before I took my phone call, he did come up and he said, I didn't know these things, and had a little bit different light on it than what apparently Secret told him.
No, he's mad at us for.
What could have happened doesn't mean shit. It's what did happen. You have no evidence to show. The reason why the Sandra Birchmore case was reopened was because there was an independent medical examiner who ruled that the choking death was not self-inflicted. That's what reopened the Sandra Birchmore case. You don't have that in the Lion 1 case. You don't have that in Andrea's case. You're never going to have it. The body was cremated. You can't do a second medical examiner's report. Why was there no gunshot residue, no blood spatter? Why there was none of that found on Rabbit? there was nothing in the blood spatter indicative of a shooter and not a self-inflicted wound. No matter how you do it, you can't make the blood splatter look like one thing happened when something else happened. You're grasping at straws. There's no evidence. And to constantly denigrate a man who's lost his wife while you have no evidence is disgusting. It's immoral, and it's a blatant abuse of freedom of speech.
For being doctors, but he's a Chris Rupp fan and knows that Chris Rupp was posting our stuff. He posted a picture of my house and said that he would give people $100 to come here and do stuff to us, like harass us. So, like, Doc, come on back, man. Explain how you feel about that. Your Lord and Savior Chris Rupp is a doctor.
He's in the chat again.
Okay. Well, he's welcome to come up. All right. So, but I mean, up here, he's basically threatening to sue me if I remember correctly.
I think it was.
We can go back to this if he's going to get back up on panel. Guys, I got 18 minutes to hopefully get this goal done. I appreciate the super chats I've gotten thus far. It does keep the lights on. It does keep my business operating.
You're wrong. No free speech zone. I know what happened to Lion One. I know exactly what happened to Andrea. You can read it in the police report. No one of a paranoid mindset, no one who's willing to just openly accept conspiracies will ever be satisfied with the evidence that was provided. That's their business. That's their fucking shortcoming. Todd's just a paranoid, delusional idiot who sees conspiracy theories everywhere. Everywhere. This motherfucker got kicked out of school, and because he says he's from Connecticut, but he graduated from a high school in Massachusetts after he dropped out. He then graduated from a high school in Massachusetts. So something fucking hanky went on there. He couldn't hack it in the military. Todd can't get a fucking job. He can't hack it wherever he fucking goes. Todd's just a paranoid douche. And you're eating up the fucking delusions he has. Get some evidence. And don't cite other fucking cases. You need to get evidence in the fucking Lion One case, which you don't have, and you're never going to be able to get. So put it to rest and stop dragging the guy through the mud. And another thing, Todd says he's a Christian. He says he believes in God. If Rabbit did it, he's fucked. He's fucked with God. So vengeance is mine, says the Lord. So why is Todd trying to get vengeance? More than likely because he's being compensated to do what he's doing. Yeah, I can get it. It's all in the medical report. It's all in the police report. If you can't accept what the police said, then you have to go find your own evidence to the contrary. That's what you have to do. That's what happened in the Sandra Birchmore case. There was evidence found to the contrary. A professional medical examiner brought forth evidence that showed that the wound wasn't the wound that caused the death was not self-inflicted. You have to do that with Andrea Lion One, and 3 fucking retards on YouTube are never going to fucking do that. 3 retards on YouTube who are operating only on speculation, innuendo, and the hearsay of 2 substance abusers are never gonna fucking do that.
It's not that I'm grifting off a grief or whatever creepy thing they're going to accuse me of. Yeah, by the way, Doc, you just basically accused me of doxing people. To me, that's defamation. Unless you can prove that I've doxed somebody, which I require, I believe there's an actual criminal aspect to what can be considered doxing. So that's him, Steve. If you want to bring him up, I'd appreciate that.
He said they're just above the poverty line.
Right, that is him. Okay. So
how could she be working the amount of time
what you've
she
heard
works?
so far? What are your thoughts?
And the two,
one,
2 of them,
I don't know what the criminal statutes are. Using that word, I'm not accusing anyone of whatever any legal statute or any legal space is. What I'm specifically talking about is the only thing I'm aware of is the attempts to unmask the identity of that woman that I was talking to, Secret Savage, or whatever whatever her name is. I am familiar with that.
You mean the woman that literally put out my whole legal name when I've never used my full, or even maybe I've used my middle initial on anywhere publicly? You mean the one that calls me Mester all the time? You mean that woman? You mean that fucking bitch pig?
Well, I mean, I don't. I'm not casting judgment on anyone. If somebody's done that to you, I would equally be upset about that.
Well, you
know, from my experience, having watched your channel, your name was public, so I didn't know.
Not
that
my middle
you were
name, bro.
considering
My
that.
middle name's not out there unless it's been a legal document that somebody went out there and then purposely put out my full. I've never talked about my full legal name at all. To my knowledge, it's not on any document that unless somebody searches and gets little extra bits of information about me.
Were you hiding your middle name?
Bryant. No, I wasn't hiding it.
Yeah, Richard, he did say that. And I want to make this clear. I don't hate Todd. I don't hate Finkel. I don't hate Ryder. I do hate what they do, though. I don't hate them. I hate what they do. I hate that what they're doing to Rabbit. I think it's deplorable. I've made no assumptions. No free speech zone. We as citizens of the country, we work, we earn, we pay taxes. Those taxes then go to support law enforcement and a judicial system. Those are the agencies that are charged with investigation and meting out punishment for crimes. If all of that fails, in the end, I have faith that God will take care of it and he will make all wrongs right. Todd says he's a Christian, but he obviously doesn't believe that. He doesn't believe that. God is pure justice. You are not going to escape the justice of God. If you killed someone, you're fucked. Especially if you did it intentionally, you are fucked. So leave the guy alone and let him live his life, because in the end, he's eternally fucked if he did it. I don't need anything more than that. But what Todd's doing is fucking deplorable. He has zero fucking evidence. He has none whatsoever. And this doctor is trying to explain the reality of the situation to Todd, and all Todd can do is kick and fucking scream and have temper tantrums.
That's not the fucking point, Doc.
Okay.
Because you're hiding. Yeah, I'm fucking hostile, dude. Motherfucker, I've had my rights fucking taken away twice now. Would you be fucking hostile? What if somebody goes?
Yeah, he does. You're absolutely right, MSG retired. It all boils down to Toddler got pissed because he got taken down at a campfire while he was intoxicated, acting like a fucking idiot, and threatening to get a gun. Rabbit did more good for Todd than harm.
Goes after your fucking job. You've already accused me. You've already accused me of defaming you when I've made no claims of fact. And then you just sit there. You accuse of basically suing people like a litigious fucking bagel. And then you accuse me of doxing people. What's your proof that I doxed anyone?
You want to dox people, and you're not good at it. If you were good at it, you would dox people. You've definitely been trying to dox Savage Secret, and you doxed people thinking they were Savage Secret. You gave their name and information, and it wasn't Savage Secret. One of your fucking clown show cronies called her employer from 4 years ago. So you know what you're doing, Todd. You know what you're up to. And when I engaged you on how fucking wrong you are in your Christian beliefs, you wanted to get fucking you asked blatantly on a live stream. You asked your listening audience to get my information and give it to you. What are you going to do, Todd? What are you going to do? You're going to sue me while Finkel's calling me a fucking pedophile? Is that what you're going to do? Get fucked. You're losers. You're all losers without a fucking leg to stand on. You're a pussy boy who just makes threats, Todd. That's all you are. You fly to fucking Manila, and I'll have my driver bring you to where I'm at, and I will give you my address, and I will summarily beat the fucking shit out of you, pussy.
An effort to dox people.
No, that's not what you said.
What is doxing, first of all? Are you talking about YouTube's version or the legal definition?
Neither. What I'm talking about is just unmasking private names. So
unmasking private names, okay. All right, hold on. That's an answer. You got to slow down about it. Mm-hmm. If I was to make a stock account right now without a name behind it and threaten your family, would you think it was doxing if you identified me? not just your family, but a whole bunch of other people that you're friends with. Would you think?
Okay.
Would you think if someone found out who I was and said, "Hey, that's Chris Ryder behind that account," would you call that doxing?
I would, yeah, because one, people have done that to me on the internet. You guys see the type of people who respond to me and the things that they say from time to time.
Well, perhaps it's because of the scumbag that you lie with when you're in chats like Christopher Russ.
I talk shit about him equally while I'm in that chat. See, the context is
no, man. He sees you as a good friend. He says you're a doctor. He says that he has personal conversations with you and you help him through his issues. So
I try to get him to be less reactive.
You probably don't know this. And as far as I know, I'm going to give you credit for not knowing it because you can't be responsible for everything people in our circle say and do. But I became aware that the secret courtship person and her circle are very busy actually doxing people's locations, phone numbers, full names,
pictures of their house from overhead with the address. Yeah.
So I was curious how far they'd go with it. So I started a video from my car as if I was pulling out of a driveway where I have no idea who owns that house. And I did my little driving video and I came back to the same place. A week later, she comes out with the name of an organization.
Now she is who? She is who?
Secret courtship.
Oh yeah, the trick you were on the panel with. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah. She came up and dog walked me through the name of some organization, some society to preserve a school. And when she dog walked me to it, she was pointing to that address where I had done the turnaround thing. I'm like, this is how far they will go. They doxed that school. They tried to dox me. They thought it was my address. That's the kind of people that we're dealing with. When you see people reply to your comment that we dox folks.
Finkel, you said you drove to Jeff's house. You said you knocked on his door. You said no one answered. Then you said you started peeking in his windows and you saw sex toys. Come on, Finkel, you fucking retard.
I get it. All you know is I'm saying, trust me, bro.
No, it's on video.
I'm not even going, like, I think where this comes from is one, I have a great propensity to reflect on things and to look back.
Have a good day,
from an outside perspective. And I don't cast the same kind of characterizations of behaviors that I think you gentlemen do sometimes in presentations. I don't know any of that about Secret Savage or Secret Courtship, however it's called. What I can tell you is that group of people has known my identity for a long time, and they've not outed me. And so if there's videos.
Yeah, wait till you ask the wrong questions, Doc. Wait till you ask the wrong questions.
No, you're on the wrong side of the fence to get doxed by them. But can I tell a little story? You mind, Todd? Real short story.
Yes, please.
To Doc. Hey, Doc. Do you want to know how it was that I came to know who Courtney was?
Is
the
that
reason that I went out of my way to learn who she was? Do you want to know what it was? What happened?
Sure. Yeah, of course.
This was my very first time ever knowing that there was a secret woman on YouTube. Okay. The very first video that I saw that made me go, I'm going to find out who this bitch is. She was on a panel with Rabbit, and they were showing an aerial view of my house and my kid's school and saying that they knew how to disable my camera system and put a red X over my kid's bedroom. And we were encouraging people to come here under the statement from Courtney saying that she was medically trained to diagnose me as a pedophile. That's how I got to know who Secret was on YouTube. And yes, I went out of my way to find out who she was. And you know who gave me the information?
Who did it?
She did. I caught her on a panel about 2 months later, maybe a month later.
Yourself. Yeah, I think
I caught her on a panel and I climbed up there and I said, hey, bitch, don't know what your problem is with me or threatening my kids, but you claim that you're a fucking nurse, you're a liar. Prove it. You know what she did, man? She showed her badge.
Yep.
That's how we found out her name was Courtney. And not only did we find out her name was Courtney, but I found out which company she was working for at that time. And I contacted the company and I sent them links to the videos that I just described to you, and they fired her. I didn't know her last name yet.
Oh, I didn't know that. Now, didn't she show you a badge that said Katrina on it? Or
No.
It was always Courtney.
No, what do you say to that, Dr. Srolls?
Well, I vaguely remember the allegations towards you about being a pedophile.
Because your buddy Chris Rupp was putting that shit on his thumbnails, right?
That doesn't sound like justice.
Ryder, you put up a TikTok video with your first play date with Tiffany's son, and you were in bed with him with a fucking black robe on, you fucking weirdo.
Sorry about that. My headphone died. I do remember that, and I think what I do remember had to do way back in the day when it had to do with Tiffany's daughter or something with the other man. And I stay out of those conversations. I don't know why people wanted to the same way I would temper your guys' conclusions about people, and that I would say I would temper my views about you. I don't think you're a pedophile.
Wait, hold on a minute. Hey, Tiffany, was I being accused of being a pedophile back then? What he's talking about?
No.
Oh shit, man.
Yes, you were.
No, he absolutely was not.
No, I was being accused. No, hold on.
Go ahead.
I was being accused of telling a young girl that she is not to wear tiny little shorts on the square at 2 a.m. at night, being only 12 years old.
Yes,
that's what I was accused of. So I was accused of overparenting.
Yes, I understand, and you got to hear what.
How are you parenting at all if a 10-year-old girl is out on the square at fucking 2 a.m? You're not parenting at all. And you don't have any children, Ryder. You're not married to Tiffany. Her kids aren't your kids. And her kids don't want to have shit to do with you. They say you're a fucking creepy weirdo.
What I'm saying to you. that was conflating by your enemies. They were conflating that to say, oh, why is he even concerned with this? Why is he doing that? They were making backhanded allegations at you for that, and I didn't participate. And I told them that doesn't mean that. Like, calm down. Still, I am the voice of reason for everyone on all sides.
Well, wait a minute, because I just asked you how you feel about Courtney giving up her name to me based on what I just explained to you, which is on the internet, by the way. You can go watch it yourself. And you hold on, and you tried to answer by bringing up a pedophilic accusation.
I'm not accusing you of anything. I was reiterating that I remember this in vague context.
Okay, so answer now with the Courtney part. Answer about the Courtney part, because we're not here to divert, right?
Well,
Like, you might think I'm stupid, but here's
6 hours and 40 minutes.
I can fully follow what the fuck we're talking about, dude. That makes one of us. So now go back to the question I asked you and stay on track, doctor.
What kind of opinion do you want from me? You want me to tell you that
I want you to answer what you thought about that situation. You accuse us of doxing, right? Or wrong? Or you went along with the premonition, or I'm sorry, with the unfactual statement.
He didn't accuse anyone of doxing. Todd was with the fucking I'm a victim, they doxed me shit.
Stone Vet made. You went right along with it and you said, oh yeah, I agree, they're doctors, I'll be careful. You all have my information, you haven't shared it, therefore everybody on the other side of the fence is guilty. Well, now I'm bringing you back to that, and I'm saying, here's how I learned what Courtney's name was and why I did so. Okay. Now, at the time, the only thing I gave was Courtney. And you know why I gave Courtney the name Courtney? Because she showed it to YouTube on her work badge. She did. I didn't dox her.
Okay, so what do you want my thoughts on? You want me to say that I think if somebody doxed themselves and lost their own job, that I think that was a bad move to do publicly? Like I'm the problem that you're running yourself into is I literally don't care about these things. I don't care about
why are you in the comment section talking?
Because the whole video on Finkel's channel was about comments that I made on the internet.
Okay, so why are you on the internet talking? If you don't care, if you don't have an opinion,
did you just once again say a fucking litigious fucking statement? I wish you'd sue me, motherfucker. I wish you would.
I didn't threaten you.
You just keep fucking saying the most bagel fucking shit I've ever heard in my entire life. Dude.
You're using that term with the wrong person.
Oh, really? Am I? Because you sound like a fucking bagel to me. You sound like a synagogue of Satan. A fucking litigious fucking vexation. Sue you. Prove it.
Yeah, you don't like Jews. I get it.
No, it ain't about Jews. It's about the synagogue of Satan. You fucking muppet. You fucking retard. You're conflating it.
Synagogue of Satan?
Yeah, that's not Jews.
You want to try that?
Retard. Fucking come at me. Come at me, you fucking retard.
How am I coming at anyone?
Come at me, motherfucker.
I'm not literally. Listen to what you're doing.
No, listen to you.
Take a drink of water.
Todd, this is why you got the shit kicked out of you at the fucking campfire, because you were behaving the same way you're behaving now, only you didn't have fucking keyboards in between you. You just had air, and dude stepped up, and you got worried, and he fucking clocked you. This same routine you're doing right now. You just went nutball for no fucking reason, Todd. No reason. He triggered you back at the beginning of the conversation when he told you he was Jewish. You've been dying to get this bagel shit out.
Care about these things. I don't care about.
Why are you in the comment section talking?
Because the whole video on Finkel's channel was about comments that I made on the internet.
Why are you on the internet talking? If you don't care, if you don't have an opinion,
did you just once again say a fucking litigious fucking statement? I wish you'd sue me, motherfucker. I wish you would.
I didn't threaten you.
You just keep fucking saying the most bagel fucking shit I've ever heard in my entire life.
Dude. You're using that term with the wrong person.
Oh, really? Am I? Because you sound like a fucking bagel to me. You sound like a synagogue of Satan. A fucking litigious fucking vexation. Sue you. Prove it.
Yeah, you don't like Jews. I get it.
No, it ain't about Jews. It's about the synagogue of Satan. You fucking muppet. You fucking retard. You're conflating it.
Synagogue of Satan?
Yeah, that's not Jews.
You want to try that?
Retard. Fucking come at me. Come at me, you fucking retard.
How am I coming at anyone?
Come at me, motherfucker.
I'm literally. Listen to what you're doing.
No, listen to you.
Take a drink of water. Take a drink of water.
I'm going out. I'm getting some snacks. I'm going to the water fountain right outside of his office.
My office door is open, and you got yourself a drink of water. Go get you a drink of water there, Doc.
I might come back in with a "This is fucking Spartan" kick to your fucking door, though,
Dr. Finkel. You've been perfectly metered, and the litigious comment I made was directly at you.
A fucking movie reference. I might come back with a "This is fucking Sparta" kick at your door. Shut the fuck, Todd. That's why you got knocked on your fucking ass at the campfire. This kind of fucking talk. I don't have to have been no free speech zone. I don't have to have been at the campfire, because this behavior you're seeing from Todd was described by multiple fucking witnesses.
So I don't know why other people are reacting to that.
That's the one you don't want to fuck
I'm not reacting to that.
That's the guy you don't want to fuck with.
But I'm not.
I'm sick and tired of bagels acting like bagels.
Here's why I say that. Because I don't practice on YouTube. I do not have a channel 24/7. I'm not on the internet. That misinterpretation, that statement, those sorts of things are illegal. It would be wrong. I'm no Dr. Phil. I don't put people's personal information out there, and I have private channels that people communicate with. And I said, if you find out who I am and you discover who my real name is, and that video sits there connecting me to that sort of commentary where it's incorrect, and you don't walk it back, I would be very hurt. I would be hurt financially. I would be
injurious,
hurt.
right? It would really affect you, and you have to prove that, wouldn't you? Or is that just defamation per se? How much experience do you have suing people?
I'd have to prove it.
Yeah, how much experience do you have suing
people? I got a question after my drink of water. Doc, would the things that you said on the internet that Finkel exposed hurt you because you made those statements, or would it hurt you because Finkel exposed your statements?
Well, no, it was not about statements. It was just a complete AI fabrication and like an amalgamation of words that said something about channel, and he extrapolated that to make a statement about how I practice. That's all. That is the distinction. Nothing else.
It was your actual.
The witnesses experienced Todd's campfire behavior firsthand, right? So when I hear the stories, I have to take them for what they are, stories, right? But then each individual I've talked to has basically recounted the same story, which is divergent from Todd's story. And then you have Todd behaving the way he's behaving now, which lends credibility to the witness statements for the campfire story. Todd gets unhinged really fucking easily, dude. So the multiple witnesses who think Rabbit did it, what are you talking about, the death of Andrea? Because nobody witnessed Rabbit doing it. They just think he did it, right? I have witnesses that I've talked to that were actually present at the campfire and recounted Todd's behavior independently. With a lot of time in between me, I didn't hunt him down. I didn't seek him out. Just when the opportunity arose, I asked some questions. Now, Todd's behavior now here is exactly the same to what was described, and the reason why the dude punched him. The dude punched him. Todd didn't throw the first punch. Todd ran his fucking mouth, and the dude punched him. And Todd went down like a sack of fucking potatoes, right? You see the difference. I talked to people who actually saw what happened. No one saw Rabbit kill anyone. It's amazing to me that you could be this dumb. You must be doing it intentionally.
Words. I used YouTube's transcript tool.
Yeah, so it sounds like your beef is with YouTube, not with Finkel. Take it up with YouTube.
Actually, I listened to it as I'm reading what the transcript says, and it's coming from a channel who has many times copyright strike people because they play music in the background. And if I actually clip it and play it, then I get a copyright strike. So instead of clipping it, I listen to it and use the words from the transcript, and I'm responding to what you actually said. It's not an AI generation; it's what you said.
So let me point this out. All right, the steps are this. The word I used was the word channel. Possibly, I don't. Sure. So if I said the word channel, here's where the problem stems. From that, you interpret that to be a YouTube channel. It's not a me problem. Let me say this here. It's really important because I don't think Finkel intends to mischaracterize this. He's not doing this on purpose. That's why I'm saying this very clearly. When I use the word channel,
did he say that, or did you hear Todd say that he said that? Because Todd didn't hear the fucking call.
Means I have a channel between me and my patients that they could contact me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for acute suicidality. I respond to those calls. Okay, that is not a YouTube channel.
Maybe Avenue would be a better, when you're talking about YouTube, which is full of fucking channels, maybe Avenue, Doc, with your fancy fucking Harvard degree, might be a better fucking term. How about that? How about Avenue, you fucking muppet?
How about, yeah, I guess I'm so stupid that
you're a genius. You're a fucking genius. You put ambiguous fucking words out there with a fucking entire platform full of fucking channels, you fucking retard.
Yeah, I'll pull it up.
Wow, dude, I'm gonna mute up, man. I need some cheese, dude. I need some cheese.
The point is that there's no YouTube
this
channel.
motherfucker's insufferable, dude.
There's no YouTube channel, and this guy, Dr. Finkel, could have clicked on any single.
Little Toddy can't get the professional man to see things Todd's way because Todd, you're delusional, right? The only people you've been able to convince so far are Finkel and Ryder, and they're fucking morons. So what do? You have a temper tantrum and start making threats and calling fucking names. What are you so afraid of, Todd? Look at you. Look at you. What are you so afraid of, Todd? Are you afraid that you've been exposed as a fucking pussy coward in real life? Are you now afraid that a man with a degree is going to expose how stupid you actually are?
One of my comments, you could look me up. You could see I don't have a channel. I never had a channel. I don't have a YouTube channel. The consideration and the statement that I was practicing on a YouTube channel, like Dr. Phil, is what I am talking about.
So what if her father said that? So what? What does that mean? You're fucked now. What does that mean? Rabbit's fear was that law enforcement would descend on his fucking property. He had the same kind of paranoid mindset that Todd had. That's why the birds of a feather flock together. That's what drew Todd to Rabbit. hopefully Rabbit has a different fucking mental set now that he's been through all of it, and he realizes that if you don't do shit wrong, you don't really have to fear law enforcement. But you fucking guys like you, no free speech zone, you perpetuate this fucking be paranoid of authority shit because you're fucking chicken shit fucks. You're all chicken shit little scared fucks. I mean, I was a drunk. I ran around like a fucking lunatic. I made crazy money when I was younger. I fought the fucking cops. Guys like MSG retired fucking dumped me on my ass because I had that fucking disrespectful mindset. Did I deserve to get the fucking beatings I got from police officers? No, not really. But my attitude brought it on. And when I sobered up and stopped drinking, which is what Todd should do, I never had a fucking problem with law enforcement again. Never. I get along great with those guys. I work in a business now where I fucking hire off-duty sheriffs, marshals as fucking security for the venues I work at. You have to fucking alter your focus and stop with this everybody's bad, everybody's out to get me bullshit. Because if that's your attitude, they're coming for you. If that's what you're, the way you think, and that's what you're seeking out in the world is confirmation that authority's out to get you, authority's going to step on you like a fucking bug. Just like happened to Ryder when he was in the fucking records department and Whitehead got a hold of him. Whitehead completely fucking justified in the way he treated Ryder. Completely fucking justified. And I'm surprised Tiffany didn't get cuffed and dumped on her fucking ass the way that fat bitch was running her fucking mouth. If you behave disrespectful in the world will treat you with disrespect.
About. Oh, so you're using semantics.
Okay, now semantics is important, right? Fucking retard.
He is using semantics. Hold on.
Dude, this guy, dude.
He is saying what Finkel was reading is saying. It sounds to me like those words mean you were on a channel, not your own. Nobody said your own channel. They said you were on a YouTube channel.
No, I didn't. No, but Chris, you're wrong, and you probably should listen to it first. He made an entire representation about how I practice psychology.
It says, you said, in fact, I have a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week channel for my patients to reach out to me and seek my help if they're in need.
Bingo. Yes. 100% true.
Yeah. If you meant a back channel, a process through a phone system, that's great. That's actually, when you clarified that in one of your comments, I'm like, well, that would make more sense than a YouTube channel.
So he's already walked it back. You're welcome. But you're saying if you don't take down your fucking video,
Ryder's going to eventually be in a cage. All Ryder's done successfully is put off his demise. That's all he's done. His day is coming. Justice will get a hold of his ass. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. It's why he's up all night. It's why he's on YouTube all the time. He frets and wrings his hands. He can't fucking sleep at night. Justice coming for you, Ryder, and it's going to get you. The taxpayers are rooting for it.
He did it earlier.
Yeah, he wasn't on earlier. But yeah, his comments said that. I'm like, wait a minute. If you meant a phone system, a call service, that's actually the way it should be done.
Do you think you're taking a risk for your career to present yourself as a doctor on YouTube?
No. What's the upside? Let me explain to you where the risk comes from. I'm not involved in the dramas.
But you're mentioned by Ruff on every channel every time he goes on his channel and you're in there. You're mentioned as his doctor.
Not every time, and no. You're misrepresenting that.
A lot. Okay. Enough that I know who you are, right? And I don't give a shit who people are on YouTube until they come at me sideways. So don't follow
your channel though. And
I don't remember you. See how much it matters to me? I don't remember you at all. So
you also don't have it anymore because you can go back and look at the comments. I know that.
Correct. So the thing I'm asking is, since you're seen and recognized as a doctor, a clinical professional doctor on YouTube, and even mentioned by people like Ruff, who's currently in jail, by the way, and spent 7 years in prison, and I need not go over his history for you, who's also currently acting in ways on YouTube that are very intimidating to witnesses and criminal. They're not criminal, but
no, he's acting like a criminal. He's
acting like a criminal. So now, that all being said, do you think that you're taking a risk presenting yourself on YouTube as this doctor?
I do not present myself that way.
I'm going to try to be fair. I do not.
Well, hopefully he understands that he behaves like an animal and he'll be caged like an animal. The end is not good for Ryder. Ryder should worry about where his immortal soul is going to spend its time.
Do not believe this is his name. And if for some reason astronomically it's against all odds that it is his name, I'm using the name as an example. Not that I think it's his name. If his name was Jim Jones and he had this practice and he also moonlights operating a Kool-Aid stand, see what I did there? Jim Jones Kool-Aid stand. And he was seen going from the Kool-Aid stand to one of his patients' homes, they would it would be some sensitive connection. So I understand that he has a practice dealing with people's psychological. I wouldn't want you guys to know my PTSD therapist.
I disagree, Richard. I watched the video and Ryder got it. Ryder got exactly what him and his bullshit attitude deserved. He's a belligerent fuck who thinks he can threaten people and walk all over people. Notice what's missing from that video is the time before Whitehead got there. When you're abusive toward people and the authority comes, then that's when your problems begin, right? What does the New Testament say? Obey the government. Even the wicked ruler is not a terror to the just man. He's there to punish the unjust. And that Ryder got exactly what he deserved. And Whitehead did tell him to leave more than once, and he refused to leave. It's not up to Whitehead to escort him out. It's up to Whitehead to tell him to leave, and he did that more than once. And Ryder was defiant, and Ryder got his ass handed to him. And he deserved what he fucking got. Sorry that we disagree on that point, Richard. Oh, by the way, silver's up again, bro. 66.
I wouldn't want people to know that because of his other. Actually, I don't give a crap if it's me. But if my buddy's at the vet center, if it's connected with them, they don't want it to be known that they have PTSD. They don't want it to be known that they're getting psychological treatment.
Wait, Steve, didn't somebody
MSG retired agrees with you. I know.
Oh, was it a woman with medical experience, medical history?
It was a woman. She claimed to have a medical experience, and her phone number had a Tennessee area code. I have no clue.
Number. I mean, who do we know that has spoof numbers and Google numbers, and who does fuck shit like that all the time?
That would be everybody from Carrollton on behalf of a certain public official.
Well, let me just let you guys know.
Ryder's going to get some hubba bubba. Ryder, you should practice grabbing your ankles, boy. You should practice grabbing your ankles.
You couldn't get me to lose my job. I own my practice.
We're not interested. We're not interested in getting you to lose your job. I'm also not interested in being fucking threatened to be fucking sued every fucking 5 seconds, motherfucker.
I didn't say anything to you. Why are you?
I don't want my friends being threatened.
That was my point, Richard. He was belligerent and disrespectful. He was told to leave. He did not leave. And that opened the door for Whitehead to do exactly what he did to him. And in my eyes, if I was on a jury, I would find that Whitehead was, not perfect in his actions, but justified. Thank you for saying it's all good, Richard. I don't want to argue with you.
Be sued either, motherfucker. I take that shit fucking very personal. I can't stand fucking vexatiously litigating fucktards. That's what I fucking can't stand. What do you not fucking understand about that, Doc?
He wouldn't win a lawsuit anyway, Todd. This dude watches Christopher Rupp for advice.
Wow, you guys for trying to keep the conversation like civil.
What?
I really think
Todd is amazing.
Couldn't get me to lose my job.
I'm unglued, Todd.
I'm not interested in getting you to lose your job. I'm also not interested in being fucking threatened to be fucking sued every fucking 5 seconds, motherfucker.
Todd, I didn't say anything to you. Why are you?
I don't want my friends being threatened to be sued either, motherfucker. I take that shit.
Oh, hey, Todd, just for the record, my lawyer wants to chew up Finkel and spit him out after his pedophile comments. And we're just waiting for you to run that mouth. So sit there with your tongue out, you little retard. Losing your fucking mind. I want to get you in a courtroom, Todd. I want to get you in a courtroom, right? In a recorded court. And then I want to FOIA the fucking video because I want to show people that there's only two Todds. There's bend over, suck cock Todd. Yes, Your Honor. No, Your Honor. And there's fucking lose your mind, Todd. That's all there is. There's no variety in between. There's Todd lost his mind and Todd licking taint. That's the only two Todds there are. There is no other Todd. That's why you're not in the military anymore, Todd. You lost your mind too many times. People didn't want to deal with you.
shit fucking very personal. I can't
Yeah, he
stand
couldn't win a
fucking
damn lawsuit
vexatiously
anyway, Todd.
litigating fucktards. That's what I fucking
He
can't stand.
wouldn't
What do you
win
not
a
fucking
lawsuit.
understand about that, Doc?
He wouldn't win a lawsuit anyway, Todd. This dude watches Christopher Ruff for advice.
Wow, you guys for trying to keep the conversation like civil.
What?
I really
It wasn't
think
so bad about it. I just calmed Todd down for you. You're welcome, Doc.
well, if Todd needs you to stroke him like that,
That
like,
wasn't stroking. I just said something that was totally separate from the argument you were having. I just said you listen to Christopher Ruff for legal advice. Therefore, I wouldn't worry about this dude running around suing anybody.
Well, yeah, you're right. Todd, look, I'm not a litigious person. I'm literally, look how we're having this conversation. All right. The purpose of this is so that Finkel and you guys could understand what my objective was with that phone call. I want you guys all to fix yourselves. I want to see delete laws be respected again because he stops overreacting to stuff. I want to see generally specific. Stop freaking out on these calls and actually be able to get to the information, because when he's calm, he asks good questions.
Yeah, but Doc, and okay, if you just.
So when was he calm? When is he calm?
Detecting a little sarcasm there. You just said that Chris was stroking Todd when he got upset. I would hope somebody in the mental health profession would understand. This guy, they just went after him and got his guns temporarily taken away. And while they were taken away, they came at him in every way possible.
His guns? Did he have a background check done? They're not his guns. They're his wife's guns. Todd doesn't have guns to be taken away from him. I firmly believe that there is evidence on Todd's DD-214 that will show that there's a mental handicap that was part of the reason or the reason why he was discharged from the military. Take me to court, Todd. Take me to fucking court. Take me to court. Take me to court, Todd. Take me to court. Because I want to get your DD-214 on the fucking record. I want your mental handicap to be known to the world. Exactly, MSG retired. He's alone in his basement with a computer and a laptop, and he's freaking out like a scared fucking bitch. Todd's triggered by a mental health professional. Why? Because the guy might actually diagnose Todd and hit the bullseye. And Todd's feeding him. I'll bet you anything, if you had a private conversation with Doctor Srolls, he could identify exactly what Todd was discharged from the military for. And it ain't a bad back.
To make it look like he's in trouble. They talked about weapons he doesn't have anymore. They
And threatened his wife's career.
They threatened to call his wife's. I mean, it goes on and on. So, yeah.
I wasn't criticizing Todd when I said that. I was literally saying I don't think he needed it.
Well,
I think he's fine.
No free speech. You will please talk respectfully to MSG retired, or at least neutrally. There's no reason to call him a stupid pig. He's a retired police officer. He served the country. I don't think there's a black mark on his record anywhere. So ease up there, Junior.
Like, I'm not. You guys are treating me as hostile, and you're not getting it.
I'm not trying to make you hostile, but you're coming to us as a professional in a field where I think part of your job would be to calm people down who are not currently calm. Am I right?
No, actually, look up exposure and response prevention for OCD treatment. I absolutely do. I'm not one of those therapists. I put people through virtual reality exposure. I have a lab that puts people back into their wartime scenarios for PTSD so that we can process their emotional reactions. And my entire objective is to not try to calm people down, to let them experience and process their fears.
Pardon the interruption, gentlemen. I got a grip. If you guys can hear me.
Okay.
We got a shot from the audience. The person's going to be from Tango Foxtrot Raptor. Take a shot on us. Relax. Watch your flanks, and those who distribute white noise, Barthel, will face justice. Ellipsis. I'll salute.
No free speech. We will see you tomorrow.
So don't you think,
that
Doc,
comment
Todd
got
would
you
do well-
24-hour
Don't you think Todd would do well to get upset and let his emotions out whenever he's responding to the hell that he's taken from your new buddies?
They're not my new buddies. I would venture if they were to turn coat and try to dox me just because of this simple conversation we're having.
No, they'll spend another 6 months trying to make sure that they get your title on their side.
Well, I will have these conversations with any of you guys who want to actually have these conversations. And
I personally don't believe direct D circles even paying attention to this. They're all focused about getting him out of jail. I do worry about secret courtship and how she'll flip on you, possibly. I'm not predicting that she will. She may be hoping that you can make her look better, but it doesn't sound like you're able to do that right now.
my intent, listen, there's a couple things that I have an objective on the internet. One of the things is you guys were all working on an actual valiant mission. I understand, Todd, you're being attacked and you feel like you don't have the capital and resources to continue on some of that mission. I still see it going on behind the scenes, so I know it's still there. Finkel and Chris, you guys were all doing things that really mattered. And marijuana charge was like a bug zapper light for you, Chris. It pulled you away.
No, it didn't.
Well, in my opinion, it did.
No, not only did I kick that case's ass and get it dismissed, but there's a current Hardin County lawsuit against the prosecutor for malicious prosecution and using YouTube to put out fake evidence.
MSG retired. That kind of disrespect, I'm not really tolerant of.
Do you not keep up with my cases, or do you just run the Chris Rupp and believe whatever he says to you, Doc?
Look. Here's the deal, right?
I watched that, man. I know what the bug zapper was.
Yep,
I
watched the court case. I saw that it wasn't dismissed. I know
Oh,
that
really?
actually.
Okay.
What happened in the disposition in court was that the judge said they weren't going to make you serve the sentence.
So you wait a minute. Hold on. Whoa. What now?
I watched the court case where the judge articulated that they weren't even going to do a trial on it because it was so old. That isn't the same thing as a dismissal.
No, she didn't say that. I have the paper of exactly what she said.
Master of the Valley says that coded friend.001. Ryder, how many sock accounts do you have? MSG retired laughed when GS had his guns taken away for his speech alone. GS doesn't have any guns. That's another fucking lie GS tells. The guns belong to his wife. That's what he told the fucking police officers. You can't take away from GS what he doesn't have. Todd's wife got her guns taken away because of Todd's behavior. See how Todd's fucking crazy behavior is impacting his loved ones? I laughed at fucking GS when I saw the video where he got his guns taken away. I laughed hysterically. GS is a fucking loser. I don't have any guns. They all belong to my wife. Well, have your wife come down and surrender them then. Todd didn't lose shit. Todd don't have shit to lose. Todd told the police he doesn't have any guns. But here on YouTube, he's crying that his guns got taken away. You understand the duplicity of this dumbass motherfucker. When he's talking to authority, oh, I don't have any guns, officer. I'm a good subservient little bitch boy. But when he's alone in his basement, he's ranting and raving like a fucking lunatic. Come on, man. How can you stick up for that stupidity?
She said. She didn't say she wasn't. There was never a trial on it because the allegation was a probation violation. You don't have trials for probation violations. What are you even talking about?
Regardless, I literally...
It says by preponderance of evidence.
Okay, you got what she wrote afterward? I mean, I watched what she said in court.
And what did she say in court, buddy? Since you're going to try to cite it, once you get it right. You're real good about stating things that are not fact.
I mean, I would say I'm not...
She said, here's what she said. She said, Mr. Ryder has presented evidence that would suggest to me that the prosecution's case is not solid. And she finds that the prosecution has not done so the other way around. These aren't word for word.
I'm not trying to argue that guilty.
And then she said, hold on. And then she said that she will be writing a brief that's going to go to both parties within a couple of weeks, which she did, and I have my copy. And then she said, and I'm not doing this on a 25-year-old case. I'm not putting this man in jail over a 25-year-old case over marijuana, which quite frankly isn't even a problem anymore. And then she ended it. So what are you talking about? What are you trying to say that court case proved other than I won?
No, what I'm saying is you talking to us, you said that
Is this shot number 2? Oh, Todd, he's going to go off the deep end in a minute. Wait till he takes his glasses off. After he takes his glasses off and kooks, I'm putting an end to this and we'll finish it up next time.
One, yes, you should. I mean, at the end of the day, nothing should happen to you, man. It was stupid.
No. We're not going to go there. No. That was not my case. I proved it through a process that took me a year and a half, and it cost me $15,000. You're not going to sit here and take away credit from me, bro.
Well, you think what you just said? You think what you just said was you proving something?
I investigated my case. I'm the one that investigated my case. I found all the problems. I even found out who it really was, and I presented this information to the court through the process. Yep. And you're going to say that I hit a bug zapper with that case?
Yeah, he did. MSG retired says, well, Todd did have his wife make a straw purchase at the PX. Todd said it on a video to bypass the background check. It doesn't matter what the fucking reason for bypassing the background check is. It's illegal to bypass the background check. Broke the law. You broke the law at a federal facility, at a military. So, your wife is now could be looked into for committing a felony and arrested, and then your guns will be permanently gone, Todd, you dumb motherfucker. Todd can't pass a background check. I'm just going to say it emphatically. Todd Bryant cannot pass a background check to obtain a gun. So he had to pressure his wife into committing a felony or deceive her into committing a felony in order to get a gun. Todd Bryant cannot possess a firearm. Sue me, Todd. Take me to court and sue me. We'll pull your DD-214 and we'll find out what the fuck is on it, Todd. Sue me. Sue me or shut the fuck up, loser. Sue me for what I just said, Todd, or shut your fucking pussy boy mouth. You are not allowed to have a firearm.
Hey, listen, you went through all that effort, and at the end, the judge said there's a million reasons that I'm not going to do this. None of it had to do with anything being proven, because it didn't matter, and you shouldn't have been punished.
But hold on, why does my paper say that I presented a preponderance of evidence whenever I didn't have to do that? It even says that.
Okay.
Yes, which I'm saying, you wasted your time.
No, I didn't waste my time. I have a 1983 lawsuit filed. It's Ryder versus Page. Look it up.
Right.
Then maybe that's for you.
Respectfully, we could do this.
This guy's as dumb as Christopher Ruff.
Right. But respectfully, I want this to be about Andrea Rabbit and Doc's
What
interpretation.
does this guy
Guys,
even
we
have
can
to
do
do
this
with
another day. If you want to have this discussion with him, either have him
I'll
on your
discuss it with you,
panel,
Ryder.
or I think it'd be great. I think it'd be interesting. I think it'd be good for you. I think you'd get a lot of interest in it. But I want to steer this back towards, and you have legitimate beefs with each other, it seems. Okay.
I don't know him. No, we don't. He has a beef.
Okay, but I want to make this about Andrea and Rabbit. Please,
All right.
can we
Switch
stick
it
to
to
that and not always make it about Chris Ryder? Okay.
Well, here's why I say that, Todd. Let me get this out. I think that this guy is on the wrong side of the fence with the groups, not necessarily about the issue whether or not Rabbit did it, right? I think this guy that we're talking to on this panel is on the other side of the fence with the group of people because he doesn't like me. And I think that's a disgusting reason for you to do this, to side with
I'm
these
a
people.
Hoosier. I'm a fucking Hoosier, and you're a brother before.
You ain't my
before
fucking brother,
anything.
dude.
Go ahead.
KTZ, I was going to say that. He didn't pay shit. He's $30K in debt for legal fees. So it cost him $15K, but he ain't paid it yet. You know why? Because he ain't got the fucking money.
You can.
Matter of fact, I ain't pushing you away, man. You're not collected. You're not with me. What are you talking about? You are referenced by Christopher Ruff as his buddy.
Yes.
Okay. Then there you go. That's all you need to know about me, right? When it comes to me, where do you think that puts you?
I can see that it creates a bias.
Okay.
A bias.
Let's get back.
Unrelated to me.
Let's get back to your notes about the phone call, please. We can do this. We can do the Ryder scroll show some other time. I'd be
Yeah, try not to let me hold you back.
No, you're doing good. Listen, I understand. You're very passionate. I'm very passionate. First off, I don't like my buddies being accused of being defamatory or litigious shit being said about them. I don't like it being said about me. I really had my fucking fill of these bagels online. Fucking sick of it, dude. That said, I want to get back to another bagel, which is Billy Barthel.
Chat cop victim 6502. You dumb shits really depend on the state for everything. I don't depend on the state for shit. I'm not even in America right now. I travel around the fucking world. I depend on myself. So, and I don't have any guns because I travel internationally. I don't need a fucking gun. You know what? A good fucking bolo's all I need. You come around, dipshit. I'd love to show you my fucking machete collection.
And Andrea Catherine Matthews. I want to get back to that, the phone call that you heard. What stood out to you? What finish going over your notes and try to just go over your notes, and then I want to see if you'll key in on him being accused of being into some BDSM stuff that she was not okay with, him having dating websites that he was signed up for that she was obviously not okay with. He didn't deny any of these things, didn't deny her wanting her truck back, which is her truck, which he runs around with his little fucking rebel flag, stars and bars and the fucking blue lights because he wants to be a special operator more than anyone else on the face of this planet. Fucking Larker, fucking Barthel. Yeah,
nobody like LARPers. I'm in it with you.
Yeah,
I get
fuck that motherfucker, dude. He wants to be me in the worst fucking way, dude. And I'm barely above average as far as soldiers go. That fucking piece of shit ain't fucking worth a fucking. He ain't worth the toilet paper I wipe my ass with. Although I like toilet paper because I'd rather not use my fucking hand.
They told me he's not a vet, right? Like he was not in service.
No, he's not. He's not in service. Nobody wants to be a LARPer. Like no one wants to have been a cop or a fucking soldier more than him. Anyway, that's my personal beef with the dude. He's soft as fucking baby shit. That said, that whole phone conversation. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think Finkel's point is very important that he brought up earlier. Like I focus on what I can actually generate information on. And even though I develop some personal opinions, my professional life has bled.
Victor TH says, now, Coded. Todd was training the people for J6. He chickened out on that shit, too. Fucking pussy. He didn't train anyone for shit.
Well into my personal opinions over the years because I have been doing this for a very long time. And so what I analyze is both of those people are...
Hey, Todd, MSG Retired says it's his opinion that you were a below average soldier. I'm going to state straight up, you were a below average soldier. You were discharged for, I believe, some mental incapacity, and that's why you can't pass a background check for a gun. Take me to court, Todd. Let's get your DD-214, and I'll prove what a loser you are. Don't sue me, and everybody will know I'm right. Checkmate, Toddy.
Are emotionally broken. And the big evidence that I try to read through the lines is to get evidence for the actual individual. And this was Andrea. And when I the information that I hear in that phone call,
I'm going to mute you because I'm hearing every little sound you're making, brother. Go ahead. I apologize. And go ahead.
I kind of love it sometimes. It sounds hilarious.
Okay. It's ear great for me, man. I'm sorry. And if you guys can hear me, then let me know and I'll mute my mic too. But I think I have the gain turned down. But go ahead. Yeah. I'm sorry, Dr. Srolls. Please continue.
No problem at all. The thing that I hear in there
Wait, are you saying that Ryder breathes like a fucking asthmatic ape? Yeah.
Is consistent with somebody who did harm themselves, right? So all the things that I hear as evidence coming from the Elisa, is that her name?
Alicia.
Alicia, coming from Alicia, I hear everyone question these things. And the thing that I try to bring out is I want to point out every single person who's lost.
Hold up. You said all the evidence that Alicia has pointed out. You haven't spoken about any evidences. You mean her testimony? You mean her experience?
No, I mean legitimately what she's saying in there. I'm not trying to.
But it's not evidence. It's not evidence until it's actually been codified and ratified. And
no, her statements are evidence, dipshit. Shut up, Todd, with your fucking hair-splitting word arguments.
As evidence. This is her testimony at the moment, right? So you're saying all the things, and then you're being super vague about it.
I'm believing her.
No, but I would like you to be a little bit more specific and a little less
yes,
general.
okay. Yeah, I'll do the specific. So what I mean is the things she says about the departed, when, how, her emotional experience around it, the things she's interpreting as evidence of it not being an SI. I'm trying to convey to this community and to you guys that's how everyone reacts to these things. And when they do that, they're missing the key characteristic, which is usually the paradigm for SI. Is somebody who's very depressed and worked down is not at risk. Once something gives them energy, we don't know what could give them energy. I'm not going to try to say those things because it pulls you into thinking that.
Right, but if you've already, but hold on, if you've already regurgitated at this point, let's progress. We've already heard you. I've already criticized you for saying certain two drugs that you may or may not have been on, which you don't have any
evidence.
That's
not the point. I didn't say that.
Okay, but what I'm saying is you're regurgitating what you've already spoken about. I would like to know why he didn't deny her breaking up with him, her wanting her truck back, her being mad about the BDSM sites. I mean, and I think Alicia was being very delicate and very guarded with what she was revealing to him.
Yeah, she sounded to me like she was trying to not give him all of the information.
Yeah.
Has he ever denied it? Has he ever denied those things? I'm just wondering.
Yes.
When has he denied it?
He does not want those things being brought out. In my conversations with him,
that's embarrassing.
No, he's actually counter-accused me of wanting to stare at his hog when somebody sent me his FetLife thing. I mean, he's a fucking sick fuck, dude.
Todd, you're the sick fuck that offered to send his dick pic to Untrackable. You've offered to send his dick pic. If you don't want to have it, then delete it. It's the evidence hog that you're offering to send to other men. You fucking weirdo.
You made it. You fucking disgusting fuck pig. You fucking made the profile. You weird, creepy motherfucker. I didn't. And I sure shit didn't ask for anyone to send it. Like I didn't ask for the fucking bloody mattress picture that I'm about to fucking hold up and show everyone. But he fucking sent it to me.
Why don't you?
I'm sure Tyler Bowman didn't ask for him to bring up a picture of his dead fucking wife lying dead motionless on the fucking mattress. Well, I don't know when he stuck that fucking picture of her. Was it in between doing CPR? Yeah, he certainly did deny it. Matter of fact, Tyler Bowman said that was his justification why he deserved the giant camper, because he was a victim and a survivor. Look at what I survived. Look at my dead wife.
Does he have to deny it?
Fucking A, dude. This is just ridiculous, man. At this point. No, not only did he not deny it, he immediately fucking texted not only Tyler Bowman, but Tyler Bowman's wife and said, "I'll see you in fucking court."
What's the difference if he denies it or not?
Because the question is, if he didn't deny it, why don't we take it as true? Why are you like? I don't understand what you're spiraling about.
No, he does not. MSG.
He's not denying it. Then why don't we just accept it as a basic fact? Why?
I mean, because
probably true.
Probably, yeah, you can say probably true. So let me ask you this: since you've already given your professional opinion on Andrea's state in that phone call, would you agree that Barthel is exhibiting a lot of SI traits in that phone call as well?
I would say, yeah. If I were his provider, I would be very concerned. I would be as I would be for the father, and as I would be for her children too.
Her father and children weren't in the phone call. I said in the phone call.
Sure. Yeah. Yes. I would say I am worried about every single person who's impacted by that, regardless of if they acted the way that Rabbit acted in the phone call or any other way. I also worry about Alicia.
Hey, forgive me. I'm the wet brain of the bunch. You keep saying SI. What is SI?
Suicidal ideations, I think, is what.
Oh, okay. All right,
or intentions or intentionality. Correct me if I'm wrong, Doc.
Ideation.
Okay,
Yeah.
So suicidal ideation. Yes.
Okay. So when it comes to your analysis, you've done some analyzing on Andrea.
Todd actually claimed in this conversation that he dog walked Doctor Srolls. Todd, you're still on a fucking tight lead. Oh my God, you fucking dog.
Yeah, or on Alicia. Can you give us some on? Can you give us some on the? Yeah, because we're talking about the phone call. There's only two parties. You got William and you got Alicia. So you've given us quite a bit on what you took out of what Alicia said. Can you kind of train your thoughts to go towards William and give us a little there?
Well, so that's where I was going with generally specific statement a second ago. Like when we're talking about like these things, the reason he's not denying it is because we probably should accept it as true. Now, expanding that out to making somebody homicidal, I think is the leap.
You're making that leap. No one's making that leap. You just made that leap.
Well, then I'm saying it's not. He's not even denying it. Why do you question it? Why are you challenging? Like
he's questioning what?
So you're saying, let me point this out. You're bringing up the context of a gentleman who is into BDSM. He's creating dating profiles on websites, and there's embarrassing things that are resulting in his significant other leaving him because of the way she doesn't like those things, right? He didn't deny any of that, and I asked you if he's ever denied it, and you guys said no. And so my question is,
actually, he's basically counter-accused her.
Yeah, he denies it, man. The way Rabbit, and as a medical professional in the clinical field that you're in, you should be very aware that a lot of people, especially narcissists, they will deny it by flipping the script on the person that's talking to them.
I mean, I just asked you guys in this conversation, and when you go play it back, I mean, I know you guys have a hard time taking my words and questions for their actual value.
I said
but-
yes. I said yes.
You did, right?
You said yes. Is silence on a thing considered an admission?
No, because I think that those are
Thank you,
embarrassing
Doc.
things that
Thank you,
somebody
Judge.
probably would try to hide.
Okay, so
I'd like to hear where he's going with that thought too, because
yeah,
like,
that sounds
okay,
like, yeah, I'm interested too.
Right. So these are things that are embarrassing. People are going to try to hide from the public, and they're going to spiral, especially when how do these things become public? These things become public because of these exact crises. Because a partner walks in, figures this out, it drives them to feeling a certain way, and then it becomes a big impulsive decision. And now this person is going to get discovered because of what happened. Right. He might keep that a secret. Who cares? The fact that he's not denying it means that you guys should take that just for granted. That's probably
No, I don't
true.
take anything for granted. No, I take data. I take actual reason, evidence, and data, empirical data.
You're doing it already because you said that
No,
he
I'm
hasn't
not.
denied it.
No, I'm not. I'm getting fucking really tired of being accused of fucking saying shit I never fucking said, Doc. You think you'd fucking put that one and one together to equal two?
Point of clarification. I've never heard Barthel say, I was never in Fat Life. But we did hear him accuse
He claimed that he
his
was
late wife.
Yeah, he said that he was that he did
Which
it as a
isn't denied.
moderator or like a fucking not a mod but a administrator. It was administration because he was policing other people's accounts. That's what I've kind of heard him say roundabout. But it was a long time ago.
He doesn't.
Sounds like he is denying it.
I don't give a shit
think
what he puts up his ass or what he puts in his mouth. I don't fucking care. What I care is he seems really fucking concerned about shutting me down, taking away my First and Second Amendment rights, trying to get my channel fucking shut down, taking fucking money out of my pocket and food off of my fucking family's table, which is a pseudo fucking life sentence of me starving to death, motherfucker. I care about that. If I seem a little fucking passionate about a fucking fake activist like fucking retard Dookie who likes to bounce on a cop's fucking bumper and then threaten women one side and you're over here carrying water for that fucking retard, as far as I'm concerned, dude, you're a fucking piece of shit just like him. Fuck you. How about that? Now what? Catch me outside. I'm gonna go get a drink. I'm gonna get a snack outside your office. I'll be back in a little while.
All right.
That you did that catch me outside shit at the campfire, and boom, you got knocked the fuck out. Rabbit, if you want to come up, type in the chat that you want to come up, and I'll post the invite link. I don't want to put it out unless you want to come up. Todd, the way you just the meet me outside, the little rant you just did in the meet me outside shit, that's why you got knocked on your fucking ass. You are so unhinged. This is the third fucking time in this conversation, Todd. Hang on, give me a second. Oh, I'll go back to the video for a second. Let me know.
Okay, yeah, leave me with it for a minute.
There's a few clip bars out there.
So Doc, you're very aware that a lot of people don't deny; they just accuse or they make excuses. Correct?
Well, yeah, but I still think you guys are pushing this way further than what I'm trying to say to you. Like, I'm saying we have information from him. Like, he didn't deny it there. He's not really denying it. You don't care what he puts in his ass. You don't care what he puts in his mouth. I'm trying to figure out what.
Accountability Guri. He's been on panel with me a couple of times. He's always been gracious and he's answered everything I've asked. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Maybe he's got other shit to do right now. Shut up, stupid.
Information you're actually trying to get from me, okay? Like, I know that you guys think I'm hostile here. I'm telling you.
I don't think you're
very
hostile.
likely.
I think you're biased. You get that right.
Well, I'm friends with Ryder, and
There's a D on the end of that.
I'm
rough. Yeah, sure. I get it.
He's a rough rider.
Yeah, you're not friends with me, bro. So here's what I'm asking you now. Grant whatever it is you were thinking about.
Sure.
Therefore, it must be true or whatever. Carry on, please. What are your thoughts after hearing the?
Minsan, may mga pangarap na hindi natutupad.
Kunting kimbot na lang pasado ka na. Exam kay Anliwa. Sheila?
Yes, I met that gentleman on that call.
Okay. Are we going to deny that, or
I met that gentleman on that call.
Okay, erase Mustard out of that then. So Courtney and Ruff, you know that all their position is on the internet is deny, blame, shift, all that stuff. You know that, right? They don't have any other purpose. What's Chris done? He don't jump on bumpers anymore. So all he's done is bash Chris, bash Todd, bash Heather, right?
Well, I think oversimplifying. I don't know Courtney, if that's what you say the name is, but Secret Savage. I don't know anything about their content. Yeah, I don't know anything about.
You don't know anything about their content. Is that true? No. Okay, I believe that. I believe that because I think that you just found yourself in Chris Ruff's support system leftovers. I think you're just a leftover that got shifted into his support network. You probably weren't even aware that this was his support network. You probably didn't know that. I'll give you that.
I still don't even know what you mean by support network. Like, I'm not even fully.
The Savage Saints, the little logo on the top of the screen.
He calls Courtney his boss.
Yeah, I know that he calls her, but I don't know what any of that means. Okay, well,
You
maybe
don't,
should try
you
to
don't
find
have
out.
a boss because you're self-employed, right?
Well, I mean,
So you're your own boss.
corporation.
What does that mean? You being your own boss, what does that mean, Doc?
It means I can take a nap whenever the hell I want to.
Now, do you have employees underneath you?
Yeah, I have a whole. I have a practice.
And when you tell them to do something, if they don't do it, what happens? Nothing? Are there
No, I don't.
repercussions?
If they're a licensed professional, I certainly don't. Yeah, I mean, maybe if they don't make enough money in a month, then I'll probably write them up and say, hey, you better have more appointments next month, or I'm gonna be a little angry.
Right. Thank you, Terrence Beware, and thank you, Innocent Auditor. Appreciate it. Yeah. So my point is that there's somebody above you that tells you got to do certain things. That secret savage girl who used to claim to be part of the Savage Saints, claims she's not, even though her icon's all over her website. They're all entangled. Are you in business with Christopher Ruff by chance? I mean, you don't have to divulge it, but you're not.
No, not at all.
You
no,
have
I'm not
no,
in business with it.
you're not in business. Okay. You're at
I have
least,
no partners in business whatsoever. I have none. I own it 100%.
you can have LLCs on the side, right?
Let's just explain to him what the Savage Saints are. Can we explain to you what the Savage Saints is?
Yeah, I don't know what they are.
Okay.
BSBT, I thought the mother didn't want him around the kid, so he's not giving her a fucking hard time about that. What about your kids? You don't see them, do you, BSBT? Shut the fuck up, you toothless moron.
Chris is a member by proxy. Okay, he would actually be more of a leader of it because there is someone who's been funding that entire nonprofit. The nonprofit's a scam, by the way. Like, first you have to understand that it probably was intended to be something real when it started, but it became a failure and then it was taken over and now it's a scam. Okay, Ruff became a, if you will, organizer of it, and I'm throwing quote fingers around it, meaning Savage Saints, because the Savage Saints was employed as a social media networking group, right, to run cover and protection for the people that are involved in criminal activity.
So that way they don't have to get their personal information if they're being copyright struck. Go ahead, Steve. You got your hand up about something.
Chris, you keep saying Ruff. Do you mean Rabbit?
No, I meant Ruff.
No, he's saying, he's saying
Savage
how Ruff is applied to this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying Ruff was created it. Okay.
No, I didn't say anything about the creation of it. I said he is one of the leaders in it now of the newly formed version of what you know as the Savage Saints. Right. In other words, the Savage Saints was started by Billy Rabbit, if you will, Doc Rabbit. Rabbit started it. Initially, it was supposed to be a nonprofit that was going to help clean up after the storms, right? That became an immediate failure damn near, like within a very short period of time, complete failure. It was rebranded as a social media networking group, not company, but group. And that group has been reemployed, and you were in their chat, that group has been reemployed to run cover and organize and fund criminal activities such as intimidation of participants, such as stalking, such as harassment. And that's what they do.
Is that what their mission statement actually says?
No, because their mission statement says that they clean trees after hurricanes, bro. So get that out of your mind. That stopped a long time ago, right? The trees are cleaned.
Yeah.
So what they're doing with it now is and it says in their mission statement that they are a social media networking religious group.
Well, I mean, I'm not religious at all, so like that's noisy.
I didn't ask if you were. I couldn't care less if you're religious.
Sick burn, BSBT. You saw a movie with your son 2 weekends ago. And since then, you don't have anything more recent? Would it take you 2 weeks to save up the fucking money to go to the movies?
So I'm telling you, I'm telling you what the Savage Saints are.
God bless the Jews. I love the Jews.
Thank you.
Thank you for being Jewish.
So if that's what they're doing, like obviously I don't condone that. Like there's a real way to do it. Now, do I think sometimes journalists need to get their hands dirty if they're journalists? But I obviously don't support doxing people.
I've never looked this up before, but I just do you want me to read the Savage Saints?
Yes, please
mission
do.
statement?
Yeah, let's get a very accurate description.
This is from their website, which I've never looked at this before. Our mission: faith without works is dead. I hear that in the program all the time. The Savage Saints is a Christ-centered church committed to. It's a church now. Okay, it's a Christ-centered church committed to living out the gospel through faith in action. We believe the following. Jesus. Oh, that's okay. Punctuation. We believe that the following: Jesus is more than attending a service. Oh, that following Jesus is more than attending service. Okay, it is serving.
That sums it up. KT said.
Broken and boldly sharing the hope found in Christ. Every outreach, every act of compassion, and every opportunity is to serve another chance to make His love visible in our communities and throughout the world. Our mission is simple yet radical: to follow Christ's command to go into all the world.
I'm glad to hear that, BSBT. Although I think it's bullshit, but I hope that's the truth.
Bringing healing, hope, and restoration through every gift, talent, and active service entrusted to us. That actually sounds pretty good. It's very similar to part of my share tonight at a meeting. That's actually a good mission statement. Is that what they actually do?
It doesn't tell you what it doesn't do is tell you what the fuck the nonprofit company is doing. It doesn't tell you what they're doing. What are they collecting money for?
Well, usually what you do is what your mission statement states. So the mission statement does tell you what the fucking 501c3 does. And it was pretty clear in what it said, but I guess when your eyes glaze over, Ryder, your ears shut down too.
What are they spending money on? You know, you can't collect anything from that. It's just a bunch of gibberish.
I don't disagree with you. I'm just like it's well written, sounds very good. But is that what they really do?
No, what
the
they really
video
do,
speeded
I've already
up
explained it.
double.
What they really do is they commit stalking, harassment, and intimidation of participants in legal proceedings. That's what they really do. Which is where it comes back to your friend Chris Ruff there, Doc. You watch plenty of his content to know that's what he does, and he's in jail for it right now with Heather.
Well, you know, again, there's context around that. Like I know what GS spiraled out about earlier, and I'm not trying to walk that back. I'm just saying, I don't know the story, and I believe in due process for every single person. I resonated with Generally Specific's argument with you, Ryder, when you two were talking about due process, and I hope you understood what Generally Specific was trying to tell you, because there's always another motherfucker who's bigger, better, more trained. And if we don't have due process, and we don't let the facts come out, then that bigger motherfucker is just going to take your lunch every single day.
Real quick, do you know that I built my original channel on the due process, the whole idealization of due process? You know why I chose that one?
Well, because obviously it's a big fucking deal. Like I know the original story.
Because it's so vague that unless you can attach another statute to it, you can't even use it in court because it applies to so many things. It all depends on this argument. I'm not going to go back and forth with you on due process or constitutional rights. I'm asking you about a few very specific.
He's not going to go back and forth with you. If you say his statement is false, then he's just not going to listen. He's going to kick and scream like Todd's been doing. I would imagine that the psychiatrist that commits people would know more about the law, the rules and regulations than Ryder would. And apparently I've learned that Ryder's whole story about his mom and his mother's instability is not true. And it's get back shit from Ryder because his mother cut him off because she's sick of him stealing from her. That's what I heard.
Specific things. One, I asked you, were you aware of what the Savage Saints were? You apparently said no, so we explained it to you. Are you good with that? Do you understand it now?
I would say if you want me to accept that definition of what you said for the purposes of this conversation, I will.
Okay,
but
that's all I need. Now you can research it on your own later. I'm not your daddy. Now let me move on to the second part because I asked you that question hoping it would be a real quick answer. I was hoping you would just say yes, but you didn't. You didn't know, so we explained it to you. Now let me bring you back to what we were talking about. I had already asked you to go ahead and give us your thoughts on the phone call in which you heard. What were your thoughts on what you heard from Billy, from Rabbit?
Well, right. So that's what I was going to get into. And it's not my intent to divert this. That was definitely other things.
Okay, well, diversion fixed. Let's go back.
Yeah, I'm on it. The specific information that I would say is there's no person like when Generally Specific is enraged and spirals out. I'm not going to take anything they say at face value. I'm just not going to do it. I recognize like you guys don't know me. You're angry at me. You're spiraling out sometimes when you predict what I'm saying relates to something that you know in your mind and I have no clue of. So I have to listen to that and get through it before we can actually talk about the substance. And that's because it's just mumbo jumbo when people
get around to answering the damn question.
No, he won't.
That question was just answered. It's mumbo jumbo.
You're the
Okay, so you have no
nonsense
assessment.
machine, dude.
Now hold on. You have no assessment on the behavior that you heard in that phone call of William Barthel.
Nope.
The behavior indicates the words are not important. That is my assessment.
But I asked you specifically, hold on. I asked you specifically if he was exhibiting any signs of SI, and you said yes.
Yes, absolutely.
So therefore, I know you're blowing smoke up my ass when you try to say that you're not reading anything into it. Now go, Doc. Tell us what you know.
Well, it's purely an assessment of his behavior. Are you going to tell me that you're not going to consider? Okay, so grave disability. The reason that I would put somebody into the hospital for a 5150, I have no idea what a 202 alpha is, but the reason I would put somebody in the hospital for 5150 is because they're a danger to themselves, others are grave disability. The behavior he was exhibiting is a grave disability. I wouldn't extend it beyond that context, but if that behavior continued after that phone call for a significant amount of hours, I would say this guy is a big risk. He's not going to be able to care for himself. Let's get him in a hospital so that we can stabilize.
No, that's good. That's real good. Thank you for being honest now.
Now let's pause here and let's say that this person has a pattern of exactly that behavior with a great number of people giving testimonies to exactly that in multiple camps that are supposed to be centered around donating and helping people in need. There's been multiple authority issues with this man. There's been multiple fights. This dude got literally steel toe kicked in the face because he got into a fucking pissing match with a 5'8" dude who kicked the shit out of him. By the way, this guy's got a problem with authority. He's got a problem with anything. He wants to be the authority. Now, if there's a history, a litany, a pattern.
Todd, how frustrated are you that you can't tell Ryder what to do? It's your way or the highway all the fucking time, Todd. Everything you're saying here, Todd, is directly applicable to you. I haven't seen these behaviors in Rabbit. Rabbit's been up on my panel. He's never tried to take control of anything. You, on the other hand, Todd, completely different. What you're saying here sounds more like you, Todd, than it does Rabbit.
In the face because he got into a fucking pissing match with a 5'8" dude who kicked the shit out of him. By the way, this guy's got a problem with authority. He's got a problem with anything. He wants to be the authority. Now, if there's a history, a litany, a pattern of this guy having this particular SI type behavior and megalomaniac anti-authority, and I'm not diagnosing them. This is just my observation as a scout or a former scout, my eyes and ears, paying attention, and my own personal experience that I'll add to it. If this guy has a propensity of being like that for, I don't know, pattern, let's say at least a year and a half, 2 years.
Yeah,
my
he
observation.
did.
Minimum 5 people in 1 year.
And then
Let's go
Todd
with that.
described
multiple
himself.
TPOs against him, multiple lawsuits against people, constantly kicking against the goads.
Very emotional, flipping back and forth during his
So
calls.
my question is, as a professional, would you consider him highly of a candidate for either self-harm or harming others?
Well, can I give you the two
do whatever
caveats
you want to do. You're not forced to do it. I don't want you to.
So I'm gonna give you
Don't spiral.
I want to give you a really good answer here, and I think I can give you a good answer. Just please bear with me. Okay, so
and for the record, Doc is not diagnosing anyone over the internet. He's just we're just giving a blank statement of a particular set of behaviors. If that were the set of behaviors, what entailments could we derive from that based on his professional opinion of a completely mythical person that may or may not exist? Go ahead, Doc.
So when somebody has homicidal ideation or suicide,
I'm not saying that they do have. These are
No,
your
he was
words.
talking, hold on, Todd. He was talking about Rabbit. He said he would have 5150'd him.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's what he's talking about. Let's let him expound on that, please.
Because I want him to be safe for himself. I want to protect this individual.
These guys are dying to have Doctor Srolls say that Rabbit is crazy, and they keep trying to walk Doctor Srolls down that path. But Doctor Srolls is what his concern for Rabbit at the time of Andrea's death was that Rabbit would plunge into a depression. Not that he would harm himself or harm others, but that he would be unable to take care of himself. I have a buddy from college. He was married out of college 5-6 years. Neither him or his wife wanted to have kids. Then his wife, after 4 years, started pushing to have a kid. You know, women, you can't override the desire for children. It happens eventually, in 99%. So she was pushing. He was adamant he didn't want to have children. He had to go into the hospital to have gallstones removed. And when he came back from the hospital, his wife had packed up everything and left. And she divorced him. And he's literally, because he was one of my close friends from college, and we lived, a couple miles apart. So I would see him on the regular, and I hadn't seen him in like a month and a half. So I had been calling him and he wasn't answering. So I called his mom, and his mom was like, he's in the psych ward at, a hospital. And I was like, what the fuck? So I asked if he could get visitors, and she said, yeah. So I went to the hospital, and I, went and saw him, and I sat with him. And what he told me was that when his wife left, he just didn't want, he didn't want to hurt himself or anything. He just didn't want to do anything anymore, to the point where he was just sitting, staring at a fucking wall. Like he wasn't eating food. No, he looked terrible when I saw him. He wasn't eating food, anything. He wasn't bathing, showering. He wasn't eating food. And one day he realized that he wasn't coming out of this funk, and he wasn't going to get better without help. And he got up, got himself in the car, drove to the hospital, and explained what was going on. And they're like, they put a voluntary hold on him for 72 hours. I think he wound up actually staying in the hospital for 2 weeks or so. And, but when he came out, he was much better adjusted to the situation. And he's been right as rain ever since. He's a happy motherfucker. I was surprised it happened to him, because he was always an upbeat, look for the silver lining in every cloud kind of guy. But, he lost his will to do anything, to cook, to eat, anything. And thank God thank God he got himself to the hospital, and thank God there was competent psychiatric help. He didn't have a desire to harm himself. He wasn't going to commit suicide, but he realized, where he was mentally was not a good fucking place to be. And that's what Dr. Srolls is like. The minute he started talking about this inability to take care of himself, I instantly thought of my buddy from college. I know exactly what Dr. Srolls is talking about. But Todd and Ryder keep pushing Srolls to try to get him to say that Rabbit was potential harm to himself or others. And it's not the case. It's not the case. You don't have to want to hurt yourself, to harm yourself. You just have to be in that funk, to put it in layman's term, so an idiot like Todd can understand it.
Anyone, like I don't even want the worst serial rapist to take their own lives. I need to be very clear. So, and I don't know anything about this. I'm just telling you this is true for every single person. And my viewpoint, my belief in this, is that I don't want to see anyone at risk here. I don't want to see anyone struggle. I would say that there's two conflating elements. I believe that risk to themselves is a very short-lived process. People need to make it through the few days, the few hours where they're most emotionally vulnerable. And so I would expect I probably wouldn't have taken away somebody's liberty to be free if it
it's
only
only
lasted
72 hours, Doc. Come on, man.
Yeah, but come on. I believe I'm American. It's tough.
Yeah, but you're also a mandated reporter.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the question you got into, and that's what I want to be clear. So
you said that you probably would have 5150, meaning you would have put him into mental health eval. Now, that being said, I appreciate that. I believe that was an honest answer. Now, can I ask, can we keep driving on that just a little bit?
Okay, sure. Yes. So it's great disability.
If you would have probably, even with your non-willingness to want to commit somebody, right? Like you don't want to. I can tell.
No,
it's a good
absolutely not. No,
so even with that being said, you probably, your words, you probably would have committed rabbit based on what you heard in that phone call, correct? So far?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you said that the reason the doctor in your position would 5150, a person like that in that mental
Rabbit, I would 100% agree that now at this point in time, you're in a way better place than Rabbit, than Ryder and Todd are. But the way I heard you in the 911 calls, yeah, man, if I was your friend, I would have been really worried about your mental health at that point in time, and I probably would have hung pretty close to you for a couple days. I definitely would have been there. I might have gone home to sleep and shit, but I would have been back in the morning, made sure you had breakfast, all that fucking shit. We're eating and taking care of yourself. Just because my experience with my friend, I'm glad that you're in a better place right now, and I implore you don't engage these idiots. Don't get involved in talking to them, and just don't let these motherfuckers drag you down. These are monkeys that fling shit because they hate themselves. They think if they drag you down that they'll look better. It's horrible.
State is because they are either, meaning equally, a danger to themselves or others, correct?
Or a great, in this case, no, not based on that behavior. The thing that I would respond to is the fact that I would think he's not able to care for himself. So he's not a danger to himself or others, but he's not able to comprehend and cope with reality, and so he's not going to take care of himself. He's at risk of injury, car accident.
So you think he was exhibiting normal behavior?
No. Grave
you think he was exhibiting behavior in which he could take care of himself?
Hold on. Can you explain grave disability? Now, is it because somebody recently passed away and he became disabled emotionally because of it, or are you saying grave?
Yes.
Okay. So when you say
what was
grave
that disability specifically? What do you mean? What was he disabled from doing? Based on the phone call.
No. Okay, go ahead.
It was so. What?
He's saying
would you agree that your assessment was because he was emotionally unstable?
Yes, that would be, and we would expect nobody to be emotionally stable.
I'm expecting you to remain professional here, just like I was forcing you to answer to a court system, right? Like, 'cause that's what happens when you 5150 somebody. You have to put it down on paper. What you mean by unstable? So could you go ahead and do that? I'm asking you to do it legally. I'm saying, could you give us that, like what you would have put on paper to back up the word you're saying?
Grave disability.
I would say it's a grave disability as evidenced by responding incoherently to specific questions. He's unable to articulate and connect with what they're actually talking about.
What about the evidence that he was able to very calmly respond to others?
There you go, Todd. Calm yourself down with
Would
food.
that be exculpatory or inculpatory?
Keep stuffing shit in
not
your
for this
mouth.
circumstance, but for some court circumstance,
There's
possibly.
Todd's eating
According to you,
disorder. He
if I
can't
get
get
mad
the
for being
food
threatened
in
to
his
be
mouth.
sued constantly by people on the internet, and I spiral, I should get 5150, even if I calm down seconds after.
No, hell no.
Todd, look how you're over the top emotional one moment, and then now you're rational again. Do you think you're going to get overly emotional again? I do.
No, you're coherent the whole time. You're not. That's a totally different thing. You're in connection with reality.
So you felt like by that phone call that Rabbit got literally incoherent in that phone call?
If that, yeah, in that phone call, yes, I believe that.
Could you get a timestamp? Like if we replayed it, could you stop it and say this is where he's incoherent? Could you do that?
Yeah, and if you want to replay it, I'll.
Chris,
I'm in and say right now. Yeah, look. I mean, if you don't think that he's incoherent, I don't think you're going to agree with me.
He might not be able. Can you
there's a
hear me?
big distinction here between like somebody who's a harm to themselves or a harm to others, and what I'm able to derive from that situation.
Oh, who's got
my motivation will be to protect that person.
Can you hear
I don't think Rabbit did anything wrong. I think the evidence is he's disrupted, emotionally dysregulated.
I'm gonna let him know. Can you make the motion for Doctor Srolls to go out and go back in?
Oh, can you rotate Doctor Srolls up all the way out of String Yard and back in?
Okay, now he's getting it. But he
Chris,
wasn't trying to be rude, but go ahead.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you, and you know what? I'm not going to say it out loud. I'm going to text you.
Okay.
Okay.
There you go. I didn't realize what had happened. I'm back.
Sorry, that's the new. For some reason, either
Yeah,
StreamYards or
yeah.
YouTube is doing that between iPhone and Android. It hits iPhone users worse than Android users.
Yeah, if I unshare something or take something down, sometimes it makes it so you're not, it sounds like you're being rude talking over people, but you just can't hear them. Can you hear us okay, Doctor?
I can hear you good now. Yes, yes.
All right, proceed, please.
Yeah, the context, my observations would be to try to protect my patient, or if he were to exhibit threats specifically to another person, not generally to other people, unless that other people created a unified group.
Watch Todd's eyes here. As he reaches a point where he can barely keep them open.
And then I would be warning those people. I don't see any of that. I just see a person who has a possible emotional reaction that's degrading their ability in that moment to cope with reality and to care for themselves. If it persisted beyond that phone call and it continued throughout the remainder of the day, I'd be worried. I never feel that way about generally specific. No, you.
BSBT, I'm going to give you a warning. Let's stop with the fucking insults and the rest of the shit. People took shots at you. I took shots at you. You took shots back. At this point in time, if you don't keep it pertinent to the video that's playing, the content here, then I'm just going to bounce you, bro.
When you spiral, you're angry about specific details. You're angry and you're coherent. You're connected to what's going on, and you're actually spiraling is just I think, a dysregulation of, and I'm not saying whether it's justified or not.
Okay,
it's a dysregulation.
Doc, I'm gonna play something because I want you to pay attention to something.
It'll be a bit disappointing.
So this Muppet just randomly shot to try to stop the vehicle. A bullet ricocheted, hit Brad Pitt's wife in The Legends of the Fall. Now, this never really happened in real life, right? Can we agree that this didn't happen in real life?
Yes.
Okay, so this is just a movie, right?
I mean,
So this guy's a fucking actor, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but he's gonna give a really fucking good acting job about being distraught here soon.
Let me see.
All right, really good, really good. He's gonna fucking rage, kind of like I'm raging on the stream every time one of you fucking retards threatens to sue me.
No!
Oh shit, he's incoherent. Better 5150 him, Doc, quick.
No, he's not incoherent.
But that's a
Look, he's
grave
checking.
disability he's suffering.
No, it is not.
That's a
Todd, it's a movie and an actor. Watch Todd's eyes here after he gets shot down again.
100% a grave disability.
No, it's not.
But wait, I asked you what a definition of a grave disability. Does it have something to do with having a loss of life and then a reaction to that? And you said yes. She's dead, Doc.
That's not part of the calculus.
Oh, it's not. Oh, look. Yeah, he's coherently bashing this guy's fucking brains in. He's super coherent, Doc.
We did a little Finkel before this. So at this point in the video, Todd has been for just 3 minutes shy of 4 hours, Shug.
Doc, yeah, he shouldn't be.
And he's cooked out 3 fucking times.
He fucking committed or jailed because this is completely reasonable behavior. But guess what? He's a fucking actor, Doc.
Jailed is a different concept.
He's an actor,
right.
Doc, just like somebody may have been acting on the fucking
No,
phone.
he's right. The jail is a different concept. So would you, as a doctor,
No,
at
it's
5150
about
Brad Pitt,
acting.
No,
It's
no, I
about
wouldn't.
acting.
And
It's
so-
about
so
acting.
your-
It's not about
so-
jail. It's about acting. Acting a certain way.
So
You mean like you were just doing, Todd? Because you were highly emotional, then you walked away, got a little popcorn, sat back down, and now you're highly emotional again. You're phasing in and out of emotionality. When it happened to Rabbit, his wife had just passed away. You're just getting angry because you can't convince a guy your narrative is correct. And you're worried the guy might see your mental disability.
Under your hold on.
I think I'm going to tuck myself in the bed real soon. I think we got off the topic of Alicia pointing out that Andrea wanted to leave, and appeared that Rabbit was agreeing with that. I don't know if I'm misinterpreting that, but I thought we were talking about that. We've gotten way off course here.
Right.
I agree with you.
Well, I think we're also measuring Dr. Stroll's opinion in his medical capacity, because he is the reason we're talking about it with him. And I'm good with that. I just want to get to know where he stands real quick, because
Let Finkel say
I
what
want
he's
to
going
have
to
this
say.
conversation
Let
with
him say
him.
what he's going to say so he can go to bed and listen offline.
I do have a splitting headache. I just want to say one thing about GS's clip. Screw the government. Screw the government.
There you go, brother.
Yes,
All right, man.
Good night, Finkel.
Take care, man. All right. Now, Dr. Srolls may, if you can, I don't know, he may have to
immediately became more hostile.
Can you hear us still?
Thank you, Shuggy. I appreciate
Hold
your
on, let's find out.
clarification.
What's going on, man? What do you need, man? What do you need?
Well, I need to assess the situation of the assessment of the assessors here. Yeah, man. What's up, Track?
Yeah, I think I was spoken for, so yeah, it is what it is.
Uh-oh.
How do you track?
No reason to ask.
Uh-oh. Benghazi Rabbit says, "Ah, man, so Mester is going to rage hard when his civil defamation packet hits the front door with a nice little process server. Round 1 has already begun since the practice round is over. Rabbit was not bluffing. He dropped the TPO, let Todd run his mouth, and now Todd's getting served. When do you think he'll be served by? Better hide in that basement, Todd. You're fucked, Todd. You know what? I think we'll end out on that. We'll pick this up later, right at the same spot. I gave you guys almost 8 hours. It's been fun. I have walked away a couple times. I've been in and out. I was a little distracted. I'll try to get back to doing these at night after my son has gone to bed. So, all right. I got an intermezz set up for the next time. We are out. Remember, because I want to leave everybody upbeat. I heard this tune when I was going through the other day. I grabbed a ton of fucking music. Crazy good stuff. Some old blues and shit. And I came by this one. This song made me think of my grandmother and my grandfather, my mother's parents, the two people in my life that I was absolutely convinced were madly in love from day one until the end. I'll see you soon.
Such a long, long time. Look like I get you off of my mind, but I can't. Just the thought of you turns my whole world misty blue. Oh, just a mention of your name turns the flicker to a flame. Listen to me, good baby. I think of the things we used to do, and my whole world turns misty blue. Forget you. Heaven knows I've tried. Baby, when I say that I'm glad we're through, deep in my heart I know I've lied. I've lied. I've lied. Such a long, long time. Looks like I'd get you off of my mind, but I can't. Just the thought of you, my love, my whole world turns misty blue. Love
Oh, hello, boss baby. We're all done. We'll see you next time. Have a great day today, love. Be good. Bye bye.